Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect.
Boys and girls, I'd like to welcome you to the Wildcard King series. My name is Xeno Viper. With me here, the absolute amazing Sir Cloud will be joining me on the desk here to bring you some Hawk action.
Well, you talk about the absolute, it is our teams, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, this is still the qualifiers, so the teams will be eyeing a slot into the regular season later on. And of course, because it's the qualifiers, it's a knockout format, teams cannot afford to give up their mistakes.
Not just a slot, it is 2 slots in fact to join one of the top 6 out there. Alright, so this qualifier is about everything in the spring season itself for the WKS. So I need to remind you guys that these teams are, and even this tournament is actually brought to you by Team E as well as Level Infinite. Shout out to you guys for making these tournaments available for not just around our region but actually around the world for a chance, that slight little chance to bring their glory to the EWC stage.
Yeah, absolutely right. To be up there amongst the best of the best, and of course the glory itself, and of course the prize pool that is. But speaking about the prize pools, look at this: a $2,500 on the line at the qualifier stage.
Yeah, just the open qualifiers itself having like a prize pool is already huge, right? So you just get first place, get the seeding into the open qualifiers, and you walk away with $1,000. I think it's worth, right? And of course, this is provided you're the winner, but not to say like the 5th to the 8th you're not getting anything. It's not part of the lion's share, but it's money nonetheless.
Yeah, and it's great that we get to see like at least up to the 8th slot you would take home something, right? So that is great stuff here put up by our organizers as well. So thank you very much on behalf of the teams, that is. And $1,000, this is just the starting point, that is. $1,000 plus a slot into the regular season, a chance to earn more money there, and then a chance to earn more money at EWC. Man, there's a lot of money on the line for the entire season. We kind of look at it.
Not just a lot of money, there's a lot of chances, right? But speaking of chances, we are going to have these teams. Match 1 is Ebel versus LFO, also known as Looking for Organization. Speaking of chances, this is their last run. If they get knocked out here, it is over because this is a double elimination. We got 2 lower bracket games for you today as well as 2 upper brackets.
Yeah, and for the lower brackets, obviously somebody's going to go out today, and we're going to start off with the games that will eliminate teams. Match 1 and match 2, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see here on screen, and then we'll go on to the upper bracket match later on. So there will be a total of 4 matches that will be broadcasted here today, and of course they will all fight through until a best of 5 series towards the end. And just to give a better illustration of the games that will be played here today, we're going to start off with Ebel versus Looking for Org in the best of 3 series.
Yeah, speaking of the best of 3, so as a reminder that most Hawk games we have seen so far are mostly best of 5s to the best of 7. Okay, but for this lower bracket run and a little bit of upper bracket, it's mostly best of 3. So not only you can enjoy more games today from these teams, but you get to enjoy potentially a lot more different kind of drafts. As a reminder, this is wildcard, right? We've seen weird things coming out from the EU side of things, and I can't wait to see if all these teams today are going to do the same thing.
Yeah, what's going to be interesting about our first series as well, Ebel versus Looking for Org, is that these 2 teams, they hail from the same region, the Myanmar region. And for Looking for Org, they are considered to be the best. And there's a lot of expectation for them to advance directly onto the WKS Spring 2025 regular season. However, they're currently at the lower bracket, so they cannot make a single mistake in their journey there.
I would say there's been a lot of Myanmar teams going on here, so stakes are high for them, okay? But there's a lot of country pride for these teams, and as a reminder, this is wildcard for Asia, so we have those teams that don't have their own king leagues, basically, namely, I think the Laotians, the Cambodians, and of course the Myanmars as well for Hong Kong, and I believe think there was
Singapore.
one more. Macau, yes, actually. And Singapore is there too, believe it or not. So yeah, we do have Singaporean teams here that's going to go up, of course. But the head-to-head first is actually the two Myanmarese teams, considerably one of the best so far coming into the open qualifiers. That is Ebel for sure. So all eyes on them. But then the prediction is the one that we'll see whether we can sway the kind of result that's coming out.
Yeah, that's the best part, right? If both of them are like the best in their own respective categories, like who will stand out? And what better way for us to tell that story here in a lower bracket match? It's like, okay, once you're done with this, they're not going to meet each other for the rest of the season at least. If any case they were to meet, it will be the following season. So this is going to be a big brawl between these two teams.
Absolutely. Well, it's 8-tier tournaments. Hopefully we get more, tier 2, tier 3s where we can we nurture these grassroots and then we can see them in the bigger stage. Because as you know, sometimes it's not just all about the glory, it's about the story. Oh man. Wordsmith, boys. How are we doing, Cloud? We are going in already pretty soon. 1 more minute. I am so excited, by the way, to be bringing you this day number 1. We got so many days for the WKS Wildcard King series. And trust me, a lot of talents to be on broadcast as well. Russell Cloud, I'm so glad I'm having day 1 with you. It's been so long since we shared a stage with each other, by the way.
I know, right? It's been a while. But we're also sharing this great moment here with our viewers as well. We just saw the audience prediction. They voted 55% towards looking for all. Now, it's not a big margin though. It's only a 5% difference between the two teams based on the audience prediction. But hey, you know what? Your voice matters as well. We thank you so much for putting in your predictions too. Now, whether looking for all will live up to the audience's expectation, we're about to find out.
That actually is the so-called narrative that we had so far. The best team to be expected to advancing to the actual spring season for WKS. But hey, esports is all about upset sometimes. It's all about how teams can play out their games, how they kind of recover and just literally flip the tables when they're like 5-10k goal lead ahead. It's just an interesting thing that I realized that some of these series, or these games, they do have a little prize pool for all these little achievements, like crucial card control, king stealing. I was actually just reading it up, and I think that's actually a really good perk because Honor of Kings has these little achievements that kind of encourages your team to do out of the box, do things that's just not linear. All right, take good risks and be rewarded with it. And speaking of risk and reward, this is the drafts that's coming in right now. Are they going to go for conventional? Are they going to go for risky picks?
Well, we're going to start off with a conventional ban, I must say. The Dharma is a common ban that we have seen across the regions as well because it provides a lot of flexibility, whether you want to poke from behind or whether you want to do a split push, or you can even do a certain amount of tank as well. So that's fine to ban on the Dharma. You don't want to deal with the flexibility that he has. But interesting enough, it's been quite a while since we've seen the Outrun ban, and now it's a prior ban for Ebel.
Took the words right out of my mouth. It's not really the first ban you will see these days, considering the nerf. But that nerf was quite a while ago. But yet he's still being a very high contested pick. But is it really first ban worthy? Not really. The Mankey's going to be a second one that is kind of just rolling under the radar a little bit. But LFO is on point, man. You will take the Zhang Fei out, and that's already one big tank support out of the way, and they stole off that early.
Yeah, lots of the big tanky heroes have been taken out as well, including the Mankey too. But that leaves, obviously, a lot of other heroes open because the Dolia being picked up. And when you have a Dolia, it's always a Dolia +1, potentially +2 or +3. So the Loam being picked up as a regular combo with the Dolia. Potentially, we might see later the Dune being picked up together with perhaps maybe the Elaine as well. But that might come in the second phase ban. So that is something for LFO to kind of consider whether they want to try to take out at least a lane, because that's one of the best combos with Dolia.
Yeah, but is it really first game pick worthy though? After all, this is ban and pick phase, right? If they can, however, steal one of their clash lanes out, and then opens their options to more other clash lanes after clearing their lane, I'm all for it. But now we are on the second phase of the banning phase already, and They actually got a really good combo for themselves as well. Yeah, they're coming out. You see with the words my board, it actually does lock the Lung in there. But for the amount of time that Lung is in the sky, that's actually how long it takes for the word is my board to disappear.
Yeah, so this is a little bit worrying for me, right, with the world is my board, because it takes time for it to be deployed, right, onto the gorge. And by that time, the infinite vastness will allow the Loom to escape. maybe perhaps like they're thinking of like, okay, it's not to try to lock in the low, but rather try to zone in some of the other heroes. Maybe like a Dola to try to take out the Dola as quickly as possible, or maybe just to try to control team fights that they plan to take within those small tight spaces within the jungle. So that's a few options that they want to consider. And as expected, they will take out a lane because it's a very, very strong combo with the Dola. Now, that's not the end of the world. Of course, there's still a lot of other options. The Dune is still available to be picked up by Ebel.
Yeah, not just that, by the way. You realize that it was mid, roam, and marksman first pick for both teams. This rarely happens. So that means the second banning phase, they're just gonna ban out the rest of the pool for just junglers and clash. This is actually really interesting. What's more interesting is the Fuzi. We don't see that coming up often, but if left unchecked, he can dictate the pace of the game, and it's not common for a clash laner to dictate a pace. We've seen this a lot in ranks, not so much in competitive. But if, like I said, if he's left to go out of control, that's where he shines. Byron is being responded here. I'm kind of worried a little bit about LFO's team comp in terms of the squishiness. They do need to secure at least one form of tank, or are they going to double down with these snipe picks?
In fact, both sides, if you kind of think about it, right, could use an extra tank. The Byron, yes, the Byron, I would say, is able to tank. That's okay, so that's a good option for them. But if you want to have an insurance policy, you can go for another one. So looks like they're going to go for the Agudo, which will provide them extra durability. Same goes with the Dune, for Ebel, provide extra durability as well. And it's also a perfect combination together with the Dolia. So the Dolia has at least two, I would say, will be a prio out refresh. That is going to be the Long and the Dune itself. Some might argue maybe the Fuzi, but I see the Fuzi has a bigger purpose in this match. His role is to split push his opponent.
I'm more surprised that not that Dune was the last pick. I mean, so far, I would say in terms of CC, which is so important in the game of Honor of Kings, Ebel has the edge. You know, Diaja's stun is absolutely amazing, right? As well as the Yixing. Yixing is one of the best stuns in the game as well, even though it takes some time. Byron is instant, and then Gorge mobilization from Agudo. So I like Ebel's lineup, even though it's almost looking like a 50-50. But execution-wise, in terms of landing skill shots, that's for looking for Orc, in which way if they actually do land those skill shots, that was almost likely going to result in a kill.
Well, let's see if they'll be able to land it, ladies and gentlemen, as we head on to game number 1 of our best of 3 series between Looking for Orc and Ebel. Looking at the starting point, looks like they will allow Yixing to play at the farm lane instead.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a good lane swap coming up already, and by the way, that is actually really dangerous for Loom, because very early on, right, Yixing's second skill just deals so much damage, and when he gets those stones, and then Loom is just going to be absolutely outraged. But then, that goes to show that they might be okay with the, you know, slight rotation down at mid. They clear mid pretty quickly, but they do want to control the Fuzi a little bit. Not often that you are actually going to put your focus onto the clash lane, but are they recognizing the threat a little too early? Only time will tell.
And you said it right about the Yixing at the farm lane, right? Look at this. Easy harassment onto the Yixing. One flaming palm would render your health down to like half. So I don't know how he's going to be able to sustain at the farm lane itself. A quick rotation is needed by LFO.
Yep, there we go.
Yep. A bit of a starting point here between the two teams. Looks like we might see the first blood, but no. Looks like Kokofu is able to step away to safety. So both sides very respectful, I must say, at the start.
I say the movement's back, right? They came out from top, going down bottom. They realized that Nisi needed help. Okay, so LFO backed up his team very well. Still no first blood, as you mentioned. The goal is still pretty tied up. So yeah, they recognize DC in a lot of trouble. There's now 3 players of Ebel down south there. Not really the best, but are they also going to look to make a rotation here? Maybe she just might take back the farm lane.
They really want to exploit the Yixing at the farm lane. And I can totally understand that. I mean, it's a very easy exploitation. But now, they're starting to group up. They're clearing the midway. It almost feels like they're just tracking down the Yixing, if you kind of ask them.
Yeah, no, both teams, the way they're placed out is almost linear. It's not really like something that will do like a hyper carry, hyper scale, you know what I mean? Unless suddenly midpoint of the game, they just start to funnel a lot of these farms into Lung, right? Because he wants these flaming palms to really start to do damage. And the fact that there's so many players of LFO is pretty squishy. When it really gets to the mid game phase, one set of riding the wind and flaming palms to get that down to 50% HP. Yeah, they gotta be really careful.
Yeah, that was just a little bit of a showing again of the flaming palm onto yours. His health down to 50%. He can't move anymore forward because he knows that if a second flaming palm comes or a follow-up comes, he's gone.
Yeah, so far it's pretty a stalemate. You're gonna trade blows a little bit, brush some shoulders, but no real hard commits beside the Tyrant side of things where they almost got a kill, but those CCs weren't landing, so I think they're just comfortable with just racking up their gold for now. Get those first 2 important core items.
Oh, 4v1. Akudo looks like he's in trouble. By the way, he's tanky enough. Although there's 4 of them there, but they did not overly commit onto him.
Not just that, the CC immune actually kept him safe, so kind of interesting pick here. Good jungle, but here we go, another initiation down at bottom though.
Oh, Will is my boy. Counter initiation flashes into the wrong side, into the enemy side to be exact, and the first blood is given to Ebel just like that.
That is questionable, I'd say the least, right? Maybe it was a flash that had no direction, hoping to just for the best to back out. But yeah, I still want to continue on the aggression a little bit, but he will eventually back off. The Luke is pretty low though. The sustain from Dahlia will keep him healthy.
It's the nerves, man. It's the nerves. I can totally understand that, right? It's the first game on the broadcast. Everyone's watching you, so naturally, some of those things might happen. But let's see if the follow-up might happen here by Ebel. They meet a big rotation all the way down to the farm, including Ricky himself.
Yeah. So I mean, the top lane tower already dropped pretty quickly as well on LFO's side. Of course, they got a tower for the trade-off of a Tyrant, so Tyrant goes in the way of Ebel here. They gotta be really careful now to fight. Oh gosh, mobilization actually misses onto that Fuzi. This Fuzi is actually rotating a lot, so kind of surprising that he did lose the top lane as a Fuzi, which should be just keeping up the pressure.
I think one of the reasons is because Jay actually made a rotation out top, but speaking about the Fuzi, he actually got killed in the middle somehow. Rotation happened here by LFO, took him out, and now they're looking for the next target, maybe looking to steal away the blue buff, but no, they will let that one go, not too greedy.
It's too tough to say what kind of the direction the scale is gonna tip, right? These two teams are still playing well. It's just that the goalie's coming out. Oh yeah, they're getting pretty low on the final hit, but the tower is gonna go down in favor of LFO.
Oh, that was so close, right? But anyway, well, gotta love our supports. They sacrifice themselves for you, but in this case, of course, at least he survived, so that's a big bonus there for LFO.
Yeah, and you gotta remember Diana, when she jumped in, she does get a little bit of heal as well, so shout out to that. The heart link just giving her a little bit of that HP to get out,
Yeah, very well calculated, very well calculated. Gotta give into that, I wouldn't be able to calculate that for the love of my life. But
yeah,
looking at the current situation, looks like LFO, by taking down the top tower, they took down the bottom tower. Now they want to go all in jungle invasion.
This is surprising because, I told you that he's gonna actually do this initiating.
And here goes. So it looks like they will start it off against the tankiest hero, that is Apple. But Apple somehow managed to step away with the World is my board, trying to lock him in, but not able to get a good lock-in onto any of the members of Ebel.
That is interesting. Fuzi coming on behind will lock it up onto the Gudo, but where is the backup?
Oh, from the middle, they seem to be still kind of interested to engage, but they're not sure whether they want to commit or not.
Yeah, by then, anyway, they're just focusing on the top tower. Action's not done yet, Sir Cloud. What the heck's going on?
Oh, man. Well, you want the action, now you're getting it with the Infinite Vastness to back off, but then again, for some reason, the Infinite Vastness made a U-turn, long JTR. Oh, man. I have a few questions with that move.
Yeah, a lot of questions, very little answers. You lost the Dune already, but you gotta re-engage with the Infinite Vastness. I love playing Lung to re-engage, but that's not the situation. You gotta do that. There's no frontline tank, your Byron's nowhere close, and now you're most likely gonna lose 2 towers for this, I guess. No, it's just 1. The mid tower is still up and running. So yeah, I think LFO really comes down to the draft, a little bit of experience, living up to the prediction, as I say. The gold lead will eventually grow. I'm surprised they actually understood the MO and started to group up early on instead of just waiting for the early to farm up. Because if anything at all, I was expecting for Ebel to be the one to first pile on the pressure because their team fight is supposed to be better.
Yeah, but now we can see LFO, they are snowballing. They're looking to take down the bottom tower. World is my board onto Dune, but then again, Dune is the tank, so you don't want to go all in engaging onto him, especially with the tower still active. The focus will be onto the tower by LFO. LFO able to shoot them away, but no minions in sight. They have to wait for round 2.
Yeah, man, Cloud, I just want to just touch a little bit about the Tolia as well. Because when you're in team fights, right, you guys just make sure the Celestial Melody gets some pretty good value. So far, I've seen none. So I'm worried right now because these towers are going down faster than we speak. They're congregating once again. It's an initiation onto, the red side of jungle.
Still a lot of damage focus onto the Agudo, not the target that they want. And they just forced out those skills. Now Ebel is on a cooldown that will allow LFO to get this overload for free.
Not just that, the Tyrant is coming up, right? The 8-minute one. So they can just focus on the objectives. And interestingly enough, they are still keeping up to the top to get that tower instead of just allowing minions. Whereas the Lung is free to split push himself. The Baron is coming though. Flaming Pounds can do a lot of damage to the tower, but still not enough. There's initiation up at mid.
Alright, here comes World is my board, and here is LFO securing 2-3 kills for themselves underneath the mid tower. The mid tower is still active, but somehow they're able to sneak in 3 kills. This is so much aggression by LFO, and they're not letting them go yet. They're looking for the next target, looking to take out Kukofu as well as John JTR. But they say, nope, it's okay. We go for objective gameplay. Let's take down the top tower. Get it done.
They have to really be very careful of the bitter farewell, right? The Heather just standing in front is going to push so much pressure. And remember, it comes back to the drafting phase where I said, LFO's CCs is way more reliable, right? They can zone, they can catch, and now they can put the pressure. Look at that, it forces them to be together, and now they're congregating up.
Oh, they go in underneath the tower, will not be a problem for them. But then again, Enga, he overextended his stay. But that opened up the opportunity for LFO to take down the mid tower. The bottom tower will be their next target. Now it's a matter of waiting for the minions to arrive. This tower will definitely go down.
Yeah, the Vanguard's pushing up pretty strong, man. Hey, Scal, I don't know about you, but Ebel is going to be having a hard hill to climb now. All tier 3s are down.
So, are they able to make a comeback?
That's really good. And it's only the start of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, sir.
Yep, we're going to get more of that. Thanks. Expect more from Zeno as well.
Hey, buddy. Hey. All right.
I know that will come at some point. But anyway, what's going to come is the next Overlord. And it looks like LFO. They're not going to leave anything for Ebel. Not only an Overlord, they might want to go for a double whammy with the Tyrant.
This is a really good point here. Like, they understood the tempo, they played it out, they converted those early kills into more tempo, right? Rather than staying to farm. I think this is almost lights out here for Ebel. The comeback window is so small with the kind of gold lead coming up from LFO. At this point, you're just gonna rely on LFO making mistakes for Ebel to start making pushes. But don't count them out just yet.
Yeah, but if we were to look at the gold gap as well, it's like 7k gold difference. I mean, that's like what, an average of perhaps like 1 or 2 item difference? Yeah, as you can see on screen, it's at least 1 item difference between the two of them. And not only items, when it comes to leveling, look at Golden Rain. He's at level 14 right now, while the highest for Ebel is still level 12.
I mean, not having that much death contributes as well, right? Initiation actually just missed. He could be so afraid of this Gorge mobilization though. Where's my board catches on 4?
Make that 5. World is my board. Infinity Master is forced out. Where are they going to go? Where are they going to run? Kukofu will be the first one to fall. He's not able to refresh his other teammates at this point. And it looks like LFO, they're going rampage, looking for their final target before ending this game. And LFO takes game number 1.
Yeah, looking to take game number 1, Sir Cloud. This was a solid performance coming up from them. Started from the draft, right? They realized their I would say their strengths of their draft and also their weakness, and how they don't allow their weakness to shine out, right? For Ebel to take over. So very well played. I love this short game, but a decisive one nonetheless.
Yeah, it's LFO looking for own, ladies and gentlemen. They definitely owned that game from the beginning, I must say. There were a few movements that we sort of like we're asking a few questions, for lack of a better word. But yeah, at the end of the day, it is still LFO. They're looking really strong. Their rotations, the laning phases were all solid from the beginning.
Yeah, call it how it is, right? These small little mistakes can sometimes like snowball, but these mistakes actually didn't really happen in the super early stages of the game. Like LFO was already climbing, right? If you like look at the scoreboard, the graph later on, look at that. The Yeasing is MVP, by the way, and he was suffering at bot just a little bit, but because of the team's composition, they came down to support him. Now, and then he became one of the the cornerstone for the team. His wall on my board was always on point, sir.
Yeah. When I see the Yeasing, I remember like the early laning phase. Like he had to go up with a 1v1 against Longjet here, the low we're talking about. And there were many times that we saw like, okay, one flaming palm, your health goes down to below 50%, 30%, 20%, but yet he did not give away a single kill. If we kind of think about it, right? So kind of give credit to him in terms of positioning himself, and he knows exactly how much damage he can absorb from a single flaming palm before he needs to back off.
Yep, I want to touch base a little bit on that Byron as well. He always flashes and jumps in the lick of time to land these beautiful stuns as well as his ult. So he understood that he was one of the main meat shields of the game early on. The later the game goes on, the lesser his effectiveness, right? So that's why they had to really end it early. Ebel, they do have a silver lining to actually carry on to the late game if they did get the farm, but LFO didn't allow that. Look at the damage wise, right? Agudo coming in is one of the best junglers right now after the nerfs, because he's flexible to the damage or the tank, but he's one of the core components to dealing the DPS. Arlie just needed to sit back, and if worst case scenario, Arlie just get some farm and see if they could recover.
Yeah, it almost feels like Ali is saying that, hey, you know what? If this game dragged on any more longer, I would have more damage as compared to any of you guys. But hey, that's okay. At the end of the day, a win is a win. Ricky, he did not have a good lane at all. He was not able to stand up to the Byron. So his damage output, he was not able to scale at the same time. Now, looking over at the graph, well, I would say that this is a pretty one-sided game towards LFO. So we can see the graph steadily going up towards them.
Yep, absolutely. This is never a point of time where it flipped down to the likes of Ebel, right? So they had their work cut out for them, but the timing was too short. And this is a game of tempo sometimes. Is it really a game of understanding your drafts? What is it? What can it do? What can it not do? And it's like a little verbal handshake between you and I. Can we understand the circumstance? Can we turn that into something else? And LFO saw that.
Yeah, so now that we're going on to game number 2, right? This is obviously the global ban pick, so they cannot use the same heroes that they have used previously. Will that be a problem for them? This will be the question, right? Are they out of juice, or do they have the depth of the hero pool? These will be the questions that will need to be answered in the upcoming match.
There's a lot of things. I was actually kind of surprised. I think my Shurunui also slipped past the first pen in Big Face. I don't know why. But there were data to show that Mai hasn't been really performing that well in the Asian scene so far. Even if picked, the win rate was relatively low. But we see that being a difference in WKS. We're not too sure yet, but pretty much the farm lane side, they could swap it around, or can they just pick the early like LFO and then just ban it out throughout the rest of the games? It's not best of 5, it's not best of 7, so it's very easy to completely lock a hero out for your opponent for the whole series.
Yeah, even the Direnje got slipped past by as well. But you know what? It's a best of 3 series. At the end of the day, we might see those heroes being picked up later on. I wouldn't be surprised that if we see some of the top power picks as well, like a Sangfei being deployed too. So that's something that we want to keep an eye on, including the Dharma, which is, I would say, at this point, globally one of the highest bans of them all as well. So it's something I want to look forward to. What other heroes that do you think you personally want to see coming into game number 2?
I think that really depends on the draft first, because to give you a proper answer, is it always a good mix of S tier heroes versus like some of A tier? You know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to be like all full S. You're going to be losing the rest of your juice to the series, right? So I think I can start having some of my predictions after seeing maybe like the first 2 picks. Then I see what's good to supplement it, right? There's still Lady Sun available. There's Chano available. There is worst case Direnje. Like I said, farm lane is always supplemental because that depends on how the early game scales. So who dictates the early game. It's your junglers, it's your mid, how they're going to rotate. So more so than ever, we want to see what kind of utilities the mid will have. So far, we've seen the Yixing and the Lady Zhen already. We do have the likes of Gun and Mo Frost, as well as I would argue Nua, even though I haven't seen it that much anymore, right? Because Nua is more like a win more hero. So a lot of things. I feel like Honor of Kings has such a wide hero pool that caters to so many different type of play styles. And of course, we're gonna come to the next Pandora's box, right? You pick the hero, but can you execute it? Can the enemy team allow you to execute that team comp?
Oh yeah, it's also dependent on the pilot, right? The user himself is able to execute certain things needed by a particular hero. But if I were to answer my own question, I would like to see in competitive here in the WKS the Hou Yi pick that comes up with a win. Yeah.
Hou Yi with a win.
I know the Hou Yi in general across multiple regions have not had the best of win rates. In fact, like if you were to reference like the MKL, it's like a 0% win rate out of like what, 5 or 6 picks at this point. But I would love to see the Hou Yi perform well in a competitive setting. So yeah, if I would have a wish list, Hou Yi, let's go.
Oh, I mean, okay, sure. In terms of farm lane, we see some memes coming up, like a tank Hou Yi, get a little bit of damage, and then all he needs to do is just not die, right, in a team fight. So, okay, I mean, if you want to put a Hou Yi and a Luban side by side, I'll go for the Hou Yi. He does have a utility in terms of the Burning Sun arrow, so got that going for him, right? Anything goes, buddy. This is the Wildcard series.
Dude, you just took it up like 5 notches, right? I was like, Hou Yi? Farm lane, you know, like how a Hou Yi is supposed to be, and you just took it up like 5 notches. Like you want to see a Hou Yi tag, like really, bro? But okay, to be fair, if that does come out like a Hou Yi tag paired with a Luban, well,
I can retire.
I'm all in for it, right? Like, or maybe we're out of here.
Yeah, we're just out of here. Like I will literally take my headset, like pop, peace. Deuce. But nah, there's so many things that I also would love to see, by the way, while we are on this interesting topic, right? We are setting up for game number 2 between Ebel and looking for Orc, but it's always interesting to theory craft a little bit. Because we don't really have that much details on these players. We are seeing them for the first time on broadcast, and this is where they craft their stories. So now we know certain characteristics of how they play. It's a little bit linear. I want to see them really toss the tempo out of the park by completely knocking some of the sense out of the enemy team. What are the things that can really, really change the tempo of a team fight? Like for the sake of like, you know, a Jing, you know, or a Han Xin. Something that really, really just switches it up.
Ooh. A Han Xin farm lane. I believe we saw that in the East region recently as well. So,
okay.
And I believe it was Genji that actually picked it, and they actually won that game. So, you know what? Han Xin on the farm lane, I'm digging that at this point.
I've seen a Dr. Bien farm lane.
Creative picks, right? Rather than a linear pick, like how we saw, it's like, oh, when you see, oh, this hero goes to this lane, okay, that hero goes to that lane, okay, that's just by the book.
Yeah, exactly.
Now it's time to flip the pages, turn the book upside down.
No, not just that, by the way. I want to talk a little bit about the opportunities of a Dr. Bien farm lane. I didn't believe in it, but when I saw it, I'm like, yeah, okay, this is more valid than a Hou Yi tank. But the damage really, really scales. The poison, the damage over time ticks. And I'm actually not sure if that's considered a debuff that could be cleansed, you know? But this is more like in-game mechanics. It's very interesting to explore. So when we come down to this draft, remember, this is not a best of 5. It's only a best of 3. So picks are very limited, and every team's got to make each count. They don't really have to stretch it out to 5 games. They really just got to full send into this. Especially now knowing Ebel is down 1 game already from looking from Orc.
Ooh, and it was quite a storm as well. So
yeah.
They might want to try to find their way by going for comfort picks instead of something explorative. If any team were to go for something unusual or unorthodox, for that matter, it will be LFO. But do they want to take that risk? Because if you can't think about it, another thing that's on the line here, Zeno, is that this is the lower bracket. So if you slip up, that's it. So likely when I see LFO just going for something linear, comfort, they know they can win sort of strat.
Well, I'm just worried because they went with one of the best comps that I can think of, right? Dahlia, they could cleanse 3 really, really strong ults that never really came to light. So now I'm worried because in wait, sorry. Oh yeah, that was Ebel, correct. So looking for Orc, by the way, now since they have at least one more game to play things around. Would they want to take the risk, right? Like, we haven't really seen, unorthodox things like Zhou Yu so far, or like things like Shangguan. And Dolia is available for looking for org, so why not just take that up? Not being the first pick, of course, because it kind of like telegraphs certain things, and they usually got to be second pick. One interesting thing to note, though, Cloud, is that I realized in the Asian region, Red Team generally had a higher win rate. I think it was like a 60-40 or something. So it turns out, actually, responding picks versus pick priority is the way to go here in Asia.
Or maybe red is just good luck, It's something that I wear in my festival. So just saying, right? Just say. I mean, if you believe in superstition or culture, whatever you want to call it, that's cool, right? But yeah, maybe it's a thing. I don't know. But I like that they put up a good point on the LFO. They do have the option to pick the Dolia.
Yeah.
So that is going to be a big impact because they can go for the Dolia plus, well, you got the Elaine, you got the Lone, you got the Dune sort of type of combo, lots of options there. And also, I also want to put it out there, I mentioned about the Hou-Yi earlier on, you mentioned about the Dolia. Dolia Hou-Yi combo, double burning sun arrow. Let's go.
At that point, are you doubling down the same target, or are you spreading your wings, no pun intended, spreading it thin so that you can actually have a higher chance to hit one target? I don't know. We're tunneling too much into this Hou-Yi here, Sir Cloud. I see where you're going at here, and honestly, if it comes out, I'm treating it to a very nice dinner. But before that, though, okay, it's a matter of fact that can they actually risk it? Because you yourself brought up a good point. It's the lower bracket series. If it's upper bracket, you want to meme around, I'm all up for it, right? I'll just sit here and be like, yeah, it's just content at this point. It's S tier content. But you want to be safe, right? Early on, Mayan slipped past. You talked about it a little bit already. Dianri sort of slipped past as well. So they have some of these things to move around with. And I talked about like you gotta kind of combine some of these S tier heroes with A tier and sometimes a situational pick. Fuzu was one of a situational pick, by the way. And I'm happy to see the likes of Liu Bang with Nerza, these weird combinations coming out. It's gimmicky, but it's also fun to watch, as you might say.
Well, you know what other pick would be gimmicky is the Athena. Picking the Athena as just go in the jungle and
no.
If that happens, oh man, I'll be so tilted if I'm a player. It's like, how do I deal with this Athena just invading my jungle? It's like this pesky fly that just doesn't want to leave the house.
114 Athena in MKL, Malaysia's King League, that got MVP, by the way, guys.
Yeah,
no,
MVP.
don't. Wait, well, they did a good video about it, right? Like, this is only workable with a practice team comp because when you do something, there has to be a reason why you're doing it. So if you're doing it in in rank or even normal games for that matter, you can explore the reasoning because the passive is so strong, gives you the kind of vision, right? What are you going to do with that? In a game of Honor of Kings, it's always what do you do with information at hand, with the results at hand? How do you convert that into the final crystal destruction of the enemy team? And MKL showed it, 114 Athena, and he got the MVP. Shout out to the rating system for Honor of Kings. I don't know how he did it, but they got it right.
Well, I did objectively, I did discuss that point with some people, and the one that makes the most sense for me is that just ignore the Athena. Like, he will be in your jungle, he'll be going around. What can he do? He has no damage, he can't steal away your objectives. Okay, he might bring a smite, and that's pretty much about it, but that's not like the biggest factor. So just ignore him and just jungle invade the other side like you're like 5v4. And the Athena exists.
I would beg to differ though. Athena being if it's just a roam with heal and stuff, yeah, you're griefing at that point. But Athena with a smite is almost like a Zhang Fei because it's very hard to kick her out of the jungle, and if you time your smites wrongly, she's gonna steal it away from you. And that's a lot of EXP gone from your jungler, gone from your clash lane. You know what I'm saying? That goes to say like why certain clash lanes they pick smite, because they want to contest and take out some of these important jungle creeps. They will scale in terms of the EXP. Trust me, it shows. It works in competitive. It works in rank. After all, this game is dictated by usually the jungle.
Sorry, people. I'm trying to be positive. I'm trying to be positive about how do you deal with the Athena. So okay, any team just pick the Athena, you're guaranteed a one game win.
I know you're trying to No. Okay, you're discouraging, but I'm giving out some solid points on why it could work for people out there who's wondering why it could work. And then Sir Cloud is kind of being the the big father of the scene, be like, son, sit down. You got to sit down back to reality. This is a jungle. You're playing Clash. It's already griefable, but explore, right? Even though some of these heroes are cut they're really not set in stone in terms of roles, right? But they can be explored around depending on team composition. It's 5 players team. It's not a one-man team. So do it around. I know we kind of on a tangent a little bit, guys. I'm so sorry about that. We are still looking for Org and Able to set things up. We're facing some sort of technical difficulty. So Sir Cloud, I understand we got to have 4 games here today. For those of you guys who just tuned in, that right there is Sir Cloud, by the way, with me. My name is Zeno Viper. We're going to bring you day number 1 of a Wildcard King series, and this is just the basically the qualifiers to get into one of the top 2 slots available up there in the official qualifier series.
Yeah, on top of the moolah itself. Yeah, and of course, yeah, it's 2 slots, cool. But the motivation, the extra motivation will be that $1,000 for the champion of the qualifiers. Man, that is a good amount of money there on the line for all these teams. So I really can't wait to see, because at this point, right, even in the qualifiers, we do have teams that are really strong. Some of them do have a long reputation within the Honor of Kings esports scene, and that includes Fearless Esports. If you have been following, you might have seen them from our previous series before. But anyway, looks like we're gonna take a short break, So we will be seeing you guys after this break.
Yep, for game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
With his skill 2, Baichi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Baichi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Whew, 10 minutes.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow.
Right back.
Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter-sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
All right, there, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. We are back for more of these qualifiers for the Wildcard King series. My name is Xeno Viper, and with me right there, it's gonna be Sir Cloud. Have you enjoyed your break so far?
Oh yeah, absolutely, and I can't wait to get things started again, but also to announce to everyone as well why we had a small delay. It's because that there is a mini patch that caused the delay, but it's all sorted out now, and we're ready to get back into the game.
Not just mini patch. Remember, the season just ended, by the way, for ranks. So there's a lot of things that just came up that some of them were hot fixes, as I would say. So the patch is done. We are ready for game number 2's draft. As a reminder, between Ebel and LFO, where LFO already stole one away.
Oh yeah, and we're gonna see obviously a very different draft because this is the global band pick, and we're gonna start off with the Dia, the Menki band. Earlier on, the Zhangfei and also the Dharma was banned, but we're gonna see a very different set of bands this time, including the Yixing. Mine's open, Zhangfei's open, Dharma's open. Yep, definitely gonna be taken.
Their first ban though, maybe it's like the I pick first and always ban it out the rest of the game. But Menki being first ban is always very interesting. And LFO's been banned out for the Menki. I don't know if Ebel did some homework and find out that they have a really strong Menki player. I have no clue. But this time round, it's LFO getting their hands on the Arlie again? Wait, was that allowed? They got Arlie last game. Huh? They had Arlie last game.
I believe so.
We will get back to you on that. Anyway, back to the drafts though. I like how you were touching base on the Dharma a lot. The impact is massive, especially in terms of like crowd control, and his sustainability is strong. So I like to see that coming up. It's more sustained. That's Zhangfei coming out now. I like Abel's draft from the get-go here. LFO a little bit more skill shot heavy, but this could be a redeeming factor for Ebel.
Wow, and I really like the Lianpo pick as well. It's like the other roam tank that can protect your marksman, especially. So there's going to be a good one. Interesting. Okay, I'm interested to see like what sort of spell will the Zhangfei go. Is he still going to keep this heal? Because it's common for us to see in competitive setting at least that the Zhangfei goes for his smite. So the team has a double smite, giving the potential of taking away the tyrants or the overlord, depending on which objective that they're going for. So I would like to see that if he's going to keep that one. But for me personally, I play a different spell for Zhangfei. I played the stun. I find that kind of useful, but these are the competitive players anyway, so it will be interesting to see what sort of strategy are they going to come up with.
For a roam to be able to freely go about in jungle, you got to make sure both your marksman and your mid lane is self-sustaining, right? You can clear those lanes quickly for the roam to be able to do these kind of tactics. So coming out to the second banning phase already here, you want out of the picture. We talked a bit about Princess Frost in the first game. They realized that LFO is a lot of those. They need the follow-ups to crowd control because Lianpo is already pretty strong in that aspect. Nuwa came out. We thought it was going to be a rare pick, but it is coming out for LFO right now. And it's also because the second banning phase, it's literally almost a mirror pick, almost keyword. So that's why a lot of these mid laners being banned out. So they had to subscribe to this Nuwa. I don't think it's the first choice though.
Yeah, I think the Nuwa is a good flex as well, right? So in case that you are pushed back into your own base, the Nuwa can quickly clear off the waves. A very strong defensive sort of hero. It's also very strong offensively as well, especially with the Annihilation, able to deal that burst damage that you need to, maybe not necessarily to take out the tanks, which is like a Zhangfei or maybe like a Dharma, but it is to get to your backline, so the Darren J will need to stay clear out of that.
Not just that, I think it's a very good follow-up to Mai Yin as well, now that I think about it, because usually when Mai Yin is in, no one's in with her. So Emergence could do some work for that. Let's see how the Nuwa combos well. And we see very two unorthodox picks for Ebel. Sima Yi coming up here with the Diao Chan for the mid lane, I think. For mid lane Intimidate, I think it's still valid, but I'm just really interested to see how she would build this, because there's a lot of versatile items for Diao Chan we rarely see. And there's a lot of magic damage already coming out from the Sima Yi, so Diao Chan has that flexibility to go super tank or a little bit more damage.
Ooh, and the last pick by LFO. This is a power pick here. The Luna is a power pick. Okay, I'm going to put this into perspective, right? Who has the right CC to stop the Luna? I don't see that. This is going to be a big problem. They will need to somehow suppress the Luna, not allow the Luna to scale, maybe by just doing the very early jungle invasion sort of strat, they can do that with the Zhangfei because if
Yep.
they allow the Luna to just scale, they have no way to lock down the Luna.
Oh yeah, you are absolutely right because there's no real reliable stuns as well. Dharma Zhangfei, they're a little bit more delayed and the skill shot heavy, right? And that's only one CC. Where's going to be the follow up? That depends on how nimble that this Luna is going to play. Right? Is it going to be really slippery or is it going to be easily caught? We saw that performance in game 1. I think of their capability. So now that you mention it, I'm actually feeling that LFO's draft is actually pretty good.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I do second that as well. But maybe when I see an upset here, ladies and gentlemen, as we head on to game number 2 between Ebel versus Looking for All.
Do or die now. By the way, Cloud for Ebel, right? Zero, can he bring it to a game 2? You're gonna find out here. This is the laning, as you can see. The actually follow up the Harley to be at mid so that the Maple Dance can clear out the mid pretty quick. They will throw the Luna down at bottom though. I actually do like this matchup because in a way, Luna can outrange the Direnjie. Sorry,
so
not Luna,
least...
Nua. My apologies.
Oh yeah, Nua and Luna. Okay, I get it. Don't worry. But at least this time when it comes to like the lane matchup, like what you said, the Direnjie isn't the longest range sort of hero, so he needs to like sort of like keep his distance. As for going up against a Nua, yeah, you'll definitely be able to put him at his place all the way at the back. But I really want to see how Ebel will be able to deal with the Luna because at this moment, no aggressive move by Ebel. They're allowing the Luna to farm at least within the first minute.
Yeah, so both of these games that happened so far, there were not really much jungle invasions early on to skew the tempo of the junglers. They just play linearly, take out the first 2 buffs, and then appear on lane. And speaking of appear on lane, now that's mid, the Sima Yi might just find an initiation onto the lane. He does get himself out though, so no real initiation, just coming in and get a little bit of that vision.
Yeah, you don't want to all in onto the Lianpo, right? That is the last thing that you want to do, especially in that kind of matchup. You're 2v2, but you start off with a tank and a full health. Not the right move, but glad that they did not commit fully onto the Lianpo. So at least is okay for now. Anyway, he's playing the tank frontliner role, opening up the space. So he saw that rotation by Coco Fu going towards the mid side.
Yeah, that little bit of push up in mid as well allowed the Luna to actually get the top sprite, by the way, so that's extra gold. Free TP down at mid as well to just clear this lane. There actually could be a lot of trouble, but I think they would just steal out this small little camp. I'm not sure if Ebel actually got that one though.
Yeah, that happened quickly. But anyway, even if we got it, like it's a small factor as of now, and there's still a lot more time to the game. And when it comes to like the current farming capability, LFO a little bit ahead, but 200 gold, not much of a difference.
Yeah, so the Diao-chan is almost like a newer pick, right? It's kind of make or break, because if she pops off, she really pops off. If not, she's easily shut down, in which way I think now, for the first time, I would say the game could actually come down to the battle of the farm laners, but that really depends, because both teams have fair magic damage capabilities, as you can see, right? Nua Luna, as well as the Sima Yi and stuff. So how would they transition the tempo, like maybe the next 5-6 minutes in, will determine the pace of the game.
Yeah, because you cannot allow the Luna as well to just do his own thing, right? That's going to be the demise if it goes towards the, not even the late game, like the mid stages of the game. They're going to have a big trouble because again, the problem is that with this draft, they don't have a solid lockdown for the Luna. Well, unless they're able to suppress all the other heroes except for the Luna, just push everyone back, the Luna alone might not be enough. That might be the case for them.
Yeah, after the emergence coming in, just to scout a little bit, they are congregating out at bottom on the side of LFO. Tower could go down in the next probably 20 seconds though, because they are ready for the 4-minute mark where the tower defense actually drops, but they could relegate to the dragons instead, and that's exactly where LFO will be going.
Both sides really respecting each other. Now that the Tyrant is up, let's see who will show each other the respect. Coco Fu with the heal. He does not have a smite together with him. Not a typical Zhangfei spell in a tournament setting, so he does not have that capability to challenge for the first Tyrant.
Yeah, I would literally love to have seen him having that smite, right? So they can contest that Luna, because if that Luna goes out of control, it's kind of scarier than a Sima Yi. Sima Yi, yeah, you can just get into enemy backlines and just like start shredding, but Luna has mobility. But it's pretty rare to see Sima Yi in certain tournaments sometimes, so it's pretty hard to gauge on how his tempo will transition, right? Because he is pretty strong in his own right, he has a lot of mobility as well. So I think it just comes down to the team fights. We are moving down 5 minutes into the game with no first blood just yet, Cloud.
Yeah, that's a good point on the Sima Yi, right? And he scales very well into the late game as well. But same goes for the Luna. So, putting that into perspective, that kind of sounds like this game is determined by the two junglers, like who can outplay each other.
I think everyone just goes resistant boots, yes? Everyone goes resist boots, magic resist boots, so, you know, with the durability against magic damage, and then plus you get a CC reduction. I'm not sure how Honor of King calls it, but regardless though, there's still a lot of options to explore around, even though they do have even levels on each other already. It's still pretty even, 15 to 15, as you can tell, but it's for slightly small initiation.
Ooh, last hit onto the Luna, but then again, he managed to slip away underneath the active tower that's still there. So
Red
up to
team
the
has
coming to the
destroyed
6
a
minute,
tower.
still no first blood yet.
That's right. Sima Yi doesn't have his charges though, so his attacks are not melee. By the way, that's how his attack works. But they will not let up. They're just gonna keep roaming around the rivers just to get this kind of vision until they can finally score a first blood. So what's the factors here that might score a first blood? I don't think at this point it's overextension, but I feel like it has to be an ambush.
Ooh, wow, an ambush. Now that
It's
could
Sima Yi,
happen
right?
if they're able to jungle invade, right? But so far, not yet. Hoping for the first blood here by LFO, but because it's a Zhangfei, Kokofu is tank enough, the Annihilation was sent across, but it did not deal enough damage to any of them at the bottom.
Yep, so Mayan interestingly has already taken out the first the tier 1 tower up at top, so the Dharma was free to kind of TP bottom and defend the Ebel's lane itself. But they're still there, they just want to make sure that they get these tier 1s first before Ebel does, okay? So LFO is not leaving the bottom lane just yet. He might be joined by the Sima Yi though, who could actually out-lane. He's got to be watching their positioning here.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Sima Yi's positioning, right? Like Apple's there, but I don't think he has skill enough yet. Yes, he's at level 10. Okay, let's get a gauge of his capability, but so far no engagement by both sides. This is an even more chiller game as compared to the first game.
You thought first game was chill, right, ladies and gentlemen? If you tuned in, I think we got some initiation or whatever. It's gonna be locking up the Diao Chan. Still not enough as a burst though. She is a little tanky in her own right, despite not having that much items yet, but a separate skirmish down at bottom.
Yeah, speak about tankiness, that is the Zhangfei absorbing all that damage down to 50% of health. Now rotation's coming in. Roselia is there. He saw Elise in the bush, so a bit of an off timing there, but then again, well, the tank Elise just did what he did. But whoa, okay, that was a quick one there to take down Roselia.
And the best part was, he actually flashed when Mayin was actually like vaulting over him. So it was like a free flash for the Mayin, interestingly enough. But the initiation is cut into two. Sima is engaging up with the blue. Luna's in a lot of trouble.
But the Luna stole away the buff, I believe.
Oh yeah, you're right. So, yep, I guess in terms of the new moon, that's more superior than the Sima Yi's Death's Descent, in which we haven't seen that just yet. But please, it's about time.
It's about time till they engage here in the Tyrant. But without a double smite, Ebel, we need to just take this fight head on. But
yeah,
looks like LFO, they're not interested to take the Tyrant fight yet. They want to take the fight underneath the tower at the farm lane. We might see the next kill here with Unbridled Outburst being deployed. They managed to defend themselves underneath the tower to get Ellis instead.
Oh, the Death Descent actually went wide, by the way. Regardless, it's still a first blood onto Elise, despite being just a roam. And now second Tyrant is up already, trying to snipe it out from the Nuwa, but Yos will actually miss that. So, so far it's going to be a 1-2-1, and they are still on an even scoreline. Both these teams, both Myanmaris, by the way, they're still really duking it out. It's hard to tell which side of the coin is going to face.
Well, it could probably be hard to tell if Roselia will survive that at some point, but he managed to get away. But at the bottom, looks like Abel lost another player there. The marksman is out.
So far, it's been a 1-for-1 trade every single time. Okay, not really trade, but I'm holding that thought there's going to be another initiation. And so far, it hasn't been too hot on this Sima Yi in terms of kills.
Yeah, that's true. But that might scale soon, right? Now we are going to hit the 10-minute mark in about 30 more seconds. And with the bottom tower down, that will open up a lot more space to LF4 to get into the jungle side of Ebel. And we can expect a lot more engagement from here onwards. Speaking about engagement, it could be one onto Kukufu. Kukufu's the one in trouble by the top. And engagement onto the Clash Laner. And Sima Yi Apple has to step away.
Oh gosh, so using Death Descent to actually get away rather than to initiate is the worst thing that can happen as a Sima Yi, right? You want to initiate it with that, you want to get into the enemy backlines, but Apple can't get that window. And right now, as the clock literally ticks, all these tyrants, all these dragons coming up, LFO in a fantastic spot to steal out all these objectives and translate those into dragon kills. They might even get 2, to be fair.
Yeah, who needs the Tyrant, right? When you're able to get those buffs away for the hands of Ebel. But this Tyrant is now up for grabs. Okay, Elise is going to open up the space.
Yep,
Try to lure out the members of Ebel.
Getting a bit of division, but that's solo by the way.
Oh,
Big
here
stun.
comes! Can he actually get the Overlord and the Cruiser get down towards Apple, sacrificing himself to get that Overlord. But the fight's not over yet. You can see that the Unbridled Outburst is also deployed. Annihilation from the other side will not connect to anyone at all.
Yeah, but at what cost though? I would agree that it's actually good considering that Sima Yi has not been hot in terms of kills, but getting that Overlord is going to be big. They will get a bit of window to breathe in terms of like lane pushes so that they can focus on the other objectives and maybe try to get some kills. So in return, LFO will try to change their focus onto the Tyrant. In hindsight, that might be better because they are very team fight relentless, I guess, to go into it. The Arlie, by the way, in case we haven't seen the gold, she's farming.
Oh, here comes the emergence. It's going to be a 3v1 onto Roselia. Roselia extended his stay and will pay for it. Annihilation from the other side onto Lord JTR. Lord JTR, lucky enough, he has backup from Kukufu, but he still has to step away to safety. At the bottom, we see a 1v1. Ooh, it's not looking good here for Jie. Jie is the one in trouble, but no overextension by his opponent.
Yeah, the Sima Yi is in light though. He actually flicks it in. Of course, silence a little bit, but he won't get out. The Lianpo will re-engage though.
But small re-engagement, his teammates are no longer there, so they will not follow up.
Yeah, that's fine. They had to kind of focus their main objective here, which is to take out this Shadow Van card here. Okay, but all things considered, they are kind of translating a little bit of the kills, and Ebel is surprisingly holding up pretty well. It's going to be some time before the D-Range there will come online, but right now, peak in terms of Mr. Wu on that Arlie, she is doing a lot of damage. She needs to start getting these kills now before Ebel recovers.
Here comes the jungle 1v1. Apple versus Golden Rain. At the same time in the middle, Unbridled Outburst will be used. But is it at the right timing? Now without the Unbridled Outburst, LFO knows that they can engage anytime.
Yeah, using it defensively is not how you're going to do it as a Zhang Fei, right? A lot of the big impactful spells of Ebel is being used defensively, and that just cuts out a lot of their damage capabilities to engage.
Oh no, speaking about engagement here, onto Roselia. Enough for Australia, he's still okay underneath the tower, but can't say the same for Lord JTR! All the way to the back without the marksman, no damage output. Oh no, this is turning from bad to worse here for Ebel.
Yeah, Maya getting serious by the way, looking to re-engage once again though, but look at those whatevers, he's just skipping out. She's not dealing damage, that CC immune as well, and the heal. Dude, by the way, I'd say that this mine is MVP. She's been getting to the backlines of Ebel time and time again, and taking out this long GTR.
And there goes the mid tower. Now LFO, they have absolute access into the jungle side of Ebel. I mean, if we kind of look at the current situation, right? Like, what do you think is the comeback potential for Ebel?
Their goal lead is actually not that far ahead for LFO. So all things considered, if Ebel just gets 1 or 2 good team fights, they are back in this game. But they can't find those team fights, and I'm not sure what kind of a gap that they're missing here. They have the tanks, they have the capabilities, they just need to commit one engage up front, and then allow Sima Yi to just def descent on the backline, right? So, I don't know, it's just not enough.
Oh, well, you asked for an engagement, you're getting it now. LFO just lost one player into the hands of Ebel. And that was thanks to Roselia opening up that fight. That is the opening that they're looking for.
Yep, you got that Dharma, you gotta start with those mantras. Right? And then finally a Death Descent gets value. That's how you want to take out the backline of Arlie, which is the easiest to take out. And right now, probably a little bit of engagement up at Luna here. She's been so far going on like bouts, 1v1 with players, but we haven't seen those flashy hot kills as what we see. does. So whether she's got the window is a
Overlord
different
has
question.
been
But
defeated.
we see Luna, we want to see Flash.
Oh, I'm keeping an eye on to Luna though. Look at this. Okay, Luna is going to play the rat. Can he actually get it? Yep, he will. But now it's all about survivability for the Luna. Unbridled outburst.
Destroyed a tower.
Misses and she gets away again. That's the power of New Moon. That's why she's getting banned out time and time again in the Asian scene. These are all towers down, sub 15 minutes in already, and finally, late game phase in, almost Tyrant though. This, kind of agree that it was kind of stalemate earlier on, but this game is ending out a little
Dark
bit
Tyrant
later
has
than the
been
game. So,
defeated.
no, then the last game. I apologize.
Well, now without the unbridled outburst, LFO, they know that they can go all in. Just waiting for the right moment, waiting for the right timing. Elise is there all alone though, but hey, anyway, he can get away to safety. He's a big boy, he'll be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the same thing. Like, I really think Lianpo and Zhang Fei are brothers in another life because they just do the same thing.
Well, let's see who will be the blood brothers here. Who will protect who?
Yeah.
Almost an engagement in the middle. Annihilation down the mid lane. Lots of damage onto Jie. Almost got a kill onto him.
Yeah, it's surprising because when we talk about the Nua pick earlier on, it's like a win more, or something that can be really, really impactful in terms of utility. But so far, I felt like her impact is not that great. Speaking of which, we do have the emergence to just get a little bit of vision. But so far, as a utility mage, maybe yours is already doing the best he can. But I really think so far, the MVP so far has been the Mayan to lock down these skills up at top. Up in the backlines, yeah.
And now the Mayan is playing at the bottom. So let's see what sort of tricks will the Mayan pull off her sleeve. But in the middle, Ebel is so protective of their mid tower. If this mid tower goes down, they will be forced to push back into their base.
Yeah, the Ebel has to worry about two people coming to their backlines. Actually, the Luna and the Mayin. It's not just Mayin, by the way. So, even though the Mayin is free to roam about and kill, they have to wait for the Tempest buff to disappear, which it actually did. So they can take this time to actually snipe out the back again. Do the same thing with the Death Descent, but all their eyes are always on the Sima Yi, which is spending so much time to clear out the top lane. He can't find the window to get another initiation.
Yeah, because of that, they gave the opportunity to Engar, right, to push out the bottom lane. Just putting extra pressure all on the opposite side. Hoping for Ebel to switch their attention to maybe the side lane so that they can get the mid tower.
Yeah, it's not completely over yet though. They will spot a straggling Dharma in here. Flash will be committed to get out, but Sima Yi looking to re-engage, but immediately disengages knowing the team is not right there.
Yeah, they're not in the right position to re-engage as well, so they have to let this opportunity go. Anyway, the mid tower still stands as of now. Ebel really don't want to let that one go.
Yeah, and that's only tier 2 by the way. We still have to worry that, Clash Lane tier 3 is down, so at this point they would probably be just playing for final objectives. Tempest is coming up in the next 3 minutes or so, and Ebel is honestly not too far behind despite the fact of the amount of kills that they're lacking. So, as I mentioned, it's just partially Luna that's not getting as much kills as I would hope, so this is the window that Ebel can exploit.
Well, but we're going to see potentially a kill at the bottom, and that's going to be the Mayan. Engar gets a rampage onto Apple. What a bad timing to lose your jungler.
Boy, that Mayan has that Demon Bane, by the way, so that just gives him more tank ability against the Sima Yi and the Diao Chan. Very, very good item being picked up there. And it's amazing to see Diao Chan being 0-0-0. So, is she a frontline? Is she the one that's doing the magic DPS? I'm not too sure. Everything's blurred out at the moment.
Oh, but underneath the tower, looks like the engagement will continue on by LFO. They managed to get the Zhang Fei. Not only that, they managed to get Lord JTR as well. Only 2 players left for the side of Ebel. At this current point, the tower will definitely go down to the hands of LFO. There's nothing that Ebel can do about this. They're not able to do anything. In fact, LFO potentially will get another kill. Here comes the emergence. It got cancelled out, and they don't need to further engage. All they need to do right now is to wait for all the lanes to shove in.
And they shook it all off with 0 casualties. LFO, everyone is still alive. And the tower looking like to go down here. Lempo looking at engage and probably just drop down here, yeah?
There goes another one. It's all open right now for LFO to wrap things up. It's probably just a matter of time now that the crystal is out. And LFO will win the series 2-0.
All right, would you say it's clean? Not really, but would you say it was fantastic? I say it is, right? They just played it slowly. They didn't want to take too much risk, going into the likes of Ebel. So, same. If you want to go back to the graphs, you would see it was always gradual and nothing ever tilted to the side of Ebel here. So, well played. I think it's super fantastic. Ebel is unfortunately going to be knocked out of the lower bracket series already. But hey, I'm all out for the redemption arcs, right? So, LFO will be moving forward to meet up with the winners of match number 2 later. But man, Sir Cloud, this is a way to start the first day of this qualifiers.
Oh yeah, and the fact that the Luna actually played like a slightly different style, we're used to seeing like the Luna playing like an assassin style, like joining team fights, get the kills in, or even getting the last hits in, and so on and so forth. But this Luna is playing all by herself. It's like, okay, guys, boys, you guys group up 4 together. I'll just do my thing at the side lane. Got the earliest objective, the third tower out at the top. He was just playing in his own world at some point.
So we want to come back to the discussion whether or not the Arlie was actually supposedly only picked for the first game. But in that case, though, we will let the officials decide. But regardless, it is a win, and they will have to decide on the back end to see what the results would be. But we are moving forward here. 2-0, clean. We don't doubt LFO's performance level. It does show there is a big disparity in terms of the not just goals, but the kills and objectives here. So everything just started collapsing. It was another linear game, just like game number 1, and the result is just straightforward.
Yeah, and our MVP this time is going to be the Arlie. Okay, Mr. Ogwe with a 314. And if we were to look at other interesting numbers, okay, we don't get to see this all the time, right? Like normally you would see like a Luna getting the kills in, but this is a 005 Luna. But objective game face of Luna, because he contributed big towards getting the top tower down.
Not just the top tower, by the way. You have to understand the utility of it as well, right? When she exists, she will pull 2-3 members of Ebel in to try to respond to her, and she gets out scot-free. That's why she's 0 and 5. So it's the kind of macro play that she's like kind of forcing Ebel to kind of respond, and in the end opens up all these holes that LFO can exploit, in which way Mayin just keep getting in the back line. I was actually surprised that Mayin did not get that MVP right there, but as you can see, like so much team fighting coming out from LFO's side, and they always get to convert that into kills most of the time. But at the final straw that just broke was just at that base, where Ebel was just losing members left and right, and LFO was just standing strong like the foundation of bricks.
Yeah, it was kind of stable, like up to the mid stages of this game, right? And you then point out that, the goal gap is not that big. One good team fight, one good pick off, they could make a comeback, and so on and so forth. But the team fight did not happen for Ebel. It was always like LFO making those engagements, starting off the team fight. So Ebel, they were not able to find a team fight opportunity against LFO.
I think it's fair game to say that it's not that Ebel didn't try, but like they were so overwhelmed, because I spotted there were a couple of these windows that they could have started the initiation first, like take the risk, like what's afraid of dying, what's afraid of trading, what's the worst that can happen, 2-4-2, right? But you gotta understand the strength of your comp as well. You are scaling more towards the late game compared to LFO, right? You got Sima Yi, you got Direnjie. Arlie falls off very, very late. So, and they were already playing into the super late game. So, I think they didn't understand the timings of their heroes so far, and they didn't get to convert that into a favorable result. So, what that happens is that LFO gets to move on, and we probably have to say goodbye to Ebel today.
Yeah, and it was just unfortunate that we didn't get to see the best of Sima Yi as well, like going around the map, like just wrecking havoc onto the backline and things like that. So, yeah, but hopefully we get to see maybe more Sima Yis in the upcoming matches, because Sima Yi is always this interesting hero that can just appear at a glance.
Yeah, and he kind of like ports around a little bit, because when he's passive or is active, sort of his passive, he kind of swipes, right? His guy just disappears behind people, and it's really hard to like track him down. Almost like a pseudo high frame rate hero like a Mayin or a Mai Shiranui, but he has his interesting position in Honor of Kings. So I echo along with you. I hope to see more of that coming on soon. We also hope to see more of the likes of things like Nua, Agudo, not really the S tier picks, but supplements very well in terms of team composition. So we're going to set up for the match number 2. I hope you guys are still, pounding up the day. This is only a Friday here, and we have so much more Honor of Kings WKS in the next few weeks as well.
Yeah, next up, it will be Zen Nothing Syndicate versus Mystic Maverick. Again, this is also a lower bracket match. So at the end of the best of 3 series coming up next, a team unfortunately will go home. So it's a match that you don't want to miss out as well.
Yep. So, Cloud, I think for the first game series, it actually has been pretty solid. We are going to take a short break while we set up for the second game of the day. And see you very soon.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WKS Spring 2025 qualifiers, and we will be watching another series that, unfortunately, a team will go out. It is the lower bracket, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my wonderful buddy here, Xeno Viper, will be your casters for today. What do you make of the next match, my man?
I don't know, man. We saw a clean 2-0 from the first game run today as well in the lower bracket run. I'm hoping for a 2-1. After all, I feel like all the teams deserve a fair chance in terms of that trade-offs, right? We've seen almost like a stomp, but not really. That was between Ebel and looking for Org. And now we do have another Myanmar team, but it's going up against a Singaporean team up here in the lower brackets.
Ooh, and it's touted as the team to watch. So it's going to be interesting to see what sort of performance will they put out here, ladies and gentlemen. And we also want to put it out there to every one of you who's currently watching as well, that when it comes to the draft, it is a standard draft, meaning that all these teams can pick pretty much any hero that they want, even though if they use that hero in the first game into the second game too. Now, before we head on to the match, this is a little bit of a recap of our current bracket.
Yep, so the winner of match 2 is gonna go or is gonna move forward, of course, to match 6, but today's games are going to only be focused as what you can see on match 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we have some upper bracket Honor of Kings for you today after this. So sit tight, there's a lot of things to do today, okay? But bear in mind that these are best of 3s, as you could see there. There's no best of 5, no best of 7 here today. This is only the qualifier to see who are the final 2 teams at the end of, like, I don't know, Sunday, I think, moving forward, they will join the top 6 team up there in WKS.
Yes, and we'll also find out who will be the qualified champion that will take home $1,000 together with them. So a lot is on the line here, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, the opportunity from here to the regular season, to the regular season finals, playoffs, and on to EWC. That is going to be the timeline for this season at least. And speaking about some of the teams, or the teams that will be playing after this, so we're going to have Zemno Syndicate and also Mystic Maverick. So Mystic Maverick is from the Myanmar region. So these teams, before today, they played the open qualifiers among the other teams, and obviously everyone will start on the upper bracket. And the fact that they unfortunately lost to another team at the early stages, now they're down onto the lower bracket. So at least that's an indicator that these teams have a little bit of a warm-up before today itself.
Yeah, it's good to note that I think Mystic Maverick actually went down already on round 1 itself, but then they actually won against New Era Killer, so that's why they're now moving forward to fight against Thematic Syndicate. Oh no, they actually won against Riot Esports as well. So they have one of the longest runs alongside with Ebel as well to move forward. So I think it's just tough because you don't really have that third chance already. Your lower bracket run is your second chance, right? So I think it's a lot more at stake here, trying to survive rather than like being at the top. At the top, it's a different stake. It's like, how can I continue to bring home some of that moolah? Whereas bottom is be like, is this the end of my lifeline? So a lot riding on these teams. After all, even though it's only a qualifier, I'm sure these teams are taking it super serious.
Yeah, at least for Zemno Syndicate, they won their first upper bracket match against Badland Knights, just to fall down to the lower bracket thanks to Maelstrom Catalyst. So now they're going up against Mystic Maverick. But look at the audience prediction, people. Okay, 90% to Zen Nothing Syndicate. Wow.
Okay, That goes to show our demographic as well. Hello there, everyone who's watching here today. And which is pretty rare because we also don't have a lot of Singaporean teams here in the qualifiers. So a lot of Myanmaris as well. So we're gonna spread the support pretty thin for Myanmar because hey, come on, Myanmar Pride, man, you guys have a lot of people participating. That's a lot of numbers. But hey, small region of Singapore, if they can be one of those to be joining up there within the Wildcard King series, I'm all for it because so far I believe top 6 there is no Singaporean team. Yeah. Right, yeah. There are a couple of Myanmar teams up there already, so let's see who gets to join them. I'm actually so interested though. This is only wildcard, which means it's those countries that don't really have their own king leagues or king series to represent a country. So I think all in all, it just gives more opportunities to the rest of the Asian countries, including Hong Kong and Macau, to actually have a spot to win at EWC.
And for the record, for teams from the Singaporean region, they have not made an appearance yet at the international stage. Even in the previous invitationals, whether it's S2 or S3, they have not. So who knows, right? They can be the first movers here for the Singaporean region.
Fair game.
But anyway, speaking of first movers, we're going to start off with the first draft here for game number 1. And we're going to see the Liang out.
Okay, so not a conventional first ban again, but there's kind of like forecasting on like what they want to pick, right? High frame heroes maybe. Don't see a Dong Huang, it's more like a subtle, nod to Liang not being available, but that opens the doors to like Mai, opens the doors to like Maheen, these kind of things. Even Lam. Haven't seen Lam in a while now, but will always show up once in a while.
Yeah, Lam's not like a prior pick sort of, or prior ban sort of hero, right? It's normally left like towards the later stages because it's kind of squishy.
And not
so
going,
you want to make sure that
jungle.
it's in the clear. Anyway, the power pick Luna is out early this time, including the Dolia as well. So we will not see the Dolia combo here. But the Arlie is still up for grabs. Another power pick. The Dharma is up as well. A regular first pick. Even the Sangfei too. So a lot of first pick prior options here for both sides.
Yeah, there we go. The Dharma being first, Ali immediately snapped as well without hesitation. And I'll touch base a little bit on the Liang pick as well. It could be even like a strat pick, right? Maybe they never even wanted to play Mai, but they forced ZNS to actually respond with the Mai bet just in case they get to pick it because they have prior pick. So anyway, we're responding with some of one of the combos that I really like. That's the Lady Sun and the Ming. It's pretty strong, carries on forward, very hard to deal with sometimes because of the burst. I want to see how they transition that into the late game.
Yeah, and with the fact that the Lady Sun and the Ming is going to be together at the lane, so this is going to be a babysitting strat at the farming phase, or at the laning phase that is. But because Ming is more like a protector, more like a babysitter, definitely for Mystic Maverick, they will need a strong frontliner. So expect that their jungler is going to be a tank, maybe the Algran or maybe even like a Dun. Now that the fact that the Mankey is out, it could be those or maybe even a Agudo. So those are the top 3 picks there for a tank jungler that they might come up with.
Or do they want to just go sniping? Because if Dharma gets these really out of position kills, then Lady Sun can just rolling raid, double tap. One person's off the charts, right? So the ZNS actually responded with really good picks. I like the Musashi here to kind of just get into the back line for side of MSM, but that's why you have to purify. So Zhongzhen right now is going to be very nimble, very protected by the Ming. It is this chess piece. What's the next move for ZNS here? We got the second banding phase coming out already. You talked about the All-Run. That's out of the picture. So I want to see how they respond.
And we're going to get a double smite. Looks like a setup here for Zen Nothing Syndicate. So it's going to allow them to go for objectives even better, to steal away objectives like either the Tyrant or the Overlord. They will be a strong contender for it. And maybe we're going to see the Shangguan here for Zem. That will be very interesting. So a lot of teamfight potential here that I can see. Good control, teamfight potential as well. What they could use is a backup plan. And the backup plan for Zem could come in the form of split pushing in case teamfights don't go their way.
Absolutely. I got so afraid that Maichi's going to make it a first appearance because I had no idea how it's going to turn out, right? But that's just a tease by MSM. He's going to go back to the Dune. Dune being the jungle. He clears relatively okay, but in light of Musashi could get to the lanes first, but that depends whether he gets assists. Triple smite. Hello.
Okay. I guess
Okay.
I read your mind.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. All right. I mean, they could flex here. This is the final pick. It's the thing that seals it all up, right? So what are they lacking right now? Are they lacking more follow-up? Are they lacking more defense? How do they want to clean up this comp for ZNS?
Ooh. I think what they could use is that somebody who can just charge onto the back line or try to poke from the back as well. So
That's Shangwan, man. Yeah, Shangwan's gonna go back and be like, see ya, Nara.
true.
So I think the Shangwan's really good, by the way, Cloud. Hear me out, okay? So
Okay.
if that's a purify, okay, onto Lady Sun, so what's not purifiable? Damage. So that's why I like the snipe coming in from Shangwan. If she can land those two skills onto her and separate Ming away from her, I think that would be good. So Shangwan can't do this alone because obviously Ming's just coming with free heals and stuff. I want to see how they execute this for sure. But it is so interesting to see that, you know, Ming Lady Sun come up. That means they dictate the pace and forces them. How do they respond it? Do they want to, you know, just let loose a losing lane, okay, and then funnel the rest of ZNS members to get kills on other lanes, or do they want to make sure that they always gank this farm lane or mid if they want to do a lane swap and address this Ming Lady Sun early on? Different teams,
Yeah.
different strats.
And now that the fact that you have a Ming there, right? So you might want to put your attention on the Ming first because you don't want the sustain to continue on. So the main target in a team fight has to be the Ming. The Lady Sun, you can deal with her later, especially when if you are able to snowball and the Lady Sun is not able to reach the power spike of just dishing free damage from behind.
The Ming target. But you get the point. I feel like it's the front to back, okay, for this team comp. So we'll see. But so far ZNS not really that linear. These are the things that could snipe something in the back line that's something more horrifying than a Mai Yin coming in and kicking you, right? So if you're not careful, the Shangguan is just gonna spill ink all over you and take you out. But Shangguan, almost like a Nua, it is very, very situational. If you don't get those kills, you fall off.
And I was also thinking that the Arlie is also going to be hard to catch as well. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what sort of tempo will these two teams play in game number 1.
Yep, game number 1 of basically the second series we have here for you today. All up in the brush, looking to catch an unsuspecting ZNS here. The Zhangfei is going to take some damage here. The Wind Slash actually connecting. And we got to remember, this is pretty early on. There's no heal, so if you send someone back, then you can walk from Shade back again.
Yeah, that will waste a lot of time, right? And not only in the middle, at the top as well. Lots of pressure onto Mikey, who's playing the Dharma, so he's forced back underneath his tower as well, so he might lose a few minion waves there.
I really like what MSM is doing. Jungle invades knowing that Ming and Marksman combo is so terrifying. Nothing can really stop them from like taking these neutral camps unless there are smites available, right? So the Dharma was actually forced to go back, by the way. Interestingly enough, it was a Liu Bang clash, so and he's actually doing pretty well loading out the Dharma.
Oh, but look at the bottom here. Lot of attention given towards so shiny, so strong. Oh my god, that's going to be a tongue twister there. So shiny, so strong. Say that 20 times fast.
So shiny, so strong. So shiny, so help! Okay, sorry. You got
know,
me,
right?
Cloud. But hey, I actually noticed the Shangguan and the Yuhuan being the final pick as well. So that's the thing that could, you know, sustain them going forward, because like I said, ZNS they have to focus something on a front back where they can skip the backline using the Shangguan, but you gotta be really careful because everything is down to the Ming Lady Sun combo, in which way they put a little bit more pressure onto this Arlie, forces her back. You gotta remember, Lady Sun outranges the Arlie horribly, so Arlie's not gonna have a good time.
And we can see that the Arlie is forced back at this stage, so he will lose at least maybe one wave, yeah. But then again, because you have the jump pad, so he's able to arrive quicker, and that's one of the newer updates here in the game, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not updated for whatever reason, then, well, you gotta check it out.
Yeah, it's a new season. Now they're contesting for this blue over here, in which where there is a split team fight though. He does catch on the new one on the back line. He's down already, forces that all, and they're going to be backing off. A lot of people are super low, but finally, the Liu Bang left for dead. Coming with the battlefield command. Does get the heal though, but that's a bit Interesting that the jungle connected crucial shield there, keeping it alive. But at what cost? That's your is that a Shangguan? A little bit more. Oh my lord. Everyone so low. Now, action still going on. Lady Sun gets taken out.
Well, MSM tuning up the pace here. Interesting. I thought that, okay, when they got control of the jungle, they would just get the objective, get the buff, and just back off. But no, they saw the opportunity to get those kills in, and they went for it. And in fact, they almost got like 3 or maybe even 4 kills in that fight.
Also unfortunate, they actually get to live though, and that's going to be pretty huge because every kill from MSM really matters, right? So, but hey, ZNS, they got the upper hand, they survived, and not only that, they got a favorable kill onto that Lady Sun as well, which was super unexpected. So they take what they can get, and it's still early in the game, so only 3 minutes in. So far, I still think it's sort of even though for these two teams.
Yeah, it's still very early, right? I mean, only 1 kill difference between the both of them, 300 gold difference, so it's still pretty balanced between the both sides. But what we can see is the potential from both sides to be aggressive. So pickoffs can potentially happen like this one.
I think the problem with a lot of these, the comps coming in from MSN side is that how does Kitty get value from E2 with that? Because a lot of people can just like CC from the room. I'm just gonna hold myself there. This is gonna be another contest onto the Crimson, in which the Dune actually stole it away, but now they're gonna pay the price by losing their roam as well as their Lady soon. Down, addressed already. They're still not letting up. This is a big umbrella offers connecting onto 2, but Dharma still managed to live. Get a little bit of the heal there, looking to turn a little bit though. Already coming a little bit late on the wind slash. The stun connect finally dropped. Liu big kill, turning around again, and Liu Bang is caught in no man's land. He's the one down left for dead. Big turnaround for MSM. The trade-offs, they're still going on, Cloud.
What an insane turnaround, and the fight continues on. Looks like this is a brawl, ladies and gentlemen. 4v2. Zach and NS, they have to back off. They don't have the numbers.
Oh, more action than I've seen in 30 seconds compared to the last few games here. This is hot. This is hot. I love what I'm seeing here. 9 kills in already, sub 5 minutes, right? Now we got the objectives up already. The items will come out a little bit faster just because people are racking up their kills, you know, earlier on, right? So now it's all about how the Lady Sun prevents that outflow that now suddenly Lady Sun gets caught out. Was that a stun? No.
It was Jika got caught up.
It's just Shangguan, right? So he didn't all get away. No, that was
okay. Not too sure what happened there. But breaking down the earlier fight in the middle, right? I gotta give props to Feng Huan. Like, he knows that his role is to tank. He is the main tank for the team. So he doesn't like, okay, go all the way back and just see you guys, you know, leave you guys back there. Like, he makes his U-turn to be that wall for the team, but in the middle.
Yeah, Unruly Blade connects a bit, but there's no follow-up though. So I will echo on what you said. In the end, it still ended up being a even trade. Okay, already got caught, which is kind of crazy. That's Dharma with a huge mantra combo there, but there was a pause here. I think they had some technical difficulties, but now we're gonna see the little umbrellas checking a little bit on the background side. We can break down a bit about what just happened, right, on all those team fights. They was it super clean? Not really, but was it impactful? Yeah. Every stun, every unbridled outburst, every CC, they were landing where it should be, minimum of 2, I'd say. And some of them actually paid the price. And you got to remember that MSM actually lost their Ming and Lady Sun super early on, and then CNS decided to power dive them.
Yeah, and I personally do like the position of Dune. Like, he pulls his opponents towards him. It almost feels like he became the bait at some point. They saw an opportunity. They tried to jump onto him, maybe throw in a CC just to not allow him to be underneath his tower. And then he survived. When he survived, his teammates came in. He U-turned to continue to be the tank. Like, this guy, he knows his threshold.
So that was like a ebb and flow, literally twice. First MSM got a little bit of got a bit ahead, and then ZNS actually turned a little bit on them. Then the tower, right? You see, finally the Liu Bang was finally left for dead. The tower was doing so much damage. They tried to go in, and then Arlie, unfortunate, she was in tower range, and that final strike from Yuhuan's first kill literally caught her out. It was just so unfortunate, but hey, these things can happen, and these things can pile out. So you don't really want to make these type of mistakes much, especially in the early phase.
Yeah, it looks like the fight continues on, and it seems that ZNS, they lost like 2 players in a mid-fight. So that will give the
Yeah.
opportunity for MSM to take down this tower, but still GNS, they want to defend this. They send out the Zhangfei as well. So at least 3 players up on top, but they have to let this one go.
Yeah, the formation for MSM is going to be much more insane than CNS. And I like to point out it was Deity on the early that actually dropped, and I'm not sure who that one was, right? Because it's 7-5, so this is the second Overlord. So now 2 Dragons going to the side of MSM already. They will further their goal lead, 2,000 in, continuing to grow, but they understand their strengths. Strength of the team comp is just to group up. It's not really the fact that they can't afford to farm too long, right? Because Arlie kind of just cuts in a little bit in mid-game to be super powerful, and you can't really like lock her down. So levels will matter, items will start to come up very soon. So I think maybe 3 core items for each team minimum, then they will be able to start pushing up fully.
And I also want to point out the fact that MSM actually got 2 main objectives, the Tyrant and also the Overlord. Now they're looking for more.
Yeah, exactly. Now this time Musashi's the one that's caught out. How many times, Sir Cloud? This this blue buff's been stolen literally by this dude. So just having a dude in your face, this one's gonna be the worst nightmares happening in Honor of Kings. Now they're gonna try to take this tier to power down that bot.
Yeah, it looks like MSM, they are choking down ZNS now. ZNS, they have nowhere to go. Now, at this point, they know that the moment they step out into the jungle, they'll be sieged down by MSM.
They're really just being traded out in terms of sustainability. I think that's just it, right? Like, yeah, ZNS has good team fight, but like I said, they can initiate. The idea was good, having Shangguan to try to reach your back line to get that Zhongzheng, but just because the nature of their formation, it's almost always going to have to be, front to back already. That Lady Sun is almost always going to be protected already, even by the Yuan's ult, basically. Ming has his ult that's ready as well for the heal, and there's no one that can reach her in time. And slowly, every minute that passes, they are going to get stronger. So I don't think there's much window left for ZNS to try to make a comeback very soon.
Yeah, and let's not forget about the fact that the Lady Sun is a very strong hero at the late game. Like, not only the Lady Sun itself is strong, like, it's well protected as well. We got the Dune being a very strong frontliner. We saw how he positioned himself, how he goes back into team fights, how he becomes the wall for the team. And then you have the Ming to provide sustainability. Now, what does it take to take down the Lady Sun, especially at this stage of the game where they have snowballed to this stage?
Yes. What does it take, you say? I think they need kills to like, I don't know, they just need kills basically to catch people out. Problem is they need to whittle them down. They don't have that much poke damage. That's what I'm worried about now for ZNS. Think about it. Poke-wise, okay, that's why MSM can afford to be in their faces, because they can bait things out. This Unruly Blade to get out just in case there is Yuhuan's Unending Sorrow. After taking a bunch of damage, just get out as well. So after baiting some of the skills, that's where Rolling Raid comes in. Ming just walks up and then takes the rest. Dharma, if he dies, that's fine. That's your Clash Lane's job to initiate. If he survives, extra brownie points, right? So yeah, Cloud, I think everything is just down to team fights at this point, because it's not laning phases no more. It's where they are moving up, right? And a lot of people fall into this trap, like if they only only farm, don't get objectives, you're not gonna survive long in the competitive scene. So I think MSM knows what's up, and they're mounting on the pressure on the ZNS.
Oh man, it's easier said than done, frankly speaking. I mean, because of how big the gap is as of now, I'm not too sure what's the goal gap, but it could be at least like 2-3k at least, at the very least. And the goal gap is one thing, like the leveling gap as well. The last I noticed that the level gap is at least like 2 levels between like the top highest level between the 2 teams. So I don't know about this, man. And we did see them trying to step out, like ZMS tried to step out into their jungle. The moment they did that, just innocently, the Musashi wanted to get the buff, he was sieged down. So that gave him PTSD for sure, and he's probably not going to go back out there anytime soon.
That's actually something that our viewers can learn as well, right? Just understand the timings of how certain neutrals come back on and be there already when it's about to come up, so that it forces the enemy to also kind of group up if they don't want to lose that neutral objective. So, so far, all the golems being stolen away by Dune. I feel like Musashi never really had a chance to come online, minus the first kill that he got onto the U1 down at the bottom lane. So, other than that, he's been really, really struggling to stay relevant.
Yeah, and if he's not able to come online, I mean, how is he going to play the front-to-back strat like how we discussed before the game started, right? So it's going to be difficult for him, and I worry that it will render him immobile or not going to be as effective as he would have liked in this game. So I don't know about this, man. I feel that it's a matter of like hoping for Mystic Maverick to make mistakes in order for ZNS to capitalize.
So you're saying MM shouldn't be Mystic Maverick, should be making mistakes, eh? So, but I need you to understand, this is a very, very strong Cambodian team, alright? And going up against one of the only few Singaporeans in the series here, there's a lot riding on the lines of ZNS and a lot more pressure on them to actually perform. So while we're still taking a little bit of break here, guys, to kind of sort out some technical difficulties, talk a little bit back on their performance so far. Remember, ZNS, their picks very gimmicky, right? If Shangguan wants to go in on the back, there's a Liu Bang that could be coming in, and there's a lot more sniping potential, whereas MSM, they are just grouping up like this, you know, like a death ball, just running straight at you. There's a Dune and Dharma. That's actually, honestly, that's my favorite double Ds. In the lines of Hauler, his favorite double D is like what, Dahlia Dunes. Okay, it's good, double unruly blade. But what's more, when two manly figures come slashing at your face onto a wall, you are just gonna be like, get me out of here, you know, the kind of thing. And so far, there's been two casualties for the Dune side. It was mostly the R Lee as well as the Shangguan, if I was not mistaken.
Yeah, even like the Arlie was not able to really show what he's capable of, right? So we know that the Arlie laning phase is strong, it's hard to catch and all that, but I don't think they were even able to truly win during the laning phase.
Let me just tell you something, they just ignored Arlie. MSM literally just ignored the existence of Arlie and took every single other objective in the game, and that's what happens when, you know, when pressure is forcing your entire team to respond accordingly. Then yeah, if you're a marksman, if you're still in lane, you gotta figure out, hey, do I want to farm this up quickly or do I want to join in for the team fight? Because all in all, fair game, Arlie is not the best lane clearer. Yes, she has Maple Dance, but she doesn't clear minions as fast as the likes of like Luban, Direnjie, you know, Lady Sun, things like that. So I don't know. Arlie struggled to find footing here, and that's exactly what you should be doing to an Arlie in a ranked game or so, right? Either outrange her or have your entire team just bomb the rest of the maps. You know, take up all the other objectives, force all these pushes. You know, towers. Remember, the name of the game sometimes may not be just kills. It's actually to take out the enemy crystal.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they did, right? They just bombed the enemy jungle.
Yeah, exactly.
Not only Ali had an issue, because they bombed the enemy jungle, Musashi had an issue. We're just going, okay, and then you take out like what? You don't allow the Musashi to play, you don't allow the Ali to play. Basically, it's checkmate, dude.
Yeah, you're just locking them out literally, right? So it's very metaphysical how you want to talk about these things, because it's very interesting how the dynamic of the team can either enable or disable some of your players in your own team. And speaking of being disabled, Arlie was already like what, down 3 or 2 deaths already? I don't remember. Plus one that extra that, you know, off screen when they had a connectivity issue, I think. So yeah, I mean, things are not looking too well for ZNS. There's no other way to put this, but we want to be positive for them, right? It's only game number 1. So if let's say they lose this, they do have 2 others, but it's still game 1. It's not over yet.
Yeah, at least it's like getting a feel of your opponent, right? Like, oh, that's the kind of pace that you play, okay? And maybe you can come up with something to kind of counter that pace, because we can see that, well, MSM, yes, they play at a fast pace, but ZNS, they play at a fast pace too. So fast, okay, it's just a matter of like who will win the race at the end of the day. So maybe when it comes to like the game number 2, maybe like ZNS would want to like try to figure out like, okay, how do we play a more defensive play instead, not allowing them to invade our jungle, and don't really try to play with their pace. Instead, we try to play the later game instead.
Okay, so I mean, then it comes back to a little bit of the drafting, right? At that point, when you draft, are you drafting to kind of like counter their heroes, or are you drafting to actually win the game? It's a little bit different, because sometimes if you can draft your team not to counter the enemy, but because you trust in your team's own strengths to execute those heroes. Whereas like sometimes in higher gameplay, you respect the opponent so much that if they pick something, you have to respond to that because you know that they're better at that playing at that hero. So might as well just actually pick a favorable laner so that you can get lane prio most of the time. So it's just hard to tell because most of these teams we are seeing them for the first time on camera. So not a lot of data, but we can see them unfold. Day number 1 of this qualifiers. We got tomorrow, we got Sunday. There's a lot more games that you will start to see all these teams being played out, and we are edging closer and closer to the finals to see who's the final 2 teams that can join up in the official Wildcard King series.
Yes, and then by then, you get to see a lot more of these teams as well, going up against some of the invited teams too. So that's going to be really exciting to see. How will these teams, coming from the qualifier, will stand their ground against the invited team? So that's something to watch out as well, whether there's a gap or whether the gap is small. So yeah, something to look forward to.
Yep. But I think in a matter of things, these mistakes in Honor of Kings are actually more easily punishable compared to a lot more other esports titles out there. Solely because like sometimes you can have the biggest lead on earth, and you just get turned on by a bad team fight, and you just get pushed up mid lane, and it's all over. So the script is flipped so easily sometimes that you have to make sure that the table, the seesaw, is not overly unstable for you. Even though like some teams they do get really comfortable because like we got all lanes push up, we got tyrants in, we got we got Tempest buff, and then sometimes they just let loose slight off positioning because of their overzealousness, and then it just costs them the game. Now that is exactly sometimes what we like to see as casters and as viewers because it's a lot of drama. We're thinking like, oh my god, there's an expected result, and then everything like boom, everything goes different. We haven't seen that so far though. Everything has been linear, as I keep telling you, Sir Cloud, but thus far, since it's only day number 1 with 2 more series down the line today, things can still go pretty interesting if you ask me.
Hey, speaking about expect the unexpected, right? So before the game started, even before the draft, remember our audience prediction, they're saying that 90% towards ZNS. So who knows, maybe that 90% might come true because the game is not over yet. Whatever it is, as long as the game is not done, there's always a chance to make a comeback. And I do want to see, like at this point, ZNS, how they're going to turn things around and live up to the 90% audience voting for them.
Yeah, I like how we had to pause there a bit because I had to rethink again. 90%, it's not really a prediction that we see normally for a lot of these predictions, I'd say. So a lot riding on their shoulders, I keep saying time and time again. So what else is riding is their capability to execute these hero picks. As a reminder guys, since you are probably maybe just tuning in as well, we got ZNS who picked up Liu Bang, Musashi, Shangguang, Zhang Fei, Arlie. So you can see how the comments a little bit more sniping the backline. And then we got MSM, right? Mistake Maverick with the Dharma, the Dune, the Yuhuan, the Ming, and the Lady Sun. So you can see it is more like, it's more nicely composed. The heals will kind of keep themselves staying. It's a double heal comp in fact, just because of the Ming. So now, I would say the puzzle piece to break and solve is how does CNS break this formation?
Yeah. Now it's a matter of like, try to get back their farming space. That's number 1. Number 2, hoping to capitalize on maybe like a misstep or an overextension by MSM. That's pretty much about it. I don't see that many options now for ZNS at this point.
Because to catch overextension and things, right, you need CC. And the only CC available for ZNS is Unbridled Outburst. We got Liu Bang's second skill as well. We got Musashi's duel to the death. And all of these, by the way, can easily be negated by all the skills coming out from MSM, all their ults, right? Unending Sorrow, Unruly Blade has CC control, right? Lady Sun has Purify, so all that's is like what, Ming? So going back to what you said in the draft, if you can take out the Ming and maybe they could win team fights, we don't know yet. We haven't seen them try.
Yeah, so okay. So besides like the team fights, right? Do you see any other way of a potential comeback here at this stage?
If it's not team fight, it's farming. But in the game of Honor of Kings, the fastest way to accumulate gold is getting kills. I've actually did the comparison. If you stay in lane, just clear minions. It's not like any other MOBA. You can't actually catch up by just farming. You actually need kills. So because of this, a lot of team comps are always focused on securing kills, whether it's early or late, that depends on up to you, right? But you always got to start to feel the shift of momentum. Is it really starting to go against your favor, or is it going in your favor? In your favor means like, hey, you got a bit more gold, your utilities are much more favorable against the enemy. Why not let's force a tower push? Why not just invade their jungle? These kind of things. If they miss that window slightly, then the tide shifts back to the opponent. Then they could get the leverage, and then the question is on them whether they can convert that lead into more kills. So I think like MSM understood that. They realized a little bit of farm is all they needed to start death balling, and it's actually a very simple comp, and it's very linear. Get a little bit of farm, team up, all 5, train it up, choo down mid, right? So yeah, DNS a little bit more different. There is a slightly more macro gameplay that's required from ZNS, I think, because they have to be a different side of the map to try to control MSM's pressure, but at the same time you have Liu Bang's battlefield command, which you can always come in at any time, right? So they have that leeway, a little bit of mobility to experiment upon, but time is closing.
I'm trying to think like outside the box, right? So what if, because the fact that they have a Liu Bang, and at this point they know that, okay, even if they want to take team fight, it's not going to work for them. What if the Liu Bang somehow sneaks out, try to do the split push, just to try to pressure back MSM, and if needed, like what you said, battlefield command comes in to join team fights, if needed, if they are able to like have a fair 50-50 to win the team fight. But if not, then just continue to try to put the split push, try to be sneaky, and if they go to look for him, battlefield command, done, he's out.
Exactly, it's just doing like what a Fuzi would do, right? Because Fuzi runs away, he runs pretty fast, whereas Liu Bang only can disengage using his battlefield command, and that's a very long cooldown. So if you use that to disappear, then suddenly you realize your team comp is a lot more weaker in terms of defense, and that's where the MSM can kind of like converge onto you for the sake of trying a Liu Bang to split push. It's not impossible, but CNS has to already be mounting pressure on another lane for Liu Bang to be pushing on himself. Liu Bang cannot just push on himself, whereas the rest of ZNS is just farming in their jungle, for example. You know, because that way they can all converge onto him. Just saying.
Yeah, I'm just trying to put out like all the possibilities for them to make this comeback, right? Because it is a tall order at this point for them to come out with a miracle to come back. But
and I agree with you. I agree. It's only Liu Bang, no one else.
Yeah, we're just trying to be as positive as possible, right? We cannot be all doom and gloom and say that, oh, okay, no, they've been like, they're so far away, they can't make this comeback. No. We're trying to be as positive as possible, just to see what are the potential comeback here.
That's why we were discussing all the opportunities, right? I say it's only game 1. It's not even game 2 yet. They can still win, so I'm all rooting for them, and I'm going to keep saying this narrative. There's only 1 or 2 Singaporean teams right here. Okay, and potentially maybe, fingers crossed, one that might make it up to the actual WKS, okay, once this qualifier concludes. So Myanmar, a lot of representatives, and so far I'm not disappointed. I think their performance on either side that's from Myanmar is showing promise, you know. And here we go, we have one more, which is Mystic Maverick doing, once again, a very solid performance against CNS.
Yeah, Mystic Maverick. Yes, and they have had an excellent performance before this, right? It was just, well, I mean, it's nature of the tournament that, there's a potential of actually going down to the lower bracket. But anyway, after all that chatter, we are back into the game. So we will continue on with the fact that MSM right now they're still putting a lot of pressure on ZNS.
Absolutely. Well, we are back, like you said. Sorry for the long wait, but we are now 8-5 already, and you see all the vanguards are already pushing up here. The formation still unbroken. The Resolute still pretty strong.
Looking at ZNS, it's like they're just waiting for the right moment, right? In case MSM they overstep themselves, but maybe it will be ZNS overstepping. We don't know yet. But ZNS, they're forced to play that very safe approach. But look at the Liu Bang. He's doing what we mentioned earlier. Try to just shove up the side lanes, but now they're going for him.
Oh, by the way, you gotta be careful though, because there's actually a way to cancel the battlefield command. I've tested it. So there is relatively enough CCs on MSM side to actually dispel that CC from being completed, you know what I'm saying? Because to actually teleport, you need to click the button again, right? So if not, if you stop him midway in there like a stun or something, he actually stays in position. You gotta be careful. Just saying.
Right, that's a good point. That's a good point there. So he has to really activate it at the right timing, or maybe earlier before being caught by, well, maybe like the Dharma who has been tracking him earlier on. And that's exactly what he did. And the Dharma didn't really try to stop him from doing the battlefield command away. Maybe he just wants them to all group up together by as well.
Yeah, so they don't really have reliable frontline right now, minus than that. Oh, here we go. Umbrella Uppers connecting onto 3, by the way. He will slam it onto the Ming. We say front to back, trying to take him out though. Still pretty tanky. That Musashi with 2 of the death finally takes him out though. And they are suddenly crumbling. Is this the team fight that they're looking for? But no. Dude coming in, unruly blade, locks them both out, and still, finally, still 2 members down. They are super low though. Finally, Yuan with spell takes out the Zhang Fei after being a menace. That was an insane Umbrella Uppers initiation, but that still amounted only to a trade-off.
Yeah, props to the initiation, props to the targeting as well, because they left the Dune, like he's not the prior target in that fight, because you don't want to target attack anyway. But because the Dune has scaled to like level 13, and I'm sure it's pretty stacked up in terms of items as well, he's not only a tank, he's able to do damage as well. Speaking about the items, okay, Blazing Cape is completed by the Dune, so he is a very strong tank. He will also reduce the capability of healing up, but hey, here we go.
Yeah, Dune tried to steal it, but at the cost of his own life. He did not actually got the steal, so and he's gonna be afraid of the formation here right now. Shangguan misses that combo. Will pay with her life though, because we split into 2. They're early gonna be caught down there up below. Looking to turn it, and it actually takes down the Yuan. But we're not just done. Dharma in with the mantras, of course, finally needing to pop that blood rage just to keep himself alive. But that final rolling raid, enough to get in range to take out Kitty.
This is what we call protect the president. You protect the lady soon, he's able to protect you back. But here comes the engagement by ZNS. By the MSM, they know that they don't have the numbers. They don't really need to push it.
Yeah, you have to be careful with the leading the charge too, because you know, his stun is pretty strong in the likes of Liu Bang, right? And the shield can soak up amount of damage. But the issue is now whether or not they have enough damage to supplement, because we talked about the sniping backline, but I have not seen a successful combo from Shangguan in a while.
Not yet, not yet. Well, maybe we might see that one later, because at least right now, CNS, they're showing some lifeline here. If they can win one good team fight, things might turn.
Yeah, I agree. And you're going for like the super late game already now. 12 minutes in. Initiation onto Musashi. I'll stop myself there. Oh, Contrast pushing a little bit though, but that's a CC immune. That's a spec from Musashi. He's trading out. That's a successful combo. Finally taking out the Lady Sun, but she has no more escape. No flashes, no purify. So it's still a 1-for-1 trade, but in favor for MSM. They're still going in though. That's a 2-man show to the death. Battlefield command locking in, and a 2-1 forces to flash away. And Unruly Blade goes wide, but Musashi forces flash away. And another snipe kill. Arlie onto the back end, you want it down. Still not done by the way there. Arlie doing a lot of damage.
Okay.
Looking good. Taking out the members of MSM and showing some sort of life.
Whoa.
Another one down. Bing is gone. And dude fighting against 1 versus 3.
Whoa.
One kill for Arlie. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the comeback for CNS.
Oh, here we go. ZNS with an ace onto MSM. This will allow them to push in. Maybe at the bottom. Okay, no minion wave. That's okay. Do they have enough time though? Okay, maybe not enough time, but at least they win back the space for themselves to farm.
And they get the mid tower too. The tier 1 is still up, and they probably still a little longer to take out this Crimson Golem for Arlie right there. So yeah, try to take out the tower, which eventually it does fall. So objective complete, takes out the Crimson Golem. Maybe even step up this Azure Golem too. Yeah, I think CNS now looking in a very comfortable spot.
And I also have to point out that in the earlier fight, like the Arlie played like an assassin. Like she went all alone, behind, snipe 2, snipe 3, eventually getting a quadra kill. Man, that was something by the Arlie. You don't always get to see the Arlie playing that sort of gameplay. You normally like, okay, Arlie stays at the back, Zhang positions himself at the front, you know, you're that typical kind of setup, but this is a assassin move Arlie that he made early on.
And you know why they had to do that, right? You know that you can't break formation, so you have to catch an unsuspecting person behind that has left the formation. So another initiation here, by the way. That Winstack connected to Zhang Fei. He does have Umbrella Outburster, which connects onto 2 here, but Lady Sound once again taken out. Already converting that damage into all these kills now. Now the Sorrow is in. Catches out 3 members of CNS. They are out of position, but they still have the damage to take it out onto MSM, leaving only Mikey and Donnie alive there. But the Arctic in 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, buckle my shoe, 3, 4. It slammed the door shut on the faces of MSM, and this is looking like it's been lights out now for MSM.
Oh, could this be the end of this round? Okay, the minion waves are not here yet. The minion waves are not here, and if I kind of roughly gauge timing, but then again, ZNS, they're just not allowing MSM to do this comeback at all. This should be enough.
Yeah, Hormeo's left alive as well. Dharma to see what he can do, but stood no chance against even just 4 members of ZNS. The comeback, the speculation we've been doing, the theory crafting, it all came down to this final victory.
Oh man, Xeno ZMS! What a comeback here! And it all started from the Arlie coming from behind, played like an assassin, and took out those targets that the frontliners kind of forgot. Yes, you aim for the Lady Sun, damage is out. You aim for the Ming, team sustain is out. And that's good enough.
I think no one actually does this a lot, right? Like flanking, right? Using all these bushes, using her mobility to get behind. Like, she does things better sometimes than I will see a Li Bai, you know, or like who else catches Sima Yi sometimes. Her positioning, if you could get good replays, will actually show us where she was at specific points of time to get these crucial kills onto Zhongshan. Look at that. I would say the MVP, Deity. I was expecting it already. The converts were great. Shangguan had difficulty to come online, but Deity was literally here, like a god, like a deity he is, to save the day.
Dude, whatever move that he did earlier on, I actually expect Sunset to do it. Like, he's the Luba, you're like, okay, you're the guy to go to the back line, yada yada, and so on. But who would have thought? Who would have thought an Arlie was the one to do that? So that is a pleasant surprise here. Of course, for ZNS, great adaptation along the way. They didn't just tunnel vision themselves, or they didn't just like, okay, let's stick with the plan. No, they are flexible. They can play with the current situation in order for them to do this comeback. So, I mean, what else can I say, right? This is big props to them. Look at the graph. Whoa.
Guys, that's what we call, have you seen music EQs? That's exactly how some of the equalization happens. You know, you got a little bit up there, then notched down at the bottom side, in which where finally the tables were turned, right? The script was flipped. So eventually, what happened to all this lead? They just lost it just because they lost team fights. So when you lose team fights, you're out of commission for 20-30 seconds. If you've got minions in the tower, you're gone. I would say super well played. I am so impressed right now with ZNS, ladies and gentlemen. But like I said, it's only game 1. Now the pressure is onto MSM.
Yeah, no wonder they say that this team is the team to watch. And ZNS, they proved the 90% prediction rate correct. Wow, gotta give it to them. Like, tons of respect, man, for this round.
That's actually fantastic. Well, in all, MSM, they had the right MO, right? It just got flipped, so which means now they have to just take a little bit of break to figure out what went wrong. Of course, you can't really review a VOD or some of your replays at this very moment, but they can discuss. They have the next game to think about. It's not global ban picks. They can rinse and recycle. If you think something is working, maybe just flip out 1 or 2 picks to try to close up that gap. But anyway, we will take another short break to kind of like set up this I was set up game number 2 right now, and mind you, it is very even. So me and Cloud, I think we will also take some time to reconvene to see how can MSM come back for game 2 and 3.
Is it going to be a breeze? Yeah,
I think so. Anyway, if not, there's a lot of things to talk about still.
Yeah.
Actually,
Clocks are going to start in 2 minutes anyway, so you know, we might as well, right? We might as well conclude it, or maybe not conclude it. Maybe bring us to game number 3. We don't know.
Okay, you know what? I like this a little better, right? We keep things hot, which means that the teams don't have time to reconvene. They keep up their pressure, and this is actually very good for ZNS. But then I will worry for MSM, because they need time to think. Oh.
Yeah,
What do you
they
think?
definitely need time to reflect on that. I mean, it was, I would summarize it as a tunnel vision because you're so focused on the front. Like you have your typical setup, there's the Dune at the front and your marksman behind, the Ming in the middle of everyone else. So it's like this typical setup that they tunnel vision towards that they kind of forgot like, hey, where's the Arlie? They probably forgot to ask themselves that question. And so why don't we see the Arlie at all? It's so weird just for the Arlie to just show up from behind. But anyway, that is a quick reflection there for MSM because we're coming on to game number 2. Will it be the same picks? We don't know. But looking at how the pace was, right, I would expect them to go for something very different, especially for ZNS.
Yeah, I know. Would something else change as well for MSM though? Because linear is always easiest to play, right? Farm, get kills, move around. Haven't seen too big of macro plays to kind of like throw your enemy off to always like kind of figure out where you are here and there. So they're always together. They know that, oh, they're there. Maybe it's just a team fight. But it's these little sneaky little things. What the early did, hide in bushes, right? Angela big burst, all this kind of thing. What can they do to take out core and crucial members of the enemy to cripple their team fight potential? This is what I want to see. We have God vision, right? We can see the minimap, we see everyone, so we kind of break down these movements for you guys, and which we are very happy to. And now, once again, CNS, Singapore promising team, one more game to victory.
Well, let's see here, ladies and gentlemen, because we are getting onto the draft really soon. So some of the earlier draft bans, one of them was the Dolia. So now when you take out the Dolia, then the draft becomes like pretty open. But if you pick the Dolia, then you kind of know that, okay, that team is going to go for either the Lone, the Elaine, or either the Dude. But coming back into the draft, here it is. First ban goes to ZNS, and the Dolia will not see the light of day.
I think it's just more on like, let's not deal with like alt resets, you know, and then technically her sustain is so good as well. Is she always ban worthy on the first phase? Not really, surprisingly, because there are some teams that go very well with the to fight against a Dolia. Same thing like how people have figured out how to play against an Ogren, right? Or Luke. So having that ban out just means that if they want to wipe the headache away from it, that means they just want them to force them into some of their ults may not be the longest on cooldowns, but it's not the most impactful. I'm digressing though, but we're going back into some basic bans. We've got the Mai Shirinu as well as the Luna now showing up a little bit more in the Asian scene.
Oh man, you know, when this Ali picked went out, I was like, okay, this is going to bring MSM PTSD. Okay, this is... now they must remember, okay, even though Ali, marksman, yep, will play at the back line, yep, but now they must kind of like have that 20% at the back of their minds, like, oh, this Ali is going to be an assassin. But the answer to that is going to be the Low. In case the Ali does something sneaky, something funny at the back, okay, you got the Low, you got the Dada, who can take care of themselves.
You can escape, right? But like, what about the laning phase though? Because Lung doesn't do very well laning against an Arlie. It's a straight, you pick Arlie to counter a Lung. So unless there is an early lane swap, I don't know if Zhongshan is gonna get a lot of farm earlier on. So regardless, it's not like he can't play his hero. We've seen how MSM played. I want to see what happens. They're gonna respond with the Mayan pick right now and Jiaki. So it's just not the Sunset having to go into the back line. They have a Mayan to work around.
Yeah, and coming to your point of the lane swap, if they do that lane swap, it's fine. Long Diadia combo against the Mai, assuming that the other side doesn't do a lane swap, right? Then I think that's okay. That's very viable. Now it's a question of who will be the clash laner on MSM side. But if that lane swap happens, it will also benefit ZNS because for the Arlie to go up against a clash laner, which is a typical melee sort of hero, then that will allow the space for the Zhangfei to kind of move around the map a little bit more, maybe swapping onto the mid lane, maybe helping out the jungle a little bit. So that gives them that flexibility too. So both sides do benefit from the lane swap.
Yeah, so what does that mean? Like net zero, right? They just win and then their clash lanes like suffer, then become non-factor. So I would say non-factor though, because that really depends on the clash lanes that they pick. Mayan roams pretty well, right? But whatever's get in, kicks people back, secures kills. How do they convert, right? So let's just see the second banning phase here. They realize that they are both literally lacking in terms of clashes. They'll ban as much as they can. Honestly, the Musashi is kind of an interesting one though, because we don't really see a lot of Musashi clash. It still works, but it usually locks Diadia's heals out So maybe they just don't want to deal with that. I don't know.
Yeah, because ZNS, they can still go for a jungler. So MSM, they just didn't want to deal with maybe a quick jungler or maybe like a high mobile jungler like the Algren as well. So they will take that one out, which is absolutely fine. Because ZNS right now, they do have the tankiness, the durability in Zhangfei. So mobility will be something that they might be looking forward to. Maybe you might be granted your wish of seeing a Lam in this match.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt it though, because they have enough front already. By the way, people kind of like dishing out, doing a lot of damage. Mayan can go in and go out. If Mayan can't finish the job, then who can? I think Lam is a very, very good idea. Landlink for that matter as well. Seeing the indicator on your head always sends you into the abyss, right? Where is he? Is he coming closer? Is he getting further? Yes, the indicators tell, but still the pressure is there. We gotta get a pay here potentially. I don't know though. They're gonna tease us here a little bit. I'm in love with Ata recently as well, but as a clash laner, not so much as a jungler. So since they are lacking a jungler, I don't like Ata as a jungler, more so of a pay.
They might lock in the pay though, unless they're teasing us. Okay, that goes. Pei and the Yixing. I'm not too sure about the Yixing pick for if I'll be honest, because you have the lane with the depth at sunset, and then you have the low with the infinite vastness. Both of these can get away from the world is my board, so I'm not too sure. But then again, it's not necessarily to be used to target these two heroes. It can be used to just zone off the rest of them, or maybe just to lock in the rest of them while the Death by Sunset and also the Infinite Vastness is activated. So you can try to get very quick pickoffs while that is still activated.
Oh, the Xiao slipped under our radar for a bit. I was literally looking at one of my notes and stuff, and I was realizing, wait, why is Xiao not part of like the S or A tier, right? Would you call it situational? That really depends. Xiao has arguably one of the best stuns in the game. Okay, that's why I say it's arguable. And if someone's coming at you, just pop your ult and run. You have like a free 20-25% move speed once that's activated. So there's a lot of moving around for her, and she has really good snipe capabilities. I'm excited because as long as they do enough damage to take out the front line for ZNS side again, then they don't have to worry too much about jumping in the back with Death for Sunset, getting the Yixing or the Arlie, right? So yeah, a lot of things to talk about here. I kind of like Maverick's draft here. At least they secure the Lung and the Menki. All right, so we have to see.
Yeah, Maverick, they do have a solid draft, and it's quite balanced as well. You have like strong CC, you have a decent tank, you also have a damage output, and you have mobility as well. So let's see if they're able to pull off all that into this game, ladies and gentlemen. A game that they must win, if not they're out. This is ZNS versus MSM.
All right there. So, speaking of the lane itself, do we see a lot of swap? Nope. The Lung is with Arlie down bottom. Okay. We take those, I guess. So, we're just back to the clear mid, move around, try to get priority for other lanes. And we have the bounce again, the Mayan against the lane strong 1 versus 1. The combo, not enough to take a lane down so far. He is pretty tanky, so Mayan forced to back off.
Yeah, and at the same time, the two roams helping their mid laners to win their respective lanes. And it does look like MSN, they won the early mid lane because they managed to force Jika back into his space. So he might miss 1 or 2 minions, but okay, yeah. I almost forgot about the new update, right? Because of the jump pad, he'll be back at the lane fairly quickly.
Back to the lane. No lah, I don't think he's going to be knocked out just yet. Look at that. One combo gets a lane down a little bit. He knows he can't commit too much there. Once Mayan gets the second charge up, another set of whatever is gonna probably bring him down way too low. Here we go. There is a commit. Arlie a little bit overextending there. And here we go. The Menki comes in, sweep roll, locks her out, and now the pressure is on. They are forced to back off here. ZNS, even though having 3, but they don't have follow-up.
But speaking about following up, Jika could be in trouble, but lucky for him, Mr. Zhang Feifeng is there to provide him that extra space and also a bit of shield, so he'll be fine for now.
Okay, all eyes on Pei, by the way, because if you pick something like this, you know, like Lam, like Landing, you have to really convert those early like jungle clearance speed into like decent kills, right? So I don't know if he does have the room for that, but we'll see. It's still too early on. If by 6-7 minute mark you don't see much kills, then he's gonna start to fall off. Here you go, another bout here though.
Oh.
Yeah, video kill. makes short work of that mine finally goes down.
Yeah, the Elaine does do well in a 1v1 situation, especially if you go up against a Mayen that's not really that tanky. The only way that you can sustain yourself out there obviously is through durability. Like if you're playing a Byron, if you're playing maybe a Sunset, then that will be fine. But if you're playing a Mayen, you're not as durable as those heroes. So you still have to keep your distance and kind of know your power spike. If not, something like that will happen.
If that's the case though, what's going on? It's not about up here. Clash lane, very, very active. And by the way, max stacks for the Elaine, so a couple of heals coming out here. But Mayen trying to kite him. I remember final video kill out, another death for the deity. It's 0-3 right now in favor for MSF. Very, very good early lead.
Oh man, I guess the Mayan didn't really learn from the first bout. And plus now that he lost twice against the Elaine, clearly there is a level gap, clearly there's a goal gap. So perhaps after this, he might want to take a chill pill.
Yeah, just by roaming around and actually have to get kills, right? Leave the Elaine for now, help your team to break enemy backlines to kick people up forward. You have really good CCs or whatever, you know. Mankey right now is putting a bit of a nuisance on my bottom, so he does have the Dream Room available just in case, as well as the Crimson and Zurich buff. Oh, you're gonna on the back end though, kind of almost forcing Fang to back off, but does not bait out his unbridled outburst. So he still will have that for the next engage.
Oh, in fact, he took the kill for himself instead of leaving it for maybe Sunset, which is playing the early. So interesting there. But at least that will allow him to recover very quickly and continue to provide the extra support. Now, 3 players for ZNS at the bottom, and there's a rotation happening for MSM, sending the Elaine down to try to contest it.
Yeah, I don't think that anyone that is there to actually steal it away, right? Because the pay is so far away, and so far he's been just trying to clear jungle camps, and we can't really fault him either. All of the lanes so far being pushed up, hopping there a little bit. Mayen will not commit. She has to learn a little bit. Once a combo is done, she has to really back off because she doesn't really auto-attack well, right? All of her damage comes from the skill.
Yeah, I also wanted to add on the fact that when the Tyrant was taken, the Pei didn't have the smite, it was still on cooldown. So they clearly had no intention of trying to get that Tyrant away from the hands of MSM, which is fine, right? You can let go of the first Tyrant, that's okay. There's still a lot more to come. So that's okay to let the first Tyrant go.
I was about to say that I almost forgot Diadia existed. I have not seen her move around anywhere. Maybe, yeah, she's right here with Look, but she's just existing as well. She's more like a just-in-case hero, rather than needing to always maybe distance here and now. Ooh, Changfi flying in. Not much movement in. Speaking of not much movement, they will try to at least get this Overlord up at top here, and then maybe just try to even up the score a little bit. It's only 400 difference. Look at these items coming out. Everyone's got their boots here. Oh, big engage though. The Pei is the one that's taken out. But the Bridal Alpha is looking to try to take out the front a little bit, knocking out the doors of MSM. They are dropping very low. Already doing a lot of damage. Mankey almost dropping the jump Pei. Can't sustain no more. He goes down. And the Elaine though is using to step out on Deity right there, and he eventually does. The Death of Sunset closed that gap so effectively.
Oh!
Has slain an enemy.
And the Flaming Palm took out Sunset just like that. And what I noticed that Sunset, he actually tried to do the assassin move again, but oh, hang that thought for a second because a Flying Pei just came in.
Flying Pei. If you're a tiger and you see the skies, what are you?
Flying tiger, hidden dragon, I don't know.
Yeah, it's the sound of every mythical Chinese lore, which amazingly sounds pretty good, right? But the score is starting to show the gap between ZNS and MSM, okay? They're 5 kills behind. Just because of that Pei being like killed up at mid as well is a lot, because that's your jungler down. And I said already, by 6 or 7 mark, if the Pei is not getting much kills, the effectiveness is really gonna fall.
Hey, but at least the Pei, at some point, he was like 1 level ahead of the Mankey. So maybe that's an indicator of like, okay guys, don't worry, I'll show up at the later stage of the game. But right now, MSM, they're clearly pressing ZNS, even especially at the top.
Yeah, sometimes these small little skirmishes is enough to warrant like your entire team's response, and then when your team is just walking towards you, you just disengage. So you just wasted your time. And we go Dreamer right now, lock it again! Deity gets sniped out there, but right now, Ali trying to go and see later if he can catch anyone on the backline, but he does force the Death of Sunset to keep himself alive. He cannot. job on those.
Red team.
Oh, I'm still
has
not done there.
destroyed
By
a
the way,
tower.
that's a good start. Over the they're locking DK just a little bit, but being very nimble. He's back off. He's looking to re-engage possibly though, but they don't have the Empire armor. They look at this tower, looking to like do drop here. A lane forcing things out. Very good lock. Tower does not go down in time though, so he's okay with his life. But that's a flash for a marksman. It will at any day.
Yeah, I mean, he won a lot of kills earlier on, especially during the laning phase, right? So he can afford to give this one life away to ZNS. Well, it's not only about giving away for free, right? They got the tower together, they've got another kill together with it. I mean, it's a worthwhile trade-off. Whatever Mikey did earlier on, big up to him. Very, very brave move.
And you gotta remember, just don't want it to be a repeat of game number 1. They got the lead, they lost it all in the end, and lost the game pretty much. This is game number 2 already, ladies and gentlemen. You can see ZNS having that one up. So they're just all gonna focus on objectives, taking out towers, taking out dragons. But how would they finish the game? You can see we have yet to see.
Ooh, that might also depend on how this Sangfei will actually play off later on, right?
Great.
I'm looking at like what are the other potentials. Okay, maybe the early doing the backstab again like before, but if you're going to do the same thing or you plan to do the same thing, I'm pretty sure MSM they are
Tyrant
prepared
has
for
been
this.
defeated.
Plus, if you try to backstab, okay, who are you going to target, right? If you target the low, infinite vastness out of the way. You try to target maybe Mikey, but I doubt so. He can still Dead by Sunset and he's out as well. So I don't think there is a viable target for him to do the same thing like how he did earlier on in the game.
See, no, this I wanted to bring up a very good point, and then DAT did exactly what I wanted to say. You gotta force these outs up. Use them defensively so that they don't have those for the next 2 team fights. That's exact. Oh, okay, that's a pay down out of nowhere. Tower dive earlier, I think. It's a bit questionable. But I wanted to say about the Sima Yi earlier on game 1, right? Between looking for Org and Ebel. You're forcing them to always use their ults in unfavorable situations to get away rather than to get value for team fights. So that's exactly what ZNS has to force MSM to do. Force out the Death on Sunset, force out the Dream Roll, force out the Infinite Darkness, Infinite Vastness, so that they don't have those. But this is the initiate. Oh, yeah, this is unfortunate. Doesn't catch on the back, but Arlie, by the way, was also a casualty in that skirmish. And now this will convert into the tower kill on the back side of things. The world is my board. We'll lock into the lane, but they will trade his life break to take pressure away from the mid tower, and tier 3s are down now. It's not the dungeons yet though. They have Bridal Outburst connecting onto Mengi as well as the Diana here in, but they try to do as much damage as they can, but no, Zhang Fei gets turned out in return. 2 members left alive, only for TNS, but I think the window is closing. The action, they're not letting up, trying to do as much as they can to defend against this tower, and Diana is finally down. Mengi forced to Dream Roll away here. They will defend the crystal, but it's not over just yet.
Oh, that's it! Oh, you attack! Oh!
They will take him out, but the thing is the pig manages to survive. But regardless, that is the kill of the team. And the Yi will get returned out. So where's my point? She's still up. Look, finally taken out away. And so Xiao is going to be running for a life there. That's a hold on action for 1 whole minute, ladies and gentlemen. And you can tell ZNS does not want to give up.
Oh man, but okay. How to break that down? But I had this thought. Zeno, did you remember? Deity played the Arlie in the first game, right? Did he?
You're right. They swapped it over to Sunset this game.
Yeah.
Okay.
They swapped roles. Okay. Not too sure what the idea was. But anyway, at this point, it's all about defensive work now for ZNS and trying to win back the jungle to hopefully find an opening like how they did in game 1.
Okay, I just realized the score is 7-16. That just slipped my mind completely. So, with this now Shadow Overlord coming out to just take down the final remaining team, which is the top lane here for the towers, and they're very, very comfortable with just like sitting around contesting objectives while these minions just start to push up here. So even though they do have debuff onto the dragons, they can commit if they want. No, actually they don't commit to that.
Are they? They could though. I mean, they do have this decent gap, but okay, they don't want to take that risk, right? Because of whatever happened in game number 1. So you still want to keep in control of things. Like you don't want to like overextend and make those silly openings that could potentially be capitalized by ZNS.
I actually disagree though, because they could take the risk because the Vanguards are pushing, right? So when they take out the remaining health for the Templars, they could go, oh, never mind, now the Arlie's down. That's a very, very tiny word by board, by the way. You're looking in. Of course, Mayin actually managed to snipe out just one, but it's not enough. The pressure is mounting absolutely big. Crucial cup control, still not enough though. The Flaming Palm to do some damage onto the junk mid. Big 2 stun onto both K as well as junk mid, but no, it's probably gonna be over. There's one dragon in. The crystal is falling. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game 3 on our hands here.
Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. MSM this time dictating the play. Pretty much from the beginning towards the end, there were a few moments that kind of looked like, oh, could the ZNS do a comeback again, especially after their base defense, their first base defense. But then again, MSM, they learned from their first game. They know that they are not going to let their guard down this time, and they wrap it all up.
Yeah, so basically MSM, what they did different this game compared to the last game was now, hey, we finally have the ammunition. When do we pull the trigger? They did it. So they didn't have holes, they didn't have gaps. Yes, one can argue that these were different roles being swapped around by ZNS, but regardless, we're gonna look at the overall gameplay. They got objectives, they got pushes down really well. Every time you see Vanguards pushing up, every single like neutral objective and positioning is always in place, ready for a team fight. So even though we have definitely more action here again as compared to the previous games, but you can tell they were trade-off, but eventually the lead started to really grow. So I won't say this graph is completely linear, but regardless, still a very, very solid performance by MSM.
Oh yeah, absolutely right, absolutely. In terms of control, solid by them. Laning phase, solid as well. And when they talk about like, especially on the farm lane, the laning phase itself, it favors heavily onto MSM by putting the Long going up against the Arlie, and the Arlie didn't really have the space to farm at all. Now, looking over at some of these numbers here, Jika, okay, so he played the Yixing expecting to perhaps being more of the controller rather than the one trying to get the kills in. But unfortunately, even though he's able to land a good World is my board, maybe catching like 2 or 3 from MSM, but the damage output by his other teammates is not enough. And also another thing that I was kind of worried with the Yixing pick with this setup by MSM is that you have at least 2 heroes from MSM, which is Long and also the Elaine, that will be untargetable when you open the World is my board. So it becomes a small waste there.
Actually, when they are trapped in World is my board, they actually can't get out. Even when the Lung is in his infinite vastness. I've tested it in competitive. He's just stuck there, even though he's in the sky. He can't get out until World is my board disappears. That's why I said, like, even though the board lasts for like, what, 4 or 5 seconds, Lung is also in the air for 4 or 5 seconds. So by the time it disappears, he can just probably like, like breathe air down and then like disappears. But arguably, okay, it's more like their team composition did not actually allow them to execute what they wanted to. They had Pei, they had Yixing. Pei did not come online, so there's no other way to sugarcoat this, but I think that the gel was missing. Pei could have been a different jungler that could mount on a different level of pressure onto MSM. You know what I mean?
And speaking about the jungler role, right, if we were to look at like the objectives, none of them were taken by ZNS at all. So it was just too bad. No challenge when it comes to taking the objectives, and that allowed their opponents to kind of scale towards the point of no return, and that's how they kind of like just snowball and wrap things up towards the end. But I still got to give props to ZNS though. That defense was crucial for them to potentially make a comeback.
Almost turned around though, as they just started respawning in the fountain side, and then like just coming and get these like huge kills at the bottom, right? We were so hyped for that, but at that point it was just too late. Damage is done. So we really have to see how they're going to do this in Game 3.
Yep, and before we go on to Game 3, we'll be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere. Make sure you're still around for the conclusion of this series. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! All will turn to dust! Her fragrant sleeves have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life, I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern
I just
Blade.
realized my mic is actually very soft.
Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Increase your volume on your side.
Because like when there's no action, there's no sound or anything, suddenly I'm so loud. There's action and stuff, like my voice just disappears.
Yeah, I have to put you on 100% at this point for my side.
Oh, okay, really? Suggest to them. Wait, I'll just Alright then, we're back after a very short break because we're just excited to conclude the series number 2 of today. That's going to be between ZNS versus MSM, of course. My name is Xeno Viper. With me here, right on the skin, is Sir Cloud. After what we have witnessed, do you even have an inkling of what we might expect in Game 3?
I don't know, man. It's going to be a tough one because being a team that's able to do a major comeback in game number one, you know that they have a strong mentality there. Game two, yes, it was a very strong showing by MSM, but who knows, right? The comeback could still happen here. And we're talking about a whole series comeback, so I don't know about this. It's going to be a good 50-50.
I like expecting the unexpected, of course, because it just sweeps us off our feet. Yes, we can telegraph. Yeah, we can predict. But like, I just want to be surprised, you know? And what I was surprised definitely was just game number one. The performance was great, right? They just immediately like turned the tables aside. Not to say there was really very big plays per se. It was just things that just really compounded, and then suddenly it all just went south for ZNS. And of course, who's gonna be happy? That was MSM. Sorry, it was ZNS. Sorry for game one. But game two, MSM realized that they just needed to close it when they should, and they did it decisively.
Yes, and they did a role swap there, something that we noticed in the middle of the game as well. So if we were to look at like track record wise, probably Didi is the better one to be playing if they're going to go for the early again in the farm lane. So maybe it's something for them to consider as well, which is something that we will be looking forward to coming into the draft here, ladies and gentlemen. But we have also seen like the early pick twice by ZNS. Now, game one, they won with the early. Game two, they did not. So, do you still favor the early pick?
I don't know if that is tier S. Okay, what's beyond tier S? Tier S plus, right?
Yeah.
Early is just up there. So if it's not banned, it is picked. So what are you gonna do with that information? If you ban it, then we're gonna see a little bit more diverse things come out. You know, then you're not really forced to always respond to an early. You can just play more towards your team comp. But we'll see. We still are not seeing it on the first phases of the ban here. So it's gonna come out again.
Last ban by MSM because the first pick will be ZNS though. So they're really thinking hard here. Do they want to spend that ban for an early? Or they want to ban the Mai or something else?
MSM won game 2 against that early. So are they alright though? We're letting them play it. Now think about it.
They're alright when the early made a role swap.
It's a lot of ifs, right? It's a lot of ifs. So this uncertainty, we see it again. I can throw in my computer at this point. Nothing much to look here. And then now we got once again Mai being banned out, which is still surprising because we haven't seen any of these players pick a Mai, so we don't know how it's being played out. The Dharma is valid, I think, just because of game number one. We've seen how MSM played it, so ZNS realized that could lock them out for a lot of plays they want to do, so they will take it out.
Oh, okay. Looks like the lane is going to be in. Okay. So now here comes the question, right? Who will play the early? Will it be Didi or will it be Sunset? I think that's something that we can also kind of like theory craft around because based on the track record from what we've seen today, when a Didi played the early, they won. When Sunset played the early, unfortunately, they did not. But let's see what sort of setup they're going to go for. Right now, they're going to go for 2 tanks, double tank pick, the Algren, which has been absent for the entire day, together with the Zhangfei. So it's going to be a strong front line for ZNS.
Okay, I'll respond to that with the MSM pick because I thought it was going to be a marksman at some point, but I think they have their priority on the Clash and the jungle for now because they have a plethora of marksmen that they could choose from. They want to secure the frontliners first, which I think is a really wise move from MSM. So far, ZNS, they got their eyes on that early for sure, but they got the roam first for MSM. So Diada and Arlie, I think the Diada pick might just be an actual response so that they don't get a Diada Arlie combo. So we still don't know who this Arlie is going to be paired up with.
And they want to put aside the Diada Lady Soon combo as well. So you don't want to deal with the protect the president sort of strategy. Well, the Direnje is still up for grabs now that the Marco Polo is out.
Long is there.
The long, yeah, long. I mean, early phase, long early is pretty nice. So why not, right? If it's not broken, why fix it?
Oh, you can only win against Arlie if she has used a Maple Dance. Like just bait out your Flaming Palms, right? Just click it and then don't attack. And then force the Maple Dance, then kick it out. So it's just more like a mind game sort of thing. But still not seeing that being picked. A Shi will come out, by the way. We haven't seen that. Silken Beauty is something that I just love in this game so much. She just outrages so many other heroes in this game. And CNS gonna be really careful how they want to respond to this. Are they gonna pick a mage that's gonna go toe to toe or she, or are they gonna pick a mage that will fit their team comp? And I love Frost. You either pick Princess Frost to counter an Ogryn, or you pick it to enable the Ogryn. There's no in between. I love the Frost.
Right, and I also want to put out there that ZNS and their draft, they're very dependent on the early to come up with the damage. Everyone else is like either control or just being a tank or just maybe try to poke from the side, like flank, right? Especially with the Mayin. So they're very dependent on the early right now with their pick. So let's hope that they'll be able to keep the early alive because the Lung was the last pick there for MSM. And we know that the Lung is very strong at the laning phase against the early.
Okay. I mean, all things considered wise, the ZNS team comp is designed to soak all the damage coming out from Lung, Mankey, and the lane first before Arlie can get in, right? So everything is so tanky. Arlie pretty much has one target, and it's only Lung in team fights. She has to force him to use Infinite Vastness at the very start. If no one can bait out his Infinite Vastness, they cannot break it to MSM. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you gotta bait it before the fight happens. But it's also not only the Infinite Vastness, they also have to be careful of the death at sunset. So that's going to be something as well for them to consider. Like, it's important for them to try to bait out. Okay, the ideal situation is to bait out those two skills. Great. If not, yeah, the Infinite Vastness has to be the priority bait.
I would like to say this is game number 3, ladies and gents. The do or die now for ZNS versus MSM. Loser goes home, winner gets to move forward in the lower bracket series, and we already got quick action up at top. The classic Mayin versus the Elaine combo. I hope Mayin learned a little bit there. They did actually swap back the role, so Deity is back on the Arlie instead. Okay, so maybe Mayin this time can hold his own a bit against the Elaine compared to game number 2.
Yeah. So based on the current state of what's happening at the top, looks like so far so good. Like, you managed to push Mikey, like, okay, don't come here, don't engage with me. We are at the 50-50 at this point, so a little bit more discipline sort of gameplay there by the current user of the Mayan, which is Sunset.
I like this aggression coming in from MSM. You know, even though the Zhang Fei is pretty tanky, but a tank can't tank if he has no health, right? So bring it down as much as possible. You have a lot of sustain, which is coming from the heals of Diadia. So starve the Arlie as much farm as they can. After all, they already seen what this Arlie can do. I think this game has to come down to a lot of macro game. They will stop there a little bit, though. That is a level 4. Very good Frigid Prison, though, to lock that thing down. But there's not going to be much follow-up.
Because the Leaping Saber came in just in time, so they saw that, the Zhang Fei is there, Kitty is there as well, so it's not going to be worth it for them to engage into the jungle. Plus, some of them are still at level 3, so they don't have like the outs together with them. Now, back onto the laning phase at the bottom, the Flaming Palm comes in.
Wait, the re-engage though by Arlie going in, I think that kind of confidence was just in lieu to Zhang Fei just being able to shield her just in case. I thought she was going to die there, but there was another engage up at mid as well. Didn't quite actually catch that, but did not also result in a kill. Here we go though. The Ogryn coming in. We'll just try to clear out this lane. Get a little bit of that push. He is level 5 though, so the other coming in early and the Baby Pounds will connect. Problem is, Arlie's a little too far. Good initiation. Mayan hits the ground.
Okay, different users, same hero, but outcome looks like to be the same as well. Getting the first blood in, but now we could potentially see the second blood. Okay, no further engagement. Anyway, for Feng, with the Zhang Fei, he is not at level 4 yet, so he's gonna play that chill sort of gameplay at this stage.
The combo actually connected onto Loom, but it was pretty scary. Oh, big initiate. Don't know the lift step will bring him all the way back, but the Mankey is going to come in and join the fray though. Both two CC immune. The Mankey is in. Gotta remember the Arlie plays that away out. She does have life steal a little bit. The 4 members of MSM is in, but the waste of damage. Just little to supplement it off. Finally, it's not enough. Maple Dance was a little too late to deflect those.
And MSM got the final blow, and they're looking for more. Wait!
Yeah.
Man!
Princess Fox tried to do a sneaky.
The C that pulled him in!
He tried to do a sneaky. But no, it didn't work. But it's 0-3 now, MSM already. CNS, they did really try to take as much risk there, right? But they just couldn't finish the job. Arnie and Zhang were just out front as long as they can, but you know what was that about though? That was all the other heals, weaving in and out, the little stunts, just so annoying. So stealing out together was literally, probably almost game-changing for MSM, just in that team fight alone.
Yeah, we gotta give props to MSM, right? With that rotation to the bottom, they got 2 kills out of that. That was just quick move, quick thinking by them. But the good news for DNS is that the goal gap is still not that far, only about like what, 100? Even though they lost 3 kills at this point.
Yeah, remember something I just want to mention is that like these objectives, right, is if they pile up. So MSM, how they usually win the previous game is that they let the objectives pile up onto them, so they gotta steal it. Nope, it's not stolen. But now Zhang in a lot of trouble, forces another defensive unbridled outburst. The Alay was a little bit too far for the video kill. He's gonna be pushed back into the tower though. I would say it is in, yes. Execute committed, won't trade 1 for 1. It's still not enough though. Backstand in, Mayet, going to go to the backline to take out shit, but she will back out just in time. Oh look, in a lot of trouble, by a lot of the damage. We'll take out that look, but still gonna wait for the cooldowns to reset. Allgone is coming on the backline, everyone on CNS so low, but they are able to trade it out here. Level 7 on the Mankey, can't do. What is taking out return? That's one more! The third one only, but he executes enough for another trade. All in all, almost a very, very even team fight.
Oh man, and that flash at that very last second by Sunset saved him. That was so close. Big One almost got another one. He almost got like what, 2 before he went down, and it would have been worth it for him, but because he then scored that one more, it's a 50-50.
Oh man, if he had more that gets serious, you know. But trust me, he was getting serious. He was really getting serious out there, but the amount of like trying to snipe the backline, it was really all in credit to her, right? So, and then the follow-ups from Organ just to come in and seal the deal from behind. And that's a level 10 jungler already. Minimum 2 levels ahead of MSM jungler.
Oh, but look at the bottom. Okay, are they gonna overextend? Probably not. I mean, they still have the time. So ZNS don't really need to push it in. They have control at this current situation. Because MSM, they don't seem like they're having a good time at the bottom at least.
Yeah, I want to remind you it was 0-3 by the way, and it's 5 and 6. So ZNS is actually doing very, very well. And here we're going to steal that Azure Golem here though. That's a Physic Prison that was locked, but Mankey is hiding in the bushes, so they will not choose to commit further. I would tell you right now that one of the winning factors for MSM is always going to be the Shi, okay? A Silken Beauty, and everything has to land completely well, you know, to either really disengage or catch a random Arlie or an Organ that is off, you know, off position, I'd say.
Yeah, so far we've only seen one rotation by the Shi towards the bottom, and it was very effective, I must say. Now they're looking for another opportunity here. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go though, the initiation is in. That's trying to lock out this Organ. He's pretty tanky, but can he sustain all this? Yes! Blood Rage coming out, no true damage to take him down. He will survive on the skin of his teeth. Hey! Oh wait, no! That was enough damage?
How?
Right, his skill 2. He's still doing damage? Was he doing damage over time?
Oh, yeah.
I think it might have been, but I didn't see the debuff on it though. But yeah, we left to speculate, but regardless, that is down. We're still not done yet, yo. Here we go, the Arnie is in. He's shielded up. Turner in return, but then Luke is going to drop down one more time. The stun is not enough, but still manages to get it off just in time. At the back, trying to catch out the Arlie. JD is down. The Luke is so low, trying to re-engage, but the teammate is nowhere close. The mine is in. Go ahead to whatever. Try to kick up, but in the wrong direction. But it is enough. The damage Sunset going to be committed, but do they have enough damage? Forces out the video kill. CC is immune, but the final blast from Princess Frost takes him down. Creeps are up. Power, tier 2, also looking likely to fall here very soon.
What a U-turn by ZNS, you know. I mean, MSM, cool, right? They saw the opportunity, like, okay, there's only 2 players underneath the tower, like there's 3 of us, let's just go in for it, get the pick up and then get the tower. Great. But the defense came in, but oh, speaking about a defense, the Mankey, that was a quick one.
A quick Dream Roam, yeah, and that's only a mage, right? So the Princess Frost being caught out is one of the very crucial keywords out of the picture. What? Oh, no. That's an initiation? Okay. He doesn't have enough charges for the meteor kill though, so he's forced to use it defensively. Offer out there. Boom! Wham bam, thank you ma'am. He is executed just as long as he just respawned. And this is looking very good for ZNS all of a sudden. It's 9-9 already, they are even out. I think this is the most back and forth game that we've seen so far in this WKS qualifier.
Yes, it is. And and ZNS now has the goal advantage. But I wanted to point out the fact that, ladies and gentlemen, that is not how you use the jump pad. I know it's new. Maybe some players, they're trying to adapt to it, like what's the best way to use it, but not by jumping into the middle of all your other opponents.
I actually don't know if he had vision. I think he did, but
Fair
we're
enough.
left to speculate. Oh, here we go. Here's Ali's just being pushed in there. No, that's not Arlie, that's the Princess Frost. Dropping very, very low, but in return, he gets killed. Well, of course, Death and Sunset. Off go down again. Arlie taking a little bit of those Dragon Flames here. The tower is still up though. Big arm from the Orgon landing onto 2. The slow onto the Dianya forces to flash away, and they will now disengage. That was a very, very big team fight coming from ZNS, and they converted. Every team fight is spelling more and more in favor for ZNS. They first lost many, and suddenly they lost little, and now they only lost one for big kills. So yeah, I am now actually worried for MSM.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at the goal gap right now. About 4k goal difference between the two of them. Okay, and I want to correct myself as well for the whole jump pad thing, right? Yeah, you did point out that he probably didn't have vision. So by the time he landed, it's like, oh, okay, there's like 4 of them there. So
It was actually a guess. Yeah, but you might be right too.
yeah, so that's also a learning like for all of us right now that the jump pad is introduced into the game. Maybe you might want a bit of vision, or at least have information on where your opponent is at before jumping into the jungle blind.
Bring back the glacial tornadoes, or the slaves. The sprite at one point that had like vision or something up in I forgot what it was, but those gimmicks are a little cute. These jump pads, they are interesting because they get you, they kind of mess up your expected tempo to come back online, right, once you die. So how they want to read this is still very new, okay? The patch just dropped like what, yesterday or the day before, so a lot of people are getting used to that, so we can't really fault MSM. But regardless, this is an elimination match. They are down 1 game each on this, and it's still, in my opinion, looking like a 50-50.
The Ogran is going to be super tanky though. I mean, with the Blood Rage, and also you have the Blazing Cape, he's well tanky right now, and he's ready to make this engagement at the top anytime soon.
Yep, power is pushed out. They do have the Tempest buff as well, so have to be really careful. Zhangfei can push up front a little bit though. Winter is here, will push some of them back, and it is fine. So I think they realize that everyone is there. They will just like call off this mission, but unless they can get a really sneaky pick off, which might just happen here, because Alay tried to push up here. He does have his Death on Sunset just in case. That will convert to the tower kill. Man, his tower down. Looking to go in, the shield is enough. So many people down, they just kited him.
Oh, they baited him out as well. Wanted to go for the chase, wanted to finish off Kitty. But then again, he was left alone. His other teammates didn't really follow him, and he went out just like that.
Everyone is out of range. Only Elaine and Menki can snipe backline, and they weren't even close. So now they're so dominating. ZNS, they're grouping up. It's pretty much at the stage of the game where you just group up, okay? Poke all these damage onto MSM. Their heals, okay, are not gonna do anything anymore, because not only they have anti-heal, of course, coming up there, but the onslaught of consistent damage from ZNS coming from both from the Organ as well as the Princess Frost doesn't push them back. Maybe Paul doesn't do that much damage anymore. Look at this Organ.
Yeah, because he's tanky, right? With the Bird Rage, with the Blazing Cape. I mean, he can absorb all those flaming buffs. He'll be happily be the one to like take it in. Okay, even if they change their target to like, okay, and they still have like the Zhangfei to be that frontliner to absorb the flaming palm as well. I mean, he can easily shield up himself with the Leaping Savior, so he'll be absolutely fine. So right now, the Loom is starting to have a problem just because he's not able to scale to the point that he would have wanted together with his teammates.
And you have to remember, Lung is more artillery, right? He blasts out his shots rather than auto-attacking. So it means that every time he uses Flaming Palms, he's riding the winds and stuff, he's suddenly out of commission. Because if he steps close to do auto-attacks, that's where your mining's going to come and kill you off. And that's where you're going to lose your infinite fastness and everything. So there's a lot of things at stake right now for MSM in terms of team fight. They have to calculate what they can lose and what they can afford to. So yeah, slight engagement here. Just try to force some of CNS back, but they will just continue to mount the pressure, considering the Vanguard's already out.
So now, for MSM, the best is if they can take out the Arlie, because that's the biggest damage dealer. Like the rest of them is like either tank or more on the control side. But get Arlie is not going to be easy.
Yep, here you go, initiation onto Ogren again, but you know, walking over that cliff just gives you that short burst of movement speed that will allow him to close the gap between his enemies. Once again, Death and Sunset, a very defensive one, but did they push too far in? There is a Vanguard up there that's pushing out though. Not a lot of heals to buy in. He's gonna wait for his cooldowns of the Wyvern to come up here, and maybe just catch the Shi. They have to be really careful though, because once you can really to put in like that on the wrong target, suddenly CNS will be forced out of position.
Yeah, and Jika was just doing it all by himself at the bottom, just chopping up the wave. And speaking of the wave, here it comes.
No, that's a big frozen prison. They caught onto two, and not only the tower is down, they will collapse onto MSM. The final member is going to be looking down as well here. Mikey, by the way, he's the only one. Finally, the crystal will drop. That's CNS closing out game number 3 in this second series of the day.
Ooh, Singapore's best, ladies and gentlemen. You voted for them 90% and they delivered it to you. This is CNS here, a team to watch in the upcoming series, ladies and gentlemen. What a game this was. It went from like a comeback game to a difficult game for CNS and then a very convincing win in game number 3.
Yeah, you know what we call a redemption arc, right? This is beyond that. This is salvation. This is everything that they could hope for in terms of surviving the lower brackets run, and they did it with style. I like their storyline, how they come about this just in this series alone. They struggled, they swapped around, didn't work, then they tried to make sure that it finally secured the win. Even though they lost game 2, that's not the end of the world because your aim is to actually finish the series, not just one game. So well drafted, well executed. They identified the gaps coming in from MSM and they exploited it to the very fullest extent.
Absolutely. And they played 3 Arlies in a row. Okay, so this is me just putting it out there, right? So obviously they won, they're going to move on to the next stage. Now, whoever is going to be their opponent will surely respect ban the Arlie, especially if it's used by Daddy.
How is Arlie not banned for all these 3 games in a row? It's still, I'm dumbfounded, right? So we're back here with Daddy being MVP. I guess when he's on Arlie, he's just MVP, period. But I just want to point out that every one of ZNS performed exactly what they needed to. When I was highlighting their hero, they were doing what they need to. Whereas on MSM side, something is a little lackluster. We didn't see she like being in the right position sometimes to just harass a little bit, you know, just throw out those like the Silk Imprint and the Silky Beauty to just deal damage. You have to remember that her spells actually really hurt. So when there's no one really poking on the side of ZNS, then they just run over you. So I feel like this game, MSM has been playing a little bit more reserved, but you can tell that Elaine was really trying to force the issue, but not a single one of his team could keep up with him.
Yeah, he clearly had the confidence, right? Like multiple times we see him just opening up the fights or try to get that 1v1 or try to just engage even underneath the tower. But like what you say, right? The follow-up from there, maybe the coordination needs to be improved a little bit more. But unfortunately for MSF, they have been eliminated. So hopefully we'll be able to get to see them coming back again in the next season.
Oh, well, Myanmar is a huge region for all these players that you might see representing in the WKS itself. Hey, there's a lot of room to improvement. There's a lot of room to move around here. So anyway, we are going to move towards the third series of the match that comes a little bit later, where we go for a short break. So I hope you've been enjoying these qualifiers so far, because this is brought to you by Xenoviper, yours truly, as well as Sir Cloud here. Give us a time to set up, grab some refreshments, because there's more Honor of Kings coming right after this.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy. as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Baichi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Baichi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Baichi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WKS Spring 2025 qualifiers. We're done with the lower bracket series. Now we're coming back up to the upper bracket series, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my wonderful buddy here, Xeno Viper. So what have you made of the day so far?
What I have made of the day? Funny enough, I think my day is made. I'm doing Honor of Kings broadcast with you for WKL, and now we're back on upper brackets already, seeing two Hong Kong teams going up against each other. I think I can't ask for a better day one, by the way, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, and after this, we're going to see one of the familiar names in the HOK Esports series, Fearless Hong Kong. They have played before this in the previous edition, which is the S2. So it's interesting to see how they will fare out. It's been a while since we last saw them here in this broadcast. So let's see what sort of changes have they made. Maybe they brought in some new players, some new strategies. And of course, since then, there was a lot of changes with the patches, new heroes introduced, and so on and so forth. So it will be nice to see like this familiar name in this new patch and see how they adapt to the situation.
Oh, not just that too, but like since these are Hong Kong teams up there, they kind of also shows the kind of level of gameplay that they can bring to the table, right? That's why they're still on the upper brackets. But regardless, one of these teams are gonna be knocked down to the lower brackets. You know what I mean? So can I just call them FEC? It's FEHK, right? Versus PAWSG. It doesn't mean anything, but like it's a mouthful. So do I just call them Fearless then? I think Fearless, yeah.
Yeah, Fearless.
Best of 3, okay. So and this is not a global ban pick, meaning that the teams can rinse and repeat their drafts if they want to, as we've seen in the past 2 series today already. So how do they want to tailor their comps against each other? It's going to be so interesting. I literally forgot the days that it was before global ban pick anymore, Cloud. So I don't know.
Yeah, right. And plus with the new patch and new heroes introduced and so on and so forth. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how they adapt to this sort of situation. Now, what's going to be interesting as well, between these two teams, both of them are from the Hong Kong region. So I'm pretty sure they have met before. If it's not in official tournaments, it would have been in scrim somewhere.
Rank game. Nah, I'm just saying. It does happen. We're in the same region. Because as a reminder, this is the Wildcard Series for Asia, right? Having these tournaments in for countries to participate that don't have their own king leagues, namely mostly Myanmar, Laos, I believe, then Hong Kong, Singapore, and also Macau. So a lot more regions probably are missing out, but that's why we have some of these players here trying to compete to have one of those 2 slots up there in the official WKS. That will happen very, very soon.
Now, with Fearless Hong Kong and their reputation of playing in the international stage before, they are clear favorites to move towards the regular season. I mean, on paper, no doubt, right? If you have that experience, you've been there, you've seen it, you've done it, and you've been up against like some of the best teams in the world as well. So no doubt that they are the clear favorites, but we have seen upsets before this. So who knows, anything might happen. But when it comes to the audience prediction, interesting. Even though they are clear favorites on paper, that is, looks like the audience disagree with us.
And we can only guess why. They want the underdogs. I'm just saying. Everyone roots their underdogs, right? Because as a game that is still growing, who's just recently released in the international scene, sometimes we just want the little babies to win. Or maybe we have more friends in there. But yes, regardless, okay, I'm here for the gameplay. I'm here for the plans. I love it when a good plan comes together. I want to see if these 2 teams can bring out at least something a little bit more different than the first 2 games that we had today already. And they were somewhat already reasonably diverse. Yeah,
and I hope not another early pick. I'm done with earlies today, man. It's like we saw like best of 3, win 3 games, all 3 earlies out. Even like in our first series, we saw it early as well, twice as a matter of fact. So it's been like an early day. Like, okay, I'm so done with early. Can we like bring out like, I don't know, some of the unconvention farm laners like the Luban or maybe like a Hoyi? I'm just saying, right? Just putting out there.
Just whisper it a little softer and they might actually hear you. So if a Hoyi comes out, that means they are stream sniping. Just saying. But nah, there's been a lot more other options, but because it's not ban pick, so that's why people can play back whatever is effective in the meta and whatever they could be comfortable with. So we're not really going to be deviating much of like the, the sub 20, 25 heroes that you usually see, right, on broadcast. Things can get stale, but it just, they are still fighting for something at stake. They're fighting for somewhere like the lion's share of $1,000 US. So they want one of the slots up there, not just the fame, not just the glory, but a little bit of the ka-ching, so to say.
Oh yeah, the money is definitely going to be very attractive for these teams to go for glory all the way. But the early, okay, one last ban. If it's not the early ban, we're very likely to see it again. Okay.
One last ban is not the early ban.
Yeah. Okay, here comes the early, people.
Yeah, can we just count down together like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, when it comes out? So 5.
Early?
That's not 5. Math is hard, guys. But the bans are interesting, by the way. Let's talk a little bit. Okay, there we go. Math fails. Arlie's here. Dune being first ban, very interesting. Not really first ban worthy, but could be considered. What other kind of like hard jungles are they looking to go for then? If so, PAWSG really wants to. They are going to pick up a pay on the side of FE, right? So would we see a different kind of pay compared to our first game today? Maybe.
The pay that we saw earlier today didn't really work out. So yeah, but obviously, the pay needs to play a faster pace in order for him to snowball. But it might be an issue depending on what sort of jungler who's on the other side. We saw them hovering around the Luna earlier on, but I think it's a little bit too early for them to pick the Luna because you want to leave the Luna for a behind pick just to make sure that, okay, the Luna is clear when you don't have like a strong single target CC to stop the Luna. So they'll leave that for later.
But they've kind of showed the Luna already. So was it tactical? That's a big question, because even though if you show it, it kind of like forces FE to maybe ban it and not ban something that you want to. There's a lot of mind games in being able to like show picks, right? Whereas on the side of FE, so far it's not really a tanky comp, but a very high sustained, high mobility picks for FE. Whether they can pull it off, that's usually comes down to the player itself. Whereas like it's something that's more straightforward, something that can be initiated with lesser risk, that will be for PAWSG.
Yeah, but at least now we're definitely not going to see the Luna because they have locked in the Ogred. Now, some may say that, but the Ogred can go to Clash Lane. Okay, don't worry, because the Byron is locked as well. So the Clash Lane is locked, the jungle is locked. We're not going to see a Luna for sure. What we're going to see is going to be a mid and also a roam later on. So there's a lot of good mids as well. Like you still have the Nuwa, they can provide a lot of control. You have the Yixing as well. Yeah, there you go. There goes the Nuwa out the window, right? I just had to say it. But you still have the Yixing. Now, the Yixing will be pretty nice to try to lock in like the Maye or maybe even the pay from chasing someone down.
Frost and Lady Zhen is still up there, but actually FE gets their hands on the gun and more. The first one that we've seen today too, couple of blades can do a lot of damage because these players are not that beefy for PAWSG side. So I'm a little concerned. Need a couple of blades, and that those blades are immune to Yara's passive as well. Just saying, so if Yara caught in no man's land, she's gonna be destroyed, I'd say, for lack of a better term actually. But whether they can get to that, because I keep saying Fearless Esports is very, very squishy on their own accord as well. Okay? Yeah. They don't really have a true tank because they are now only lacking a marksman, whereas on the side of PAWSG, you do have an Organ tank. So soak out some of the couple blades. I don't know, am I seeing somewhat of a semblance of a ranked game draft here or something that's more competitive? Because I feel like they're missing a lot of crucial components to what makes a good team comp.
I mean, you asked for an unconventional draft, right? So what Fearless Esports is showing to us is that, hey, you asked for it, we'll deliver it to you. No tanks needed. Okay, the closest one that might go for a tank build could be, I'm thinking either the Pei or the Mayan. I just can't really decide on one at the end of the day. But if I were to pick one, I'll probably go for the Mayan because you want to give the probability of Mayan initiating those fights with the durability in hand.
I think like building tank on Pei is definitely a no-go. You could build tank on a Lam, but not a Pei, because Lam has a very strong regenerative capabilities, whereas Pei, you really, really want the damage. I don't know. Like, I haven't seen too much experiments around Pei to make this sort of like informed decision, right? But we are looking into game number 1 here between these two teams, these two Hong Kong teams. Okay, somewhat of a similar idea of team comps, but execution-wise, that will determine how the pace of the game is going to go.
Yep, no swap lane, except for the fact that the Yaria is going to just babysit the farm lane, which is fine because you're going up against a Marco Polo. Marco Polo can also kind of poke. But here comes the rotation from the middle very early on. Less than 1 minute, we're already seeing the mid laners coming down just to give a little bit more space to KK. And KK tries to fight back. We might see the first blood here. And looks like the Guardian Mode is one in trouble, but the distance is good enough for him to get away.
Yep, just to note that this is actually a Rome Yuhuan, by the way, right? Because that's a mid Gun and Mo. So Rome Yuhuan is sort of alright. I think it's one of the stronger Yuhuan roles that they could play compared to the mid and the jungle these days because of the recent rework. By recent, I mean like months ago. But so far, just a slight aggression. Doesn't really dictate the pace so far, and they just look to clear these big objectives first together, even though they're going to split gold and XP. But once you clear it out, then you can try to funnel your focus into a single lane itself to try to put pressure on it. And that's exactly what FE is going to do.
I'm also thinking of like what sort of impact can the Marco Polo bring in this round, right? Because if you kind of think about it, the forward barrage going in, that's cool, but there's enough control by PAWSG. But looking at the top, it's going to be a 2v1. Flash to the front, and that's not going to give him enough distance to save himself, but he still sustains. Whoa, okay, here comes the backup from the middle. It's going to be Maelstrom, and they will still get the kill on the Fable. Wow, nice turnaround.
I think there was an understatement to how well that Snow actually played that Byron. He was alive, he was almost dead, and then he just got some really good shields, right? He played that down to a T, waiting for Mysotis to come out and like take the kill instead. So in the end, first blood going into the side of PAWSG. I think that was well played on the Clash lane.
Oh, absolutely, right? With the rotation coming in as well, like that gave an extra insurance policy to ensure that he will survive and also win that fight at the other day. So great work, great start by PAWSG. Let's see who will get the next advantage here. We can see that Fearless Esports, they are thinking of something sneaky if anyone passes by the riverside.
Yeah, but just gotta be careful of these slows coming out from Yuhuan, right? She does have the underneath Sora as well, so she could do the main bulk of like soaking a little bit. Here we go, Artie's out as well. The Pei gonna be jumping away from the roof, but she's looking to try to catch this maybe final shot. Not enough. The heal is good. Oh, but no, he's gonna catch that. The Yara is caught. Yes, no, out. The couple blades will take her down.
Oh, double kill at the end of the day for Fearless Esports. Now crawling back in terms of kills. They have managed to close the gap when it comes to the goal difference between the two of them. Great counter by Fearless.
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. I just caught that out. I just thought like that was something absolutely huge, right? That was like 2 for nothing for FEK based on their positioning itself.
Yeah, so they are looking like a 50-50 team between these two, right? So if this continues on, this will be a tight match between these two teams. But okay, now we're going to take a short break here. We're going to get a breather here, ladies and gentlemen. What do you make of the game so far?
I think pace-wise, both teams are playing very well. I would not say this for most teams that has played today because remember, this is like a draft that is almost exactly similar, right? It's snipe heavy. There's a lot of motility as well, and it's a matter of who catches each other first. And I feel like burst damage in this game is huge because sometimes you have very little time to respond to. That's why you pick the likes of Mayin, you pick the likes of Byron, right? Pei, all these can just one shot, two shot, and you're gone. So how fast can they kill you is usually offset by the mathematical equation of how well does your team sustain you in terms of the heals, right? Damage, block, or shields to manage to keep yourself alive. So far, like we saw Yara just dying a horrible death at the pit there because she didn't have an ult, right? The couple of blades just finished her out. It's just more like, yeah, she has the mobility, but it was on cooldown. So I think the team, while we're on topic, just needs to know how to play out with the enemy's cooldown. Force Yaria out proactively if they can. Play on that like 6-7 second cooldown from the ult and destroy whoever is up in the front line because both teams don't really have a strong front line.
Yeah, and I can see that for Fearless Esports, based on their draft right now, what they're trying to do is that they're trying to pick up the pace. And true enough, because they don't really have tanks, so you don't want to leave it to the late game where your opponent has snowballed with a good amount of damage. So you want to take the fight towards them. Speaking about fight, the fight continues on right now with a little bit of a skirmish at the top, but both sides respect each other.
Yep, Pei is almost like a Luna, right? Just managed to like slop away and usually be fine, but usually with more with a more punishable kit, I would say, compared to Luna. But yeah, I think the fight's not gonna stop. They're just really congregating up to get more kills.
Who gets the red buff there? Looks like PAWSG actually stole it away from the hands of Fearless Esports. Okay, great advantage there by stealing away that buff. So now they can potentially go for another objective. Overlord now. Okay, the Tyrant, they got it. So, oh wait, Tyrant got by Fearless Esports. But anyway, we'll think about that a little bit later because at the top, Byron is all alone. Here comes the backup from the side and looks like a counter will come in thanks to the tower as well. They will make sure that Fable will go down. Double kill will fall to the hands of PAWSG.
Right now, another great positioning coming up from both Byron as well as the Mysotis, right? Playing that Ogren. And the ult was perfect. It actually, do you know the ult actually dispositions your enemies? So he got in front, sits in right, and then Yuhan just like goes back. Even though that's a roam Yuhan, she's died a couple of times now already. So they really tried to just get in to get some of these kills. But this is actually really just not dying off.
Oh,
one more.
Enough. Oh. Just by the last tick of health. Oh man, KK survived that one.
Yeah, this is just not looking good right now suddenly for FEK. The this is just lane diff, right? They won their lanes, they just pushed. It was nothing complicated. It was not like really big hoo-ha team fights that just come on. They just won their skirmishes basically. And it's not too far apart. The couple blades is not really doing so much work so far.
Oh, but now we won't see the couple blades with the fact that from the side, Things here actually got him. Here comes the world is my board, catching two inside of it. Where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna run? Where are you gonna hide? They will make sure that they will get another kill this time of the sky. But KK comes in with the forward barrage to at least trade one back.
The only reason he got that trade was because the Ogren's ult actually went wide. There was no more enemies left alive, so he didn't actually get any heals. So in hindsight, if he did, he would have survived the favorite barrage. But hey, it's still one kill for like what, two? They lost Gun and Mo as well as Pei, minimum, right? And now it's 6-3. It was 2-1 earlier, you know? So now FEK is just gonna find out how they can just hold on to this pressure just a little bit longer.
And also, it's a nice bonus. They got the mid tower, and they managed to shove out the waves at the top as well. So that's pretty nice for PAWSG. So far, they're in control. Now it's a matter of whether they will be able to get this blue buff or not. The answer is no. Couple blades. That was scary onto Xiaoyang. If that second couple blade hit, he would have been gone.
Yep, the flash was more of a tip of the iceberg there. Just because I think he does have his ult. I mean, his passive available. I think. Yeah, maybe he just didn't want to waste it, but the flash cooldown's a little sooner, I guess. We could always speculate, but it just comes down now. We could go for more kills or just literally just push up lanes and just farm neutral objectives. The overlords are coming up already. The 8-minute mark is a 10-minute mark, and the first overlord is still there, waiting for the taking.
Yeah, Fearless, they wanted to go for the overlord, but the moment they saw Mysotis there, they're like, okay, no. It's not going to be worth it. Plus, they're kind of behind as well, so you don't want to take that risk. And they lost their bottom tower, unfortunately. Here comes the engagement with the World is my board. Catching one, catching two inside of it. Where are you going to go? Woodwind will be sent back to his base. Not by the way that he would have wanted. But here comes the engagement by Fable. Fable all in on to the back. Okay, he's trying to get a trade off here, but unfortunately, he's not able to do anything.
Yeah, Yara is so annoying sometimes, right? The slows, the little stuns that come out and then just disappears. That's why I'm a Yara main. I'm just saying. Some people hate Yara just because the way they played in rank, but if you play a Yara well, you have to understand how annoying she could be with that true health shield, I think. So, and you can negate enemy projectiles coming at you. She's one of the only few characters in the game that you can completely disjoint a projectile without going invulnerable, you know, like a Yuan out or a Lung infinite vastness. So, and she's such a good frontliner just going in, bait out those kills, and I think she's been doing work to keep the Marco Polo at bay as well. Marco Polo being the final marksman was both a little question mark for me, Sir Cloud, because on lane, Marco Polo never wins an early.
Yeah, his range doesn't really help him as well during the laning phase. And going up against this combo together with the Yarya, yeah, he had a difficult lane. But Let's see, are they going to challenge for this? They're waiting by the bushes. Oh, Fearless Esports not really going for it, but they might catch one here. Maelstrom is going all in right now, all the way to the front, all the way to the back. But speaking about the back, we do have Xiaoya showing up, securing a kill for himself. But from the side, they want to get a trade back. Fearless Esports, they cannot do so. They do not have the damage output.
Ended up being a 1 for 3. I think Feng Jie will be happy to die for that right now. Like, there's so much damage output, they cannot sustain the amount of aggression coming through. So the Pei is trying to force some of these players back, but he's looking most likely to fall here, get a little scratch onto that Yi Xing, but still, with that buff from the Tempest Dragon, that's why it's doing so much damage every 3 seconds.
And here's the thing about Fearless Esports, right? We talk about them not having a tank. We're starting to see that not having a tank is going to be pretty difficult, especially if you want to make a U-turn.
Not just a U-turn, sir. Do you know about the gun and Mo? You gotta have someone to tank out Ahsoka all the damage, right? And another words, board coming up. This time, it's going a little bit wide, even though we have a random gun and Mo on the inside.
Yeah, so I guess this needs to be going back to the drawing board, right, for Fearless Esports. Whether they win or lose or not, coming to game number 2, something for them to consider, because who's going to start out the fight? That's going to be another question, right? Yeah, maybe the Mayan, but if the Mayan is not tanky now, if we were to look at some of the builds here, the Mayan is not really going for a tank build.
Yeah, I mean, she can... she was expecting to build into the fact that she can go back lines, right? Take out the Arlie first. Because if you go tank, she cannot one-shot the Arlie. So that was a risk I think she was willing to take. But it shouldn't be at the expense of the enemy's team composition. You know, that was a Mayan first pick, but then the rest of the draft was a little bit of a question mark in my head. Remember, to pick a gun and Mo, you need someone in front to consistently soak all the damage for you to be safe on behind. And right now, I don't think any one of FE is feeling safe.
Oh, they're definitely not feeling safe. Look at the amount of damage here by Feng Zhe. Man, that was enough to at least shoot them back and even get a kill out of KK. Now without KK, okay, they have the others that can sort of deal damage, but right now, the gap is so big. It's about 8k gold difference now. It's significant to the point that Fearless Esports, they don't have the damage output.
Yeah, Tyrant Ruff there is going to definitely secure the damage that they need to bring down some players and the tower. Look at that, the dive in.
Oh, well, it's my bot catching to where are you going to go? Even though the tower is still active there, but keep your eye on behind. Here comes Fable. By the time he arrives, it's only him alone. There's nothing that he can do about the situation. And there goes. Technically, that's an ace. And PAWSG takes game 1.
Very, very well played, I would feel. Pause is just understanding the capabilities of their draft, as I always come back to, because it's important to talk about this. It's a team of 5, right? You come together, you understand what your team is capable of doing. And once again, it's Arlie, arguably, for I think 4 out of 5 games. This has won. I think that's the ratio. I'm not sure how many games have been played so far. But Fearless Hong Kong, though, once again, a pay pick that did not actually see that much value. And that is a concern. And it's not just about the pay. I really want to talk about the entire draft. We said both of these teams' draft look almost the same, but I think it will be more punishing for Fearless Hong Kong if they did not come online because of greedy picks like Gun and Mo and Pei. Those two were very, very unorthodox.
Yeah, if they went for maybe like a tank jungle, at least they have something to initiate, something to absorb the damage. While even though if they want to play the defensive game, right, they have something to be the frontliner. But because they didn't have that, so it was difficult. So if we were to look at these numbers as well, even Pei, as much as he is the damage dealer guy, but he's not able to get a single kill.
I would also say damage dealer too. It's just more like how can he get in and not die? You know what I mean? Because it's a team of 5, team of 2 maybe. If you're going in, scratching someone a little bit, if they can escape, if they can run, that's pretty much game over for you. Because now you're caught in no man's land, you've used your abilities, you can't really escape, right? And then War is my board is almost always gonna trap you in place. So it kind of forces you in this really, really strange situation on like, well, like, do you continue farming or do you really just want to come and help your teammates because they're falling behind? And the final thing that just had a big question on my mind was the Marco Polo pick. You could have done better with a D-Ranger, for example, maybe even a consort, you know, something that has a good range and also provides some immunity against against physical attack for that matter. Whereas Marco Polo, there's not real reliable stance for you to land your first skill, of course, right? So half and half in the game. I love Marco Polo. I play him a lot, but I just didn't really see him come online this game as well.
Yeah, and ideally, if you have a Marco Polo, it's for someone to initiate the fight first, maybe draw a few skills before he goes in with a fervor barrage. So that's like the regular sort of like a sequence within a team fight. But the fact of the matter is that they didn't really have a tank or someone to initiate fights or someone to just bait out those skills. So the Marco Polo didn't really have that room to go in big with the fervor barrage.
Yeah, I mean, every one of their team compositions for Fearless Hong Kong has been revolving around staying in the back line, being safe, but dealing tons of damage. Whereas the only one responsible to be going in to deal damage is Pei. So I agree what you said. If it was a tank jungler, everything just might have been different here. You can go greedy, but you can't go uber greedy. And that's exactly what they did, and they got punished. That's all I can say.
Yeah, so it is what it is at the end of the day. So now what they can do is just to look forward to round number 2. So I think it's quite clear, like on the drafting phase is something for them to think of. If they can come up with a better draft, then it might be a different result for them. And the fact that it's not a global ban pick, they basically have a second chance.
Yeah, or just that. I mean, I really think they just lost the drafting. I don't believe that they are bad players, seeing how they like can escape certain things and like knowing how they position some of the team fight. They can play. It's just sometimes you do lose straight up just because of the drafting. So just like drafting is super important. You know, I call it the traffic light sequence, right? You start from the top, you're going all the way bottom. You know, like you go for what's very important first. Are you really going to choose to counter the enemy, or are you picking because you are strong at that hero? And at that point, I couldn't see either of those definitions on the side of FE.
Yeah, and so what do you think about the early pick so far? It's like a 50-50 in terms of result.
50? I think it's 80-90% win rate, right? Did she? I think she only lost one game. Looking at my...
Was it 2?
Game 1 for looking for Orc and Ebel, they lost game 2, right?
Yeah, they only lost once. Yeah,
only once. So that's why she's strong for a reason, not just because like, she has mobility, right? But she has poke. So just leave stepping in, throw a couple twice, get back out. That's so much damage already. Half the time you can't even do anything. So you either need something to lock down or respond to the poke, right? By, you know, like I said, the likes of Consort Yu, for example. When you pick Marco Polo, you're pretty much almost going to lose the lane. It's hard that like to keep talking about like Fearless Hong Kong as well, because they are good players, but it's important to point out these critical matters because they can escalate up into later stages of the game that you can't recover from. So I think they should work on improving just a bit of the next picking phase and see at least we can experience some of their actual playing capabilities against PAWSG.
So that's a good point there, since the Arlie has a good win rate today. If the team does not get the first pick, consider banning the Arlie.
If they've been watching the broadcast tonight, yeah, that should be the way to go. Or if you don't pick it, you have to pick something explicitly to I almost say cancel the Arlie, to counter the Arlie. Maybe not just in the laning phase, but sometimes, you know, if you could bully the Arlie, then it's fine. But then, you know, you have the topics of lane swapping and stuff like that, yada yada. So you know what? Just slam the hammer down. Just ban the Arlie. Like, why? Why is it going through? I don't understand.
Yeah, even the Mai went through, but nobody banned an I with the Mai.
If
it's
you
like, okay.
Yeah. If you want to let the Arlie go through, then you got to be confident that you can counter it, right? That's all I'm saying. To not ban something, that means you should be comfortable playing against it. That's the nature of any ban picks in any game. So, yeah, I will give big props up to PAWSG. Picked it. I told you, very linear, very straightforward. I go up front tank. Baron comes in, flashes in on the backline, landed me a good line stun, swash, you know. And then at the time, Organ is in the range for a good execute already. If not, they are always going to be forced to back off. So when we talk about pressure, sometimes, right, it's also a matter of how much damage your hero can do. So can you outweigh your opponent by just existing, right? That's in the likes of like Dune, Nerza, all these kind of things. Or is your hero like a touch and go, like an Arlie, right? Or are you the kind that just you want to snipe people? Lan Ling, Archer. We haven't seen Archer. I would love to see one if I can. It's so hard to play against a good Archer if the Archer can break up your formation.
Yeah, so those are some of the varieties that we have not seen today. Because it's not a global ban pick rule, so that's why we're seeing a lot of repeated sort of heroes, and I
Yeah.
can totally understand that because if it works for you, cool, right? Arlie, right?
Uh-huh.
So I do hope that, come on, guys, the Arlie should be given the respect ban now, unless you're the one getting the first pick.
I wonder what's the definition for them to pick their sides as well, because I brought it up before in one of the first two games that we casted today that red side has a higher win rate than the blue side, because it seems that people are doing much better to respond picks if, let's say, we are on the higher tier level. But here there are certain blue side that has always been winning. And why is blue side winning as prior picks? It's because they first pick Arlie. That's why. So maybe just switch up that equation a little bit so that we could have some sort of variety. Here we go.
Yeah. I mean, or maybe just the teams themselves, right? Like, okay, guys, let's not do Arlie anymore. But I can totally understand. I mean, it's a competition at the end of the day, right? It's not about entertainment. It's not about whatever that maybe everyone else thinks. It's about what they think is the best thing to bring to the table. Okay, so I'll put this out, right? Say, Arlie will be picked by the first team, okay? What do you think is the best way to play against Arlie then?
Go for a draft that either outmatch the pace of the Arlie or pick an extra counter. There we go. First ban Arlie. Finally. Oh,
Thank
God.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now you don't need to answer that question. Okay, it's out the window. That's fine.
It's fun to theory craft. But then again, in hindsight, here's theory crafting. If PAWSG was on the blue team, would they not ban the Arlie? But then it will go over to the red side to ban, right? So since now it's gone, I want to see something also other than the likes of just a Lady Sun and a Direnjie. Okay, we know what they do. They are very good at what they do, but the thing that enables them will be their roam and the jungle most of the time. So a pay ban is very interesting though, because I don't expect them to be picking this on Paul's side, because it really doesn't suit their gameplay unless they did homework on PAWSG. I don't know. But the Dharma ban will be the one to finish it off, and I think it's a good one.
I would kind of rather that Fearless, they cut off the double tank lineup from PAWSG. So, but yeah, they left it open. So the Zhangfei, the Outgrant is open for them to pick up. It was one of their earlier picks in the first game as well. But even though it's still not the Zhangfei or the Outgrant, looks like they are still going to go with a similar concept. The Dune and the Byron locked in. This is a tanky lineup. So their roam is going to be somewhat of a more supportive type of roam later on. It could be, I'm just putting out there, maybe they want to play Protect the President because the Lady Sun is still open. It could be Lady Sun Ming.
Protect the President can only mean one thing. That means your lineup is supposed to play from front to back, right? So that means you have to pick a comp that actually suits that. I thought I saw a Ming there. I am so colorblind, but that is a Princess Frost coming out with Sky. Not a common two picks that we see together mostly in most team comps. So I'm interested to see how this turns out. As mentioned, Princess Frost is either a very good counter initiator most of the time, or I think it's 70-30. 70% being a very good counter initiator. Okay, I rest my case.
Well, anyway, the Lady Sun being picked up. Now, the question is for Fearless. Do they want to ban the Ming or not? We have seen the Ming Lady Sun combo today, and the composition is starting to line up here, right? The Dune can play the frontliner, and then you have the Lady Sun behind, obviously, and then the Ming in between all of them. So it makes absolute sense here. So they have one more ban for Fearless. Might want to consider to ban that out just so that that combo does not happen.
So let's say if you ban out the Direnjie and let's say you ban out Consort, right? Or Marco Polo. It has to be one or the other. Okay, so they choose to actually ban out one roam instead of the other marksman. So they're actually saying that, okay, we don't want to deal with shields, we don't do an unbridled outburst with potential disruption. So let's just go with a potential lowercase Zhangfei, as I will call like a Lian Po, which I think they could deal with that, because as long as someone is face tanking the Lian Po up front, the Lady Sun and Ming, which just came out, is just going to have free roam behind. Now I'm worried for FE. PAWSG's comp is looking absolutely solid.
Ooh, to deal with this one, what we learned from the previous series is that you need to have somebody who is able to go to the back line. So the Luna is going to play that role. Now, the thing is that the Luna needs a bit of scaling time. That doesn't mean that the Lady Sun does not need that too. The Lady Sun needs it. But the difference is that the Luna is a quote-unquote solo hero, while the Lady Sun has like all these bodyguards around here. You got the main, you got the Dun, you have sometimes the Byron as well. So in terms of potential scalability, like who's quicker, it's going to be PAWS.
So yeah, they did really go for the other alternate to Zhang Fei, which is the Lian Po. You wanted something that could go behind. That's technically one of it with Tremor Smash plus a Flash, right? You could argue it's not really that reliable because it needs time to cast, but the one that will reach on the back is going to be the Luna. Haven't seen the super flashy plays, the time, because as you say, he could be soloing sometimes. Not everyone creates the openings for Luna to play in, right? It's like a Fade, it's like a little lamp. You can't just go in, you will just die. So you have to rely on people that's actually just disrupting the enemy fields, right? And really, really cut through the thick defenses of PAWSG to actually kill either the mage or the marksman as your first target priority and ignore the clash in the jungle.
And with the fact that the Nua is the last pick there for PAWS, they don't really have a strong CC to stop the Luna from just diving in and wrecking havoc, but the Nua is at least able to somewhat buy some time, opens up a bit of space, try to push away the Luna. That is probably what they're thinking of with the last pick.
I am kind of thinking would Shu be the better pick? You know what I mean? Because
But
it's
she was
easier.
banned.
Yeah. Oh, Shu was banned?
Yeah.
I did not see. I sincerely apologize. Maybe that's why. Okay, that explains.
Yeah, they read it before you.
That's why I'm not a pro player, guys. I didn't see that. But yeah, then that's fair game, okay? Because even Lady Zhen was Lady Zhen banned? No, it was.
No, it was picked by PAWS.
So PAWS is last man is Lady Zhen.
Is
kind of tough
Nua
to-
last pick.
So it's Nua, but not Lady Zhen.
Not Lady Sun. Sorry, I thought you said Lady Sun. Okay, yeah, it's
Yeah.
Nua last pick.
Okay, so I want to see how the mages will contribute to this, because more often than not, right, these two mages have a very, very different dynamic in playstyle. So Princess Frost can actually survive very well without too much of farm, okay, because her kit is actually very strong in terms of slows. But Nua does need farm and need levels for her cooldown to enjoy more reduction, more damage, and more range. So that's why Nua also needs to scale, but you're gonna have the Lady Sun and also the Byron needing those farm to scale as well. So there's very little room for the Nua to actually get farm unless she's scoring kills left and right. Whereas it's more forgiving for Fearless Hong Kong side, because you just only need to funnel farm to two people, which is mostly your Luna as well as the Lung. The rest can just exist for the CC and to get those final kills to lock them down.
So they don't really need to play an aggressive gameplay like, we try to jungle invade like within the first 2 minutes and stuff like that. They just need to farm and funnel all the farm to the two heroes that you mentioned earlier on. So with that being said, perhaps you're going to see a more defensive gameplay by Fearless.
Funny enough, I would think the opposite. Fearless need to invade more because PAWSG needs so much farm, right? For them to be effective. So if they invade more, take more of their camps, then they have less things to farm, and then they're just stuck in this void of like, what do I do? Walk around aimlessly, try to get some kills maybe. So I'm just thinking what's possible for Fearless to win. Because after all, you gotta remember, PAWSG is up 1-0 right now.
Yeah, I get your pun there, right? But is it possible for them to... Okay, I get it. See, I told you, ladies and gentlemen, you're gonna get more from Zeno here. But like what you said, as what you predicted, Paul playing aggressively, and now within the first minute, they're in the jungle of Fearless.
Yeah, so there we go already. Look at this invade. Then they will take this, I think. Yeah, they actually do. So Fable locked out of her own neutral camp for now. This is a 3-man congregate at mid too. I don't like the splitting here. Then again, I think they cleared bottom really quickly already. So they're just gonna go back, get that farm a little bit. Once again, Marco Polo also not the best pick against against the Lady Sun, I think. I thought they went with the Lung, by the way. So I think they actually closed it with the Marco instead. Huh. I thought they went
Yeah. Yeah, but is it better than going against the Arlie?
Arguably, I will give the Marco Polo a pass here because it's easier for him to land his favorite considering there's Lianpo stuns, right? There's burst ram, there's this like ult as well. So okay, there's more windows for him to land his skills. So now it's just more coming up the farm as well now. How fast or how important it is to clear these lanes, or do you want to freeze them to get it? Here we go, initiation.
Okay, a 2v1. Here comes the Fervor Barrage, but it did not deal full damage to his opponents. Here comes the counter from the Lady Sun. In fact, it almost got a counter kill. But here comes the cavalry from the middle. And Arrival. Let's see if they're able to get anything more out of this. They got Yindo, but a 1-for-1 from both sides.
I think this is so much more worth it to take out the Lady Sun. Feng Jie versus a trade for Yin, they'll take it any day. But hey, they're not letting up now. As we know that Zurich Golem comes up, it's going to be another initiation.
Here comes, who will get the buff? And looks like, the buff stolen away by Paul, in fact. Okay, job done. Time to get out to safety. Now they're trying to get a trade-off back. At least they want to try to get back their buff. Snow is the one in trouble. Mesotis is the one taking a lot of damage here. They split up at this point, but they're still taking it. Here comes the Arrival from the side. They should be able to get a trade-off here by taking down the Lempo. Woodwind in trouble. Last wheel of him onto beneath the tower. Not going to save him. And that's how they get that one extra kill together with the buff.
Wow, that is so well played from PAWSG, by the way. Pushing the limits of their own hero, even diving the tower to make sure they do have enough damage to take down the likes of FE. And oh my god, this Luna is really trying his best to just get farm. And funny enough, I said FE is going to be the one that needs to invade, but Paws is the one that's doing it.
Yeah, and Paws is just trying to choke down the members of Fearless Esports. They took out the buff, they took out a couple of kills from the invade, and now they're starting to scale above them by about a 1k gold difference. So looking good for Paul.
So you remember what I said, that like Paws needs a lot of farm for all across their hero picks, right? Okay, so how FE can counter that is to invade them so that it starves their resources. So Paws has circumvented that by doing the reverse invade onto FE. So that's where they get most of their resources now. Huh.
That's a good point there. You take away your opponent's resources, obviously for yourself. And now, because they are ahead by about 2k gold, they can easily take down this Tyrant, and Fearless Esports will not be able to challenge for it.
By the way, 2k gold lead sub 4 minutes in is massive. That is not a small like margin, by the way. So now what can they do with this kind of lead is to just continue on the pressure, in which they know that their team comp is very capable of doing. Not only they are tanky in their own right, which we saw how Dune was performing at the top, he has all the buffs, he has also the Tyrant buff, and they're just gonna keep on the pressure onto FE that they cannot absolutely respond here.
Arrival, maybe a little bit too late, but it doesn't matter. As long as you're able to keep the pressure on the Fable. But speaking about pressure right now, a decent amount of pressure on the Woodwind. Woodwind takes a lot of damage and escapes with a slew of health and annihilation from the top! Woo!
That's what snipe if I call it. Ladies and gentlemen, call him Clint Eastwood if you may. But that is a beautiful shot coming up from PAWSG side. Xiao Yang playing that Nuwa. Okay, he's getting those kills now. He's gonna farm up, and the Nuwa is the kind of hero where if she suddenly scales, there's a very little window of opportunity to come back because her kit is just tailored to really disengage your initiations onto them.
Wow, I'm just awed by the annihilation. I mean, it was all the way up there, and you didn't have vision the moment that Woodwind stepped into the jungle, so you just kind of like game sense it, and you got the sniper away. That was insane there. But looks like we might see this engagement here. PAWSG taking the fight back onto Fearless Esports again. Another jungle invasion.
I think like FE is just really trying to force some things up, but they don't have the leverage, you know? Like where's the damage? Where's like Marco Polo? We've seen one effective favor barrage so far, but right now he does no damage.
So you asked for the Marco Polo, he's here right now. And we'll continue on. Even from the top, you can see Fable coming in. But like what you said, where is the damage? It took them a while for them to finally get a kill onto Mesotis. Now they're looking for the second target. Snow is the one to counter back, but look at the durability of Snow. You have 3 players onto Snow, but yet he's still able to withstand 3 players. Wow, his other teammates came on their way to support him.
That's really, really great. And they leverage that kind of lead, right? Like Nua teleporting straight into like the Marco Polo, I believe. So that's just the danger of their team comp. If you don't finish PAWSG in time, they will regroup and then like come up there and kill you just because their team is so freaking mobile.
Yeah, especially thanks to Nua, right? Like even though if you don't have like even though Nua is not like at that position, like you can still throw in the annihilation from afar.
Yeah.
So there's so much flexibility for PAWSG like across the map.
You know, I'd say that the emergence, right, has a relatively long cooldown, so Nua can't really teleport everywhere she wants with emergence. But you also got to remember, the annihilation has, I would say, lesser room for error compared to like a Luban's rocket or like a Hoyi's burning sun arrow, just because most of the time it's much faster. The projectile is much faster. So, but all in all, you cannot discount the fact that their levels are much ahead than FEK right now, despite only 2 kills lead in. Okay, they can still flip the script. It's still not too late, but it will come down to these neutral objectives should they want to commit to this 8-minute dragons.
Oh, or maybe commit on the Fable now. And looks like Snow is doing a really good job. Trying to chase away Fable. But in the middle, Fearless Esports, they just lost their tower. So a lot more space is open for their jungle side.
I think, do they want to drag this on too long though? I'm thinking for like PAWSG set, right? Because if you're them, you want to close this out 2-0 clean. Okay? And I don't think they've been pushing as much or as I was expecting them to. Like, yes, you have the Ming, you still have the Lady Sun just like farming up, pushing it up. It's slow, but it's still fine.
Oh, they managed to catch one, and that's the Nua down. That's the target that they want before they even think of starting the Overlord.
Okay, so she was locked down. Couldn't get that emergence up. So with one down now, no mage. They can look to contest this one. I think the smite's available, so he will take it.
Oh, here comes the steal by Sky. And now the counter engage came in from Fearless Esports. They're looking for kills right now. Luna gets another one, gets a double kill in. Probably a triple kill. They're looking for the tag. Maelstrom, this is the one in trouble. 1v3, where are you gonna go? And here is Fearless Esports with a beautiful engagement.
That's a huge mistake. PAWSG thought they could take the sneak up that Tyrant. So if FE got the Tyrant buff, they literally just turn it around, having extra free damage. Oh man, if anything at all, this is the window they're looking for. So all right, did little work and got rewarded massively for that.
Oh, let's see if they can continue on the momentum. Right now, Pause, they're looking for revenge. Okay, they're keeping their eye at the top. Alright, probably gonna go for the Overlord next. Both sides don't want to let go of the Overlord this time.
Okay, if anything at all, FE needs to contest the Overlord for sure. Can't be free, but it will reset though. But I think this time around this is where the Byron's gonna initiate it.
Yeah, Annihilation all the way to the back, dealing a lot of damage to Sky, forcing Sky to turn back and heal up before he's able to engage any further. But anyway, we are reaching the 10-minute mark, so everyone's ready for the next objective now.
Absolutely. Ah man, the Sky's attack was really good that round. The first time we see a Luna really come online with that damage. So I also did ask for the Marco Polo at one time. I appreciate he delivered, right? Committing the big stun up and bottom as well to secure the final kill. I forgot who that was. And now they want to get another Tyrant. They have no rush to push right now because they do have the urgency to get for team fights, but they will abandon that for this possible engagement here.
Ooh, the Tyrant is still up in the air for grabs. Both sides just dancing around the Tyrant area. Let's see who will get the first advantage here. While Musotis tanking the front. Okay, he does see KK there. Tyrant again. Okay, look at the back as well, but look at the front. Both sides having an engagement. Starting off with PAWSG, with the Nua, with the Annihilation getting a kill. Now looking for a second kill. And here comes the Nua as well. 3 kills for the side of PAWSG. Good enough for them to get the Tyrant, but before they go for the Tyrant, they want to make sure that they get another kill in the bag. That is a shutdown to Sky.
Big stuff now. It's PAWSG responding, say, I am here to play. Really good. That's like what, 1 for 4? And now they get their own Tyrant? Okay, the handshake has begun already. War has been started. And this is only the... What? This is like, what? Game number 2 for this one. So PAWSG is really going to seal this up if FE is losing every single advantage that they worked so hard to gain on the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you have a better draft, ladies and gentlemen. Way more balanced than the draft before. So it becomes a 50-50 game. Man, this is going to be so exciting, right? Like, one team fight, it will not end yet, but you could potentially snowball towards the end.
I don't see much unorthodox picks here. Everyone is like going like the same. It's just like how much more tankier than PAWS could actually go for to soak as much as they can, just to let Lady Sun like, you know, flop things up in the air.
Oh, okay. They lost their key tank. So now without the key tank, the Overlord is up for grabs.
And that's just their roam too. Roam and only tank. So what does that tell you? We can't compete. We can't contest if they decide to go for Overlord.
But they decided not to yet. They want to continue to press Fearless Esports. Here comes Paul. They want to make sure that they push them back so that they have clear runs to really take down the tower. And then goes the top tower down to the hands of Paul. And now Paul looking to take down the last tower at the top. Falls to the hands of PAWSG. Who cares about Overlord at this point? Just go for objective.
Yeah, precisely. You got the lead and you got the buffs as well, and they're still going for more.
Oh, and they got the ladies soon this time. That's going to be a big engagement. Here comes Fearless Esports to get more out of that earlier fight. But they still managed to trade it back by taking out Sky. No jungle, but Sky gets a double kill at the end of the day. Nevertheless, the fight continues on in the middle, where Paul just took down the tower.
Okay, so value-wise, I still think it's good for PAWSG. Taking out these objectives after kill. That's a big Tremor Smash wasted. But you gotta be careful of the positioning right now because most of the key players are already dead, which is mostly your farm lane, right? You don't want to stay too long.
They even stole away the buff at the same time. So great clearance work here by Paul. Now they just need to wait for their main damage dealer to come back into the game. So Feng Jie on his way. Qingling gonna come back real soon. While that Fearless Esports, they took advantage of their absence by taking away the jungle.
I'm just trying to figure out what's difficult for FE to like just scrap into their backline because when PAWSG initiate, they have to be up front, right? So once they're committed up front already, just find this gap to like, you know, shoot behind. New Moon all the way up there, you know, and Woodwind just follows up with like the triple stun. Hey, you know, are they really finding an issue just breaking in right now?
Perhaps so. Yeah, we didn't see like much creativity from Fearless Esports when it comes to making engagement, right? It's mostly like front to back sort of strategy.
Exactly. Whether they can get the window is another thing, and also where they fight. If where they fight has little room to actually come up and flank, then yeah, I agree, you can't move around much. But you need some of the initiation, in which way it's pretty hard when the Moon is always unruly blading in your face and forcing you to either run or eat his wind slash.
Yeah, so the Dune is going to be really annoying for them to deal with as well. And he's super duper tanky. From the last we saw, like, he's able to like manage 3 players from Fearless Esports. So that's a statement by itself.
That's what I'm saying. If you're going for this kind of lineup, you got to make sure you have enough damage to kill. Oh, that's a big snipe onto the Nunwa. Was that big though? Enough.
It was enough. Definitely enough for them to continue on the fight right now. Look at the damage. And the one in trouble is going to be Qingling. Qingling will be taken out. 2 for the side of PAWSG. Gone just like that.
Okay, but you gotta remember the Vanguards are pushing up.
Oh yeah.
There's one and down already. They can take this Iron. Okay, no problem. But the Shadow Vanguards, that's all your other towers down already. Knocking into tier 3s very soon. Can they play out these death timers and take out as much towers as they can?
Ooh, okay. At least the Shadow Vanguards now managed by Fearless Esports, so they are back to stability at this point. Now it's a matter of Paul. They don't have the players. They only have 3 players here. They cannot make any engagement. They do see Sky. I know it's really tempting to try to jump on the Sky, but no, you gotta keep your discipline. Don't pull the trigger yet.
I saw Myosotis was trying to like unruly blade across the wall and he got stuck. He was confused for 2 seconds. Oh, that was so cute. But hey, they are alive. They could keep some of their towers. Even the fact that the tier 1 up top is still alive for PAWSG side. So that's a testament to show that like they've been pressuring so much other lanes that FE could not even funnel any of their resources to take up this tier 1.
Yeah, I guess what really helped is that you have like the Lady Sun, you have the Nua. 2 of these heroes are really fast at clearing the lane, so that's why they could pressure fairly easy. And then you have the Byron, of course. Now, with Paul having the advantage of the lanes. They push in onto the jungle looking for their next target. And the engagement will happen here by Fearless Esports, but it's not the tag that they want. They have to find the backline. And speak about the backline, they go all the way to the back. They see one, but the engagement continues on. Even though with the flash, is not going to save Snow. Snow will still fall to the hands of Fearless Esports. Fearless Esports, they will get their next target. They took out the 2 key tags. Now the marksman is pretty open for Fearless Esports. As they take out Ming, they take out Feng Jie, and now Fearless Esports, they have control of their jungle.
I think that's one of the best team fights I've ever seen coming out from Fearless Esports. Like, hands down. The coordination was impeccable. The executes were clinical. They had to do so many things right in order to not die, and they did it down to a T. Of course, with the exception of the Noir being up at mid, they just danced around PAWSG, and in the end, PAWSG just couldn't finish the job most of the time. They tried to get onto Princess Frost, gone. And then we had a big Mayan coming in behind and sniping out, I think it was Lady's son, I believe. He just got one-shotted.
Yeah, and they're targeting, right? We kind of think about it. It's unorthodox the fact that they targeted the tanks first, but because the tanks were in a awkward position, and the moment they were able to take out the tanks, it's like, oh, okay, everyone else is squishy. Let's go all in, guys.
I think you gotta remember that if you rack up the passive little charges from the Resplending gun, basically from Marco, tanks could even get dealt a lot of damage because there is true damage involved, right? So what's this gotta worry? Just deal damage front to back. They will crack, right? Because they have to break formation and then back out. That's where all the Mayin, the Luna can just snipe behind and just, you know, kill off all these little squishies. Then they'll be in a whole world of panic.
That's what we call trust the process, right? Yeah. But now, it's not all doom and gloom yet for PAWSG. So they still have the opportunity because they at least have cleared off the top lane. But now it's about finding the right opportunity to win that team fight against Fearless.
Not just a good gameplay we're seeing so far, but this is one of the best back and forth we've ever had, right? So if the graph really comes out, I'm going to see like a big ebb and flow in terms of like leads and drops. I gotta remember that this is still sort of like an upper hill battle for FE because they are still one tower down, which is at the top, right? And the Vanguards are pushing up. They will probably look to get this Tyrant for sure. Yep, they're probably gonna do it. But you gotta be careful of the debuff. I don't know what it's called.
Or maybe be careful of the Annihilation if it's sniped from afar. So that's one thing to consider as well. But they're really taking their time with the Tyrant. They're just making sure that, okay, Paul is not there. Okay, there goes the Annihilation. Now they know. Annihilation used, it's clear. So let's just finish up the job. Nothing that Paul can do about this.
Yeah, and they know they can't contest it, so I think they're just willing to let it go. Of course, you could argue to use the Emergence to get some vision first, but no, it's being used already. The Annihilation.
Anyway, keep your eye on the top lane as well. Look at this. Ming, Lady Sun, they're both pushing at the top lane, but they have to be careful at the back because at the back it's going to be Sky coming in. They want to finish out the job. They're going for it. They're going for it. Here we go. One push to end it all. Only one push is needed. And Paul, what a win. Oh my goodness.
Holy what? Yeah, you know, okay. Tyrant buff gives it a move speed as well, I think, and the extra damage. They just ran in, literally. They spotted the win condition and they did not pause to think, haha. Close it out. No game 3 for FE despite their stellar performance of a comeback, but they just got shut out at the very, very end.
I can't believe what I just saw, man. I can't believe what I just saw. I was like, wait, what? I thought like they would stop halfway, you know? But then again, we need to remember as well, like the Lady Sun is very good at clearing waves.
Yeah.
Right? And you couple with the Ming, like, you know, it's just more of like an insurance policy. And then they just like ran straight all the way. It's like no turning back, my man.
Dude, not just good at clearing waves, but she's one of the best burst heroes as a farm laner, okay? You thought Lung was one? No, Lady Sun, that is why she is arguably also a tier S hero. Some people put her at tier A, but in my heart, she's tier S. She's just that strong. This is stellar performance from just both teams, but my heart sings for Fearless Esports. They look promising down even to the very end there, but they just got closed out because they lacked the tower up top. I talked about the tower just literally like less than 1 minute, and then they just decided to make that Hail Mary push and actually won.
And that is why it's so important to keep your towers intact, ladies and gentlemen. They saw that gap, they saw that opening. They're like, hey guys, you two can duo and just run. If you need any backup, there's the emergence. There's the annihilation from a distance. Can come in to provide extra backup to buy enough time for you to just break the crystal. Oh man, this is insane. What a round this is.
I thoroughly enjoyed this game number 2, by the way.
Oh.
What? Was it always in favor? Yeah, it was always in favor for Pause. And then fact turns out a little bit at the end there, but it was too late. That was the example of too little, too late already that they couldn't convert anymore into a tabulated result. You know what I mean?
I'm sad for Fearless. Oh man, this round should have been theirs. Or at least like it goes like even closer than this. But
slightly longer, Tempest
man.
maybe, right? I was expecting to
Yeah.
at least go to that part, but it did not.
Ah.
Heartbreaks,
you
bro.
said.
Like straight up, I really feel it because it really felt like they were already coming online, but it was just too late. If this happened like 8-9 minutes into the game and not 15-16 minutes, then it's probably fine.
Dude, if this happens like at the very late game, like if this goes insanely long, like 25 minutes, it's even worse.
Yeah, it is gonna be
Yep.
worse. But I worry because believe it or not, I think at some point pause could fall off because when you max out your items, let's say on a Nua or a Ming, what can they really do, right? Whereas like the utilities on FE is actually much stronger, right? Because Winter is here, the slows, the unlimited skills coming out from the Luna. So if they really carried on longer, FE might have actually won that. So congrats to them for actually finding this gap. It's always takes a keen eye to spot these things out because they could make or break your game too.
Man, yeah, but nevertheless, Zeno, it is not the end of the world or end of the season at least for Fearless Esports because this is the upper bracket match. They still have the lower bracket to run for. But of course, there's a natural risk that comes together with it for playing in the lower bracket. But we won't see, it's not the last time that we'll see Fearless Esports. We'll still see them in the coming days, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
What a match this was. This is no doubt the best series so far that we've seen.
I mean, it's upper brackets, right? So let's see what the next upper bracket is going to come to us because we finished that with a clean 2-0. It will be Maelstrom Catalyst versus Next Level Gaming. You can see it up there. While we go for another short break. This will be our final series for the night. We hope you've been enjoying so far. My name is Xeno Viper. That's Sir Cloud. But we will be back with more Honor of Kings.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final series of the day in the WKS Spring 2025 qualifiers. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my beautiful, handsome, good-looking buddy here, Xeno Viper, will be your casters for the day. And in case you miss out on that last match, man, you miss out a lot. Gotta rewind to watch the ending.
I want to tell you just first, like, I am really enjoying myself today. Not just because, like, I haven't been on broadcast with you, Sir Cloud, in ages, but also doing one of the games that has been foresighted to be maybe one of the best MOBAs in the world soon for mobile, right? And here we're doing wild cards for some of these teams that hadn't had a chance of their own Kings League to see if the winner of this qualifiers to join 2 more spots in the official Wild Card Series League. So once again, as you know, Xeno Viper, Sir Cloud here is our last series for today. And right now we got Maelstrom, Catalyst, and Next Level Gaming. Well, it's been a long day, would you argue? I would say.
Oh yeah, it is. It has been. And it has been a fun day as well. And the matches have been interesting. And just to recap on the matches, ladies and gentlemen, in case for whatever reason you just joined us, Ebel versus LFO in match number 1. LFO, they won that match, so they move on to the next match. Now for ZNS and MSM, ZNS won their match. So they move on to match number 6 that will be played tomorrow. And on the upper bracket, we just saw Fearless Esports versus Paul. Paul won it in style, I must say, especially on the second game, sending Fearless Esports down to meet with LFO tomorrow.
Yep, so we are on the strike to see the next Singaporean team play here, because that's Next Level Gaming, right? Versus Maelstrom Catalyst Esports here. So Maelstrom is from Hong Kong, so 2 very, very strong teams in their own rights. Talk a little bit about NLG, as I mentioned, from Singapore, also one of the big powerhouses to look for, and they have been known to be one of the teams that leave no stone unturned. So will they live up to that legacy? I will just have to see.
Now, I've just been, during the break time, I've been refreshing myself on their journey so far, right? So for Maelstrom, so far, they've fought with Vibes Esports and also ZNS. They won all their games 2-0 clean. As for Next Level Gaming, they fought MSM and also Riot Esports. But both of these rounds, they won with a 2-1. So if we were to talk about on paper, it looks like Maelstrom Catalyst, they have the upper hand. But of course, it's different opponents, so it's not an apple-to-apple comparison. But that's at least something for us to kickstart off.
Okay, so whether or not Maelstrom is, is one of the 4 runners, right, of this upper bracket final, or going to be an underdog, is going to determine how it's going to look like if they ever do qualify into the finals. So if they win, then we're going to go with the latter. If they lose, then it's going to be the former. We need to struggle a little bit in the lower brackets, but let's not count them out just yet, because we still no idea how they would play on broadcast. We only have speculations. Everything will all come down to the draft as step number 1.
Or it might come down to the audience prediction, people, because 70% of you says that Next Level Gaming will win this one.
Okay.
When's the last time the prediction was given to ZNS? I believe it was a 90% at the time, and they actually won it. So maybe the 70% might be right.
So you are saying audience prediction is not a product of their playing. It's a catalyst and enablement for their performance.
It's clearly not a caster's curse, for sure.
Just saying, not caster's curse. It's you guys' curse, by the way. It's the audience curse. So if they underperform on a certain team just because they got lesser votes, it is your fault. All right, viewers, chats, audience out there, we're just the messengers. Don't shoot the messengers. you know.
Yeah,
But
or the graphic. The graphic is the message, you know. We're just reading it. We're just.
I'm gonna turn my back and be like, "Yo, production, can you be one of my scapegoats for a bit?" Yeah, not us. But we are 20 seconds. They're coming in already. Cloud. By the way, if you don't already know, right? This is WKS open qualifiers. There has been a lot around going around the world, okay, but this one is specifically Asia. So we have a lot of Myanmar's, Cambodia, Laos, I believe Hong Kong, not sure about Vietnam though. Hong Kong, Macau, as well as Singapore. Okay, maybe there is Vietnam, but maybe they just didn't have any teams, but we don't know. And we want to touch base a little bit on Singapore again. Once again, we don't have a single Singaporean team in the inviteds. That's in the top 6 right now for WKS.
So they have to represent, and they got to represent themselves here by banning out the Dharma and the Mai on the other side. So, again, our all-time conversation for today. The Arlie deserves a ban.
But banning the gun and more is a big question mark though. And before I get cancelled, I just want to let you guys know as well, there's no Hong Kong teams up there. So both Hong Kong and Singapore has a strong contention in terms to secure one of those spots maybe. Alright. So will it be one of these teams? One of these teams definitely going to be moving forward. Right? And they will seal the deal to at least to be safe one more round rather than being knocked down into the lowest bracket. And this time we might just see a Dolia again. It game Series 4 today compared to seeing on Series 1, which was a very early broadcast of today. Let's see her effectiveness though.
Yeah, and one of the reasons because of that is the Arlie is banned. So thank you so much for banning the Arlie. Deserves a respect ban. Okay, now with the fact that the Aurora is being picked, easy combo, low if they're going to go for MM, if not go for the Elaine. Either one of those won't go wrong. Maybe even go for the Yixing as well, but prior pick for the low, that's absolutely fine. And with the Shangguan, okay, it's a good combo with the Dolia as well. So yeah, what can I say, right? That's why they pick it fast.
Okay, I mean, that's a really, really fast first draft too. It's like they kind of really know what they want. So that also telegraphs that they are playing to their own strengths rather than actual like picking counters or like brainstorming over it. I just want to give a big shout out to Bingus Bongus. That is a tier S name coming up from NLG. Keep that up. I want all eyes on you because we haven't seen a Shangguan that really, really popped off earlier on. I want to see a performance.
I mean, this time you have the Dolia to back you up. So that's great. Now, of course, with the Dolia, another traditional combo is going to be the Elaine. So it's up to Maelstrom Catalyst, MCE, whether they want to ban the Elaine or not. Are they confident enough to deal with it, right? But if it was me, of course, I would just like, okay, let's just ban with the Elaine because it's a traditional combo with the Dead by Sunset together with Dolia. So it's something they don't want to deal with. But at the end of the day, they choose to ban out the Algran. So no Elaine ban at all. I believe it's going to be a straightforward pick for NLG unless MCE wants to take the Elaine for themselves. But no, they got the Byron already.
Would they want to go a lane though? There's other better clash lanes, right? Snipping from the okay, Elaine, you know what? Okay. I was hoping they won't go greedy. But you know what? They just did. Dolia refreshes Infinite Vastness, final stroke, finishing stroke, Death at Sunset, that's everything. If NLG does not win this, okay, I will eat my left shoe.
Okay. Come on, MCA, let's go for it. I want it done on stream, okay? I want it done on stream. On our broadcast, okay?
Oh, no.
You can't turn back right now. It's recorded here. Like the millions of viewers out there, they heard it.
Bye. But hey, I'll have a shoe that's made of cake, okay? But I'm just trying to make a statement here because you're not only doubling down, right? This is super, it's greedy. Okay, but does it cover a lot of the holes that they have to? They got backline catch. Do they have a decent enough front line? Not really decent front line. That's more for the Zhangfei on Maelstrom side, right? I don't know. The pay is the one that's going to throw me off a bit because if it was another jungle, I could give it my benefit of the doubt. We have seen 0% win rate pays today, so maybe it does not pay to play pay.
Oh, yeah. It pains for me to see the pay not getting a win. Yeah. But anyway, I try. Okay, coming into our first match, ladies and gentlemen, in our final series for today, NLG versus MCE.
Oh, we will talk about the show Yue being picked out, by the way. What do you think about that one?
I think it's great. I mean, again, it's a great combo together with the Dolia, and it's a combo that we have not seen for quite a while because a lot of the priority has been given to Yi Xing recently. So it's nice to see that the Shoyu coming in as a priority to combo with Dolia.
Yeah, you see this early invade from Pei again. Just this time, take a small camp from the Shangguan side. I'm not sure if they were successful though. We're talking a little skirmish down there. But speaking of skirmishes, up there there's going to be the Elaine versus the Byron. Little things, but you can't stay too long against the Byron just because of his cooldowns will enable him to just regen whatever life he's lost. It's until today I don't really know the big difference between putting them both side by side. It really depends on skill timing, positionings. Sometimes Byron really takes out the Elaine, but most of the time Elaine just auto attacks Byron to death.
Yeah, I mean the Byron is kind of tanky, and he does well by his own on the laning phase. As we can see here, he managed to clear off faster than the Elaine, even damage Elaine down to 50%, kind of forcing him to turn back. Although I think that he doesn't really need to, but okay, maybe he just wants to play extra safe. But because he left his lane, now the jungle minions is open for the taking for MCE. So far MCE, they have been in control in those small skirmishes.
Okay, it's important to know that Shangguan is level 4 before 2 minutes. So if she gets in the right position, she could actually get a very good kill. After all, Princess Frost is still 3. She's coming in from behind though. Look, she's coming in already with the sneak strokes. But can she get in range? Nope. Game sense from Springwick keeps her safe.
They're still mostly like level 3, so they don't want to engage without their ult. So that's totally understandable. Let's talk about engagement. Here might come one.
Yeah, the Winter is here. He's trying to lock them out though. Is it enough? Dolia taking a lot of damage, but she will get off scot-free. So there was more on that Winter is here, just really zoning them out already. They couldn't really move forward to try to commit more kills. Then again, remember, this is a relatively tanky lineup from MCE. Will supplement the pay pick. That's why I said that it could yield a different result compared to the past 2 games we've seen, right? But on paper, it is honestly more fun to see NOG's combo come to life just because of the Dolia refreshes and more importantly, who she chooses for the refresh.
Yeah, on paper, that is how it sounds like. But it really is down to execution, right? Like piloting, like coordination. At the end of the day, it's a team game, right? Both sides, I would say, pretty balanced with each other. But I'm a little bit worried with one pick though. The Shoyu pick. He needs to go to the late game to be able to deal the amount of damage that he would have wanted to be effective. But at the same time, he has to be careful because the potential of energy going onto the backline is there too.
Correct. There's not only the Mankey. Literally 3 out of 5 heroes could snipe backlines of MCE, right? Even just the Shangguan is good enough. Like, how many wild wins can you take to get it off? So it's going to be split into 2 fights right now. The Pei will get himself up. No, it's actually first blood. He gets sniped out. Of course, Zhang Fei looking to just things out. What is the... That's not a questionable unbridled outburst. Trying to see if they can push anyone into the tower. I think that was not a mistake, but he was just gambling. And it failed. Resulting in a 1-0 so far. It
was ambitious, so to speak, right? Yeah.
You saw what he was trying to do.
I'm trying to be positive, right? Trying to be positive here. It was ambitious, like you had the idea, but yeah, maybe a bit of positioning, but in the middle.
Yeah, there we go. Initiation right now. The finishing stroke is up, but did not find any casualties. Shangguan will pay it a life, but is there a follow-up maybe? Definite Sunset connecting, but they can't dive these towers. Everyone of energy is relatively low. Although Mankey didn't get as much value to be in there, he was just slightly late.
I also want to point out the fact that this is the second time today that we see Zhang Fei not using the smite. So he went for heal as well to give a bit more sustain to the team.
Which is fair game because he's the only tank, right? Whereas Byron is more of a fighter-ish, but there's too much burst damage sometimes coming from LNG. So maybe the slightly extra heal will keep them either in lane much longer or in the fight much longer. We'll see. But it's both teams here definitely got their gaps and their strengths. Okay, so it's just more like, can the other team identify the weakness of their lineup to exploit?
Well, okay, as a Zhang Fei main, I used to play heal Zhang Fei, but because the heal is too minute, like at the late game, that's why I switched to something else, which is the stun. But who am I to say, right? Because there's a reason why I'm not playing pro, so who knows? Maybe this kind of Zhang Fei build could bring them the yield that they want.
That's why I said, oh, okay. Got some of those charges up. He's relatively low though. The Baron has been doing a good job in keeping up the pressure up at top. Then again, just like a Pei, this is very, very early game comp. If they can clap this out, okay, they will lock out NLG very, very soon. But if NLG gets the farm, which Shangguan inevitably defends a lot as well, then suddenly MC is going to be wary of their positionings. So far, 2 towers down, 1 top as well as 1 bottom for each team.
But the pressure is even bigger at the top. You gotta think about it. Like YW right now, he's having a hard time defending his second tower.
Okay, and then we have the rest of NRG just trying to congregate, see if they can catch 2 of these members. The page is going to leaps and bounds across the wall. They even have a tier 1 tower to protect them. So not only they forced some unnecessary rotations on NRG, they resulted in nothing. So a little time wasted there too.
And now we can see that MCE, they are playing a little bit more objective. You gotta think about it. They don't really engage in those big fights, but instead they see an opportunity to push. That's exactly what they did. So now they're looking at the next objective. Maybe a bit too early to stand by the Tyrant, but it's more of like just opening up the map, YKK, gaining the information, sending it back to his team.
Is there benefit to just ignoring the Overlord that's just sitting there right now? Or is just free gold?
I think that both sides are not confident to take the Overlord. Yeah, because you can't think about it, right? Because they have been like face checking each other for the longest time. Like, when is the opportunity to actually sneak into the Overlord?
Oh yeah, let's speak of face check. He just went straight into that Dahlia and made short work of her. But yeah, Zurich Golem, okay. That's being taken out by, I can't really tell who at this point. But hey, we have the Elaine is being locked in. He could not get his death at sunset up. So by the way, just blink of an eye, 2 members of NLG down already. And mind you, this is the Chi strat with the Shoyue pick, which hasn't even come online just yet, but they're already doing so much damage. There we go, finishing stroke, as well as the Winter is here. But the Shangguan got caught up in the tower is not enough to save her. There we go, as well the Lung, coupled with all these dragons, even Pounds doesn't really do much damage, and more of MCE will get out absolutely scot-free.
And not enough damage by the finishing stroke earlier on. Yes, I do see the idea of using the finishing stroke underneath the tower. That's great, but then again, the damage output is not ready for it, and the other teammates are not able to follow up too.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's a lineup that needs a lot of farm too. So if you don't have farm, you don't have damage. And I think NLG felt that. So now they realize the lacklusterness of that damage. They have to rely on their Lung to really, really farm up here because admittedly, most of your farm should be funneled onto the Lung, whereas MCE is so flexible, right? They could move it onto the Pei, they could move it onto the Shoyue, a lot of people. So, see, you'll go on the chase. Imagine that Elaine is forced to run away from the Shoyue as well as a Pei. Goes to show how ahead they actually are.
And now the Shoyue is starting to be really strong, right? And with the amount of protection that they have for the Shoyue, look at this. He alone is able to dish out so much damage from the back.
Okay, that's double death at sunset to get himself out, by the way, not even to initiate. It is so strong right now, MCE. They are on the verge of sealing the deal, sitting on top of the throne, looking down the lights of NLG, saying that we will not let you pass. Every single objective, we will grow this lead. It's about 4,000 gold ahead already, despite only being 3 kills ahead.
It seems like it's all about pacing, right, for MCE. It's like they scale up the pace really, really quickly. They know that, okay, by the time everyone hits level 4, it's time for us to bring the fight towards NLG, and that's what they're doing right now.
Dude, they know the problem. Everyone NLG needs so much farm. So just push, lul. And then here we go now. Another attempt to get some finishing strokes in. That is a decent amount of damage, but this time Menki is in. But is it enough to tank? It is. Princess Frost is taken out. Could be another casualty. Would be the Zhang Fei. But now Shuei caught. Is there enough wild winds though? It could be, I'm saying, the great escape. And it's fine. Turn it around. And that's a good kill onto the Dolia. Overextending just a little bit. Which is interesting that the Pei and Shoye was busy kiting them, just giving NLG a little bit of taste of their own medicine.
Okay, might be a bit of an overextension there, but then again, he does have the infinite vastness. So, Junes is safe thanks to that. If he did not have the infinite vastness, he would have been gone. But yeah, he got the tower in the middle. With the infinite vastness, he ran away. That's cool.
Yeah, I agree. Just wait for next few dragons as well. Take as much kills as they can, right? It was 1-4, it's like 3-5 right now. Like, I take what I can, you know? And then now, if MCE learns anything from this, they can know that they can get sniped as well. So, they gotta be careful.
Oh, but now the Tyrant Dance, okay, initiated by MCE, but just to try to drag the members of NLG to come towards them. All they need to do right now is just to be aware of YW who might sneak it from behind, and that's about it.
Yeah, the Dream Roam actually caught onto 2, by the way. He has to use his getaway once again just because the Shangwon is behind. Once again, not enough damage. Taken out just like that. That's your mage gone already. No more magic damage. And then we got 2 very, very big, beefy people that is going to collapse onto the likes of NLG. Now they will lose 3 for the price of none. And what you will convert this into another Tyrant.
And Infinite Vastness, okay. Direct escape there for Junes. But like what you said, the Tyrant is all open. And because they have the manpower advantage, they don't even need the full team to be at the Tyrant. They can double down on the middle tower.
Okay, that's actually a big snipe onto the Princess Frost in exchange for this tower though. They will take whatever kills they can get now, right? They do have the Tyrant buff already, and they still have a relatively good sense of towers, I think. Some semblance, sorry, not good sense. So MCE still comfortable, right? They will look to grow this lead, closing into 8 to 10k gold lead already, and they are starving NRG all these farms that they require for at least 3 members of their team.
Oh yeah, the moment they clear off the tower, they clear off the jungle at the same time, so NRG, when they step out, they have nothing to farm. They only have this overlord, but it's a big risk for them to take it though.
They do have to take the risk, and they understand it. So I 100% agree with this. Can they get it in time? Yes, they do. Perfect. But is it a good enough bait to convert that into a kill? Yes, actually. They took out the Shoyu. That was pretty big. And then Shangguan gets eaten once again, eaten alive. Zhang Fei taking a lot of damage, gonna split up in half though. He has to back on out, and then the Mankey is the one that drops. Pei is on the chase. This is the time they're seeing his damage. He's back on out. Take it out onto the Dolia. That's an ace on from MCE.
And this is, with this ace, ladies and gentlemen, they will be able to push in. Who cares about the Overlord? No Overlord, no problem. Now it's a question of whether they do have enough minions or not. The minions, they're not here yet.
Yo, but it's soon. Just take out this small little Vanguard. It is a last hit little catapult in which they will gladly face tank this tower just to take down this tier 3.
Okay. Anyway, lifeline for NLG. They will reset. They are back onto the gorge. Now MCE, they do, as usual, clear off the jungle, but they don't have enough time because NLG, they're out there. But that's a nice bonus if they're able to clear out the jungle. If not, then it's okay.
Okay, contesting this Azura Golem here. He actually got it, by the way. Huh. Congrats to Pei. So he has both buffs right now. Gotta be careful. He does not have that much life though. But the Unbridled Outburst is just pretty much one energy roar away, so you gotta be careful of this 5-man push down. The Byron is looking for a big flank, which could be huge, but let's see how the initiation starts. There's gonna be a start with Winter is here. Dream Roam forced to back out. Talk about the Byron, that's a big coming out here, and he's forced to use the finishing stroke to get away from Bingus Bongus. And still, they are not letting up. Infinite Vastness is forced, and now Dolia being called out there, going to be the sole sacrifice for the team's escape. And now you got no Celestial Melody to work with, and that's down for another 33 minutes. They can force some of these pushes.
Yes, they absolutely can. In the middle right now, they just need the minions to come in and find the next target.
They know he doesn't have Dream Roam, so they can commit onto this. Is it enough though? Where's that? Okay, it just came off cooldown. Phew. Mankey is fine.
Oh, that's a close one. That's a close one there. But that will not stop MCE from just continue doing the push. Now they're looking at the bottom because say hello to the minions.
Exactly. They know that they can tank enough for this, right? Another Winter is here. Is going to be forcibly up there to push them back. So a lane, he has to immediately disengage using his second dash immediately. And was that tower down? I believe. It is, right?
The middle one, yes.
No, bottom.
The bottom one, not yet.
Oh, okay. I can't see because Lung is hogging it. Oh, it's still up. There we go. They tried.
Yeah, but still, pressure onto NLG right now. And after all that, 10k gold difference. Now for NLG, they need to find that right flank in, but it's going to be difficult with the fact that the Byron is there. So even if the Elaine wants to try to flank, I don't know how they're going to find that space.
They really have to watch out for the one straight line for the Byron stun, right? Because if one wrong, boom. Like boom goes the dynamite, he's gone. It's 5-14, ladies and gentlemen. Which makes you wonder, does NLG have the energy to keep this up? We gotta find out here. It's a big initiate. That's 3 men down. A big lockdown, by the way, though. Forces out. I'm not sure if it's Infinite Vastness, but now Banky is being slowed down to Kingdom Come. They're still going on. The Pei is running like a wildcat he is, and this will now convert into most likely the end of game number 1 versus NLG versus MCE.
Yeah, there will not be enough time. There will not be enough time, ladies and gentlemen. This round definitely will go to the hands of MCE. It's just a matter of time till the minions arrive and the game is over. Look forward to game number 2. Congratulations, game 1 goes to MCE.
I'm just gonna say, I'm glad they did not get cheesed. You know, they are Lung Shangguan out the lane. And, oh. I guess I have to eat my shoe.
Oh. Was that for the entire series or was that for this game? Oh, for this game.
I think there's only 2 games per series, right? And I got 2 pairs of shoes, so I got 1 pair of shoes.
Yep.
But hey, anyway, we are back on topic. I was worried, by the way, about this cheesy thing that could actually spell doom for a lot of team players out there who knows how to play this down, right? But I feel like Maelstrom, they actually made it work with the Zhang Fei pick, which supplemented the Pei to be alive. They just need to deal poke damage to the rest, and Pei just comes in and snipes all of them out. He was just swish slashing, you know, like and there was nothing that NLG could do to actually stop the kind of onslaught.
Yeah, so and also to point out that yes, on paper it is kind of cool to see like the Dolia is able to combo with everyone in the list, but then again there was some amount of execution that could have been done better. Now because Pongus, though he has 4 kills, but the damage output is just not enough. The other side is able to tank it all away, especially the finishing stroke.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's not enough damage poke, right? Yeah, you can swipe your ink brushes, right, without committing your finishing stroke. You can have your flaming pounds from Lung, and that's about it. There's literally nobody else that does poke damage. Whereas on the side of like MCE, every blast from Frost, right? Every wild wind from Shoye. Sometimes a casual Byron just comes in and just ults for the fun of it. And then he just leaves. There's more pull from MCE and not a lot of sustain, because when the Dolia stays, and that's where they run the risk of a random Pei just coming and slicing you. We've seen literally what 2-3 times that Dolia was literally the sacrificial lamb because they couldn't tank the onslaught of damage from MCE. So all in all, I said that MCE played this down to an absolute T. Every strength capitalized, every weakness of NLG exploited. So now we're going to go to game number 2. We had some pretty interesting games today, but mind you, this is only the upper bracket though, so both these teams have a lot of things to work with. But of course, it doesn't feel too good to be knocked onto the lower bracket series.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to put yourself in an unnecessary amount of stress, right? Playing in the lower bracket, but if you have to, it is what it is. But also, we have seen today a comeback game before, so we're not going to rule out the possibility of NLG coming back. And this might be the first time these 2 teams meet with each other, right? So getting a feel of their kind of play style, their pace, maybe they will come up with a totally different draft in game number 2.
Their pace. Well, he already gone against one Pei.
Yep. Sorry, man.
The second one though, I'm just saying. You gotta ban this out right now because apparently that Pei is pretty good. That's all I'm saying. That Pei is good, so you need to actually lock that out. How could you, right?
So if you ban the Pei, you need to let go of something else, right? So do you let go of the Arlie then?
I mean, you have 4 bans a game, so that depends on how you want to play it out as well. So far, we haven't been deviating too much of like the standard picks of the S tier heroes, right? We see Frost multiple times, we see Zhang Fei, we show you not really unorthodox so far. You know, we don't stray too far from the tree where the fruit drops. And so with game 2 coming up, let's see if they do want to keep it to something more practical, because there's a difference between executing something practical versus something technical. So they tried it, it failed for NLG. Let's see what they cook up on this game number 2.
Okay, and let's see if they heed the advice of Mr. Xeno Viper here by banning out the Pei. Because as of now, okay, last 2 bans, at least for the first phase, the Arlie is still open. That deserves a respect ban for sure. The Pei, arguably, thanks to Mr. Xeno. Go on.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Hold up. Alright. Okay, so they know what they're dealing with. It's gone out of the table. Dharma, of course you ban it. You don't ban Dharma, you get the karma. So right now, then of course Ali is gonna be addressed as well. So all of these off the table. Now it's grounds to discuss a lot of other potential picks that could we could theory craft, okay, and maybe get some weird situational picks to really stir up the game.
Ooh, Mayan, first pick, but they're going to go for the Dolia again. Oh, despite the Dolia did not have a good time at all in that match. So the Dolia is cool, but maybe they want to switch up the mid laner, maybe go for Yixing instead just to give them a bit more control.
That really depends on their like tank, right? Yeah, they had a Lane and Menki that game, but it's so disconnected. I feel like you have two people that can jump back line, but nothing to really front line. So Dolia doesn't have to be that greedy. Like for example, I've seen like team comps in rank. Don't do it, guys. Just one Lubu, but then the rest is like subpar, also whatever. Just refresh the Lubu and you're good. You just need one critical one to win a team fight, right? So, but instead they just go with something a little bit more standard, which is going to be the Lady Sun. They will want to try the Shangguan again, though. That is interesting.
I'm worried if they lock in the Lady Sun though. It's not really the best combo with Dolia, but okay. I mean, sure. I love to be proven wrong. That's okay. Yeah, put it out. And on the other side, you have a Zhang Fei versus the Low. Same on the farm lane. I mean, the lane matchup itself is kind of worrying.
So, of course, Dolia is not very synergetic with the Lady Sun in lane, but are they playing for the long run? You know, because Lady Sun does have her own way to sustain herself, and Dolia just pops in once in a while to say hi, give a bit of heal, and get off, you know? So once she gets her Axe of Torment, her boots is completed, and then Lady Sun can just come in and start to join team fights. You know, like poke a little bit of the frag grenade, and then have the Shangguan to finish out the job. Because half the time, Shangguan can't finish with her finishing stroke just because of that slight lack of damage. So if Lady Sun joins the team fight early on, maybe Shangguan might just be able to secure more kills.
Okay. So the fact that they picked the Lady Sun as well, like it's an indicator that they want to go for the long game, right? So now MCE, assuming that they do go the distance, like 20-minute game, something like that, can they deal with the Lady Sun? The long, pretty okay, but it's by the time it won't be enough. They need something as a possible insurance policy. If not, MCE, they have to play the fast game. End the game as early as possible before the Lady Sun hits the power spike.
You said the last sentence exactly what I wanted to kind of address there. As long as they don't give Lady Sun a game, right? Roll them over. It's a game of tempo, it's a game of pace, okay? And I love this Zia pick if they ever go with it, because it's one of those things that you can hit level 15 sooner and then grant XP to your team. So he plays at a very, very safe distance. The only one that can catch him so far is usually the Shangguan, in which in all fair game, if she comes in, there's a couple of things to lock her down, if anything at all. There's Ma Yin, there's also the Zhang Fei's Umbrella Outburst, if you can catch him in time. There's a lot of tools down the kit. We see the second ban phase, right, where the Kaiser and the Dune was taken out, so they kind of really have to worry that what other tanky stuff can I take for jungle. Banning a Kaiser just means that they really want to commit to not letting them have a single jungle tank.
I'm looking at the Wukong pick, so that's so Wukong is, you need a little bit of luck with the Wukong. So that's going to be the thing, right? Hopefully they're prepared for this.
Oh, they had no choice. They had no choice because there's no other good. They have no other good junglers that could really tag. You want to go with an Ada? I think you're really sacrificing a lot, right? So like, then maybe they double down with the backline destroying, right? Because Wukong can just jump and destroy anyone behind there before they have time to react. So if Loong is just a slight millisecond off, that combo is literally just going to destroy him.
Okay, speak about this draft. I'm a little bit worried for NLG's draft because they don't have like a tank tag per se. So the Roam is obviously not a tank. Wukong is not really that tanky. So I'm a little bit worried with the fact that they don't have a good frontliner, especially when you have a Lady Sun.
It's correct. So now we've seen how this traverses in a lot of pro games, right? These type of lineups are very easily punishable. Why? Because they're greedy. They don't fulfill the roles of why heroes are being picked up in the first place. Are they cheesy? It could be. If you win with that, can you snowball to greater lengths? Yes, you can. But can you even get to the point of the snowball? So, what's the MO again for MCE? Play a fast game.
Yeah. play a fast game. As long as Lady Sun doesn't hit the power spike, that's all cool, right? So now we gotta discuss like who is going to protect the Lady Sun. Wukong is probably going to go like all in, like fighter style, just going in for fights. The Dolia is definitely not going to do that. Like, who else can? I don't think anyone can really protect the Lady Sun.
It's Liu Bang after level 4. Only Liu Bang. No one else.
That's the best bet, right?
Yeah, but can they get past laning phase? That's the first thing. Because you're not massively ganking like sub 2-3 minutes in. You only need stuff like what? 1-2 items, you know, before committing that. So you can see the, Algron even joining the team fight just to make sure this wave is pushed up. So he can go and clear out these minions faster to, participate in a bigger team fight. I think this Liu Ban will be the glue for the team. He's so
that's
important.
The best bet.
Yeah.
But speaking about the Algron, right? Like the Algron can just play front to back, if you kind of think about it. And then the Ma Yin can play flank. So you can you have options to deal with the Lady Sun. If you want an extra option, you have the long range snipe with the loom with the flaming palm. So I'm not seeing a bright future here for Lee Sun.
Alright, speaking of that initiation here, there's a 2 hiding in Reese here. Of course, my user has a combo already. She has to whatever away. That is a massive frigid prison. Catching onto 2, but they had to disengage because they don't have enough damage.
Just like this.
Is one going to try something sneaky now? Can't do it alone here.
Wukong? You just call him Wu? Wukong?
Okay, you caught me there. You caught me there.
I did. Yeah, Sir Cloud. It's okay. Gotta seize it when you see it. But yeah, I'm very curious because Wukong either really does really well or does really bad. So he needs to scale, right? So get as much farm as he can. He's one of the fastest jungle clearers in the game of Honor of Kings, right? So got the kickback up top. By the way, that's a Liu Bang, but we're split between 2 team fights here. One casually just taking out onto this Azure Golem, in which where Liu Bang will be the one to drop first. First blood going in the likes of Ma Yin. And I believe at least Algron did secure his own Azure Golem over the slight little tussle there.
And with the Liu Bang out just before that fight in the jungle, no way he's going to be able to use the Battlefield Command to even support his team. So it was good timing there by MC. Like they know that, okay, we're going to go for the Liu Bang. You guys can go in because don't need to worry about the Battlefield Command. But here comes.
Yeah, there we go. Once again, the Monkey King used all his spells already, but still not getting enough damage onto him. Did they steal that blue buff as well? Yes, they did.
They did?
Gosh. MCE stole the Azure Golem away from Monkey King, which is kind of interesting because Monkey King has 2 forms of smite if you want to think about it. I think, by the way, Lady Sun is having a field day down at bottom.
Yeah. It's going to be
Surprising.
difficult, right?
Surprising.
Okay.
I have no idea why, but I will stop myself a little bit here because we have some brushes coming out to try to lock it onto Ma Yin. Very good timing on the CC immune, but this time they have to back away because there's a random organ coming in your face. Also, will look to disengage here because they're way too melee for this, I think, and they're way too close to the tower. So a little bit of a little tussle once again here, not really amounting to much. Celestial Melody already committed on to the Shangguan to see if another finishing throw is up. Oh, that's a big frigid prison, by the way. He doesn't have the need to use the ult. So I guess that's silver lining here for biggest spawns.
Yeah, the Unbridled Outburst used just before the Tyrant though. I'm just saying, right? He could have kept that for the Tyrant, but then again, he used it. That's okay. Let's see what energy will do.
Yeah, come up again. Once again, this Princess Force is dropping very, very low. A lot of AoE team fights right now. They are caught into the thick of it. And now this Liu Bang, he TP'd in. But problem is all his team just died around. I said they don't have tanks, and this is exactly why. Even diving the tower for this Liu Bang and the final execute killing spree for Ogren.
I want to put it out there. To a certain extent, the early Unbridled Outburst was a bait to energy. So imagine if you're energy and you'll be thinking like, oh, he's used the Unbridled Outburst. Oh, the Tyrant is up. Oh, let's go in. No Unbridled Outburst. And then they just got caught out.
I don't think this is how you want to start off as NOG. You already dropped 1 game against MCE for this. And that Ogren is literally going to hit his power spike very, very soon. Just get his... which I noticed, by the way, I'm going on a tangent a little bit. Ogren has been going Dragon Rage a lot. Am I missing something? That item was nerfed, but is it now good on Ogren? because everyone's been going for that, and I can see why. Not only he's been giving him damage, but it also gives him the kind of sustain. So once that comes up, along with the Blazing Cape, he's gonna keep rolling over every single lane. Now we've got a Battlefield Command, also forces the flash out from June's, so the Lady Sun will be alive, sorry. Battlefield Command was from the Liu Bang, of course. So imagine the Liu Bang even have to choose Intimidate as his skill. What does that tell you about their comp?
Well, this tells that they don't really have much option, right?
Yeah,
so,
they have to double down on him being the tank. So Intimidate is is that Intimidate? Yeah, it's Intimidate.
Yeah, it's Intimidate. Yeah.
So imagine having to take more damage just because he's the only tank.
Yeah, and we didn't talk about like the best tank is going to be the Liu Bang, so that's why they're doubling down onto him. But frankly speaking, if they want to take another tank Clash laner, there's so many other options. I'm just saying.
I know, but at this point of time, are they really scraping the barrels though? And you saw the little skirmish up there. It forced him to press Intimidate, and then they just backed off. It's so easy to bait out the skills of NRG. So this is more of like a mind game right now, and NRG is literally on the short end receiving of the stick here. I said that I did say that Lady Sun was having a good kill earlier on. I mean a good lane, but the rest of his team is just dropping.
Oh, and YKK is really at the forefront here. He does have the Umbrella outburst. No way that NRG can actually get this blue buff back.
Yep, that initiation winter is here. No way Lady Sun could even rolling way out of there. And they knew his flash was off cooldown. The ult from Zhang Fei is in. Of course, he just needs to be responsible and soaking up all the damage now coming out from blue team here. And NRG, final few shots, kicks it onto the Dahlia, and the Monkey King will be fine. But he will snipe out that Ogren. It's a 1-for-3 trade. Some of the minions are pushing up. This will say bye-bye to the tier 2 of NRG right here.
Yeah, nothing much you can do to save this tier 2. It's gonna go down for sure. The next target, it might be Liu Bang, but I guess for MCE, they're aware that Liu Bang is, well, the tankiest of them all, so no point committing all in onto him when you see him alone there.
I'm just telling you the funniest thing I'm seeing so far on what the reason NLG is always forced to either disengage or just chicken out is Princess Frost.
Oh?
They can't exist in the winter is here because it doesn't have to do damage. It's just infinity slow, right? So when they got stuck in there, and the Ogren just like passing his way over you, and then he just like executes you. And remember you said Ogren is going, front to back, right? But in his playstyle, he just needs to do front and back. Hooks in, gets out, baits out their abilities, wait for a cooldown to start, and then re-engage. Because their cooldowns are relatively short.
Yeah, and let's see if they can bait out the cooldown here at the Overlord. But hey!
Oh, that's a good pickup, by the way, from NRG, but they get stabbed in return, losing off their Shangguan. Dahlia, his second skill is off cooldown. It's on cooldown, sorry. So, Monkey King, you're not ready to get a good combo inside. When you can't kill anyone, you become a sitting duck. That's 4 men down already. And we still have one more. That is the Liu Bang, the cornerstone of the team composition. Final man down. That is an ace for MCE. The second ace we've seen from these two teams.
Well, at least MCE will not be able to end the game yet, that is, because by the time they enter the base, the members of NLG will be up. And interesting enough, even though MCE, they got the ace, but they didn't go for either of the objectives, either the Tyrant or also the Overlord. But okay, finally they went for the Tyrant, which is cool. They're gonna prioritize on that because in about a minute more, we are going to see the 10th minute mark.
Yeah, they get the Tyrant first so that when it comes up, right, when the 10-minute Overlord comes up, they can use that extra damage to take that down quicker. So, understandably, they do have enough front line to actually just zone out all of NLG. As I mentioned, when you don't have a tank, this is exactly what happens to you. Both Zhang Fei and an Ogre running into your face, and a Monkey King, you can't get to their backlines anymore.
Yeah, and they cannot open up the fights. It's so difficult for them. It doesn't help that the fact that they are behind by like, what, 7k now? Man, it's gonna be hard.
Absolutely. The slang dunk, that's onto Liu Bang already. And I feel like everything is just crumbling down for NLG side. They not only got the tower, they got 2 kills. Looking for more here. Everyone's getting locked out. Lady side is also gone because Bonkers cannot get the combination out. It looks like to be over right here. Ladies and gentlemen, this most likely looks like to be it for NLG. MCE closing in probably to a clean 2-0.
Yeah, looks like it. I mean, at this point, look at this MCE. They're just toying with their food. They're just playing with their food. At this point, But anyway, MCE says, we're done taking digital food. We want real food. It's time for dinner. Let's go 2-0 to MCE.
Oh, very, very well played. I think this is clean, even though it's exciting as well. I think the energy had a lot of things to work with for the draft. It really, really came down to it. I started this broadcast saying that, hey, it's step one, it's draft. And then we talk about strategy, we talk about execution and stuff. If you lose the draft, there's really not much leverage that you can work on inside the game itself.
Yeah, if we were to look at these numbers, okay, across 2 games, I just want to point out that the Dolia did not get a single kill, but it's a support at the end of the day, so it's fine, right? The Liu Bang, he is not tanked up at all. Like, he's only like 4.8k gold by himself, so he can't tank with this sort of gold.
So how do you put it in perspective? It's like a wave, right? Like you're on an ocean, okay? You just sit there, you let the waves push you. So that's what happened with MCE. MCE, by the way, the winter is here, for example, from Princess Frost, has never really been used to lock them into place or anything. Half the time it's being used to just zone them out. So when they're zoned out, what do you do? Free dragons, free towers, and then, you know, the wave just keeps pushing in all the way to your crystal. So because there's no one to really tank out the front damage from NOG side, that is the kind of payback that suffers, because your team comp lacks sustain, it lacks it sort of lacks mobility, and it lacks the burst to break through the Zhang Fei. Because what you're gonna do when you have a Shangguan or a Monkey King coming back, right? You just Zhang Fei, you just shield up your team, and then suddenly all those damage is negated.
And it does not protect the president as well. Like, the Lady Sun needs a lot of protection. The Dolia is definitely not going to do it. I mean, okay, if we could turn back time, maybe pick a different roam if you want to go with the Lady Sun. And pick a different Clash laner who is a little bit more sustainable, or maybe go for a roam that's like super tank, like the Zhang Fei first. Well, something like that, right? So they need more durability, like what you said.
Is it arguable that, once again, they don't have that poke, like I said? When they picked up another Shangguan and a Dolia, I'm like, okay, I see it. Just because you have the Dolia, you want to go for the Shangguan again. But having a more like teamfight present mage, something like a Lady Zhen, right, or Xia, or for the matter, Princess Frost, actually does a lot more work. So when the Shangguan is suffering in terms of getting kills, once again, a repeat of game number 1, it goes to show that, like, it's either like you're not too confident in your own hero, or you don't know how to play out against the enemy's draft.
Yeah, I guess it is what it is, but we haven't seen the last of NLG. They will still be playing in this tournament, in this qualifiers, but we will see them on the lower bracket instead. So that's something to look forward for. I'm sure they will have the time to like review back the thoughts here and just to reflect back on what could we have done better in preparation for them to play the lower bracket matches. And who knows, it might be a miracle run from the lower bracket back onto the grand finals.
Yep, this is only upper brackets. You are absolutely right, Sir Cloud. So I know we talked a lot about NOG, but I want to give a big shout out again to Maelstrom Catalyst. Their executions are great. Their picks are great. I loved both their draws from both games because they really, really seem to know what they're doing, right? Whether you have a coach or not, I say you're doing a good job. Whether or not you want to be one of the finalists, you know, we'll just have to see. But right now, we're going to be almost at the end of our broadcast already. We'll just let you know a bit about the games tomorrow, okay? So I think it will be, I don't know if they have a graphic, but I think just from the get-go, if I look at my own graphic, it will be bottom, will be, I think it's Ebel. No, it's looking for or going up against Fearless, I think. Yeah, Fearless. And then bottom will be Zen Nothing Syndicate going up against NLG. That will be happening tomorrow.
Ooh, and they have met before. Oh, no, they have not. Okay, so it's going to be the first meeting here. And on the upper bracket, it is going to be, let's see here. PAWSG versus Maelstrom Catalyst. So that's going to be the upper bracket match tomorrow.
Oh, that's going to be so exciting. Seeing how they played already, I am all a tinkle. But that said, ladies and gentlemen, that will be all from Sir Cloud and yours truly, Xenoviper, here today. I'm glad to have you here. Definitely look to have more broadcasts with you here. Anything that you want to say before we take our leaves?
Well, likewise, Zeno, it's been an amazing honor to cast again with you. It's been a while though, and it's been an amazing honor as well to be able to cast this season of the Wildcard King series. We look forward to more series here or more games here coming tomorrow and also the day after for the qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you so much for watching. We'll be closing off the show right now. See you again tomorrow, same time, same channel. Bye bye.